number one seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can get me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher, you're saving my arms. Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power.
I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher, you're saving my arms. Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Boing, 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 boing.
Grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi pag nag-grab only. Save 244 alright.
Boing, 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 boing.
the number one seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost.
You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything.
Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah, making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah, making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency. You'll see, I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside, it's very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing.
Grab only.
Savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 for alright. Bawing, 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 bawing.
the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
keep me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I be kinda greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Giddia's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside, it's very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing. I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe,
are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing.
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
Boing, 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 boing.
the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
Yeah. Hit me like I might geek over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Yeah. Hit me like I might geek over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest.
Asia.
And greetings to everyone around the world.
My name is Mara Aquino. Accompanying me is the Malaysian sweetheart, Lafel.
Yes, I am the sweetheart. I want to be the best, the very best. I want to watch all the games, all the rest. I remember the song, but now I forget. But now, let's move on.
And that's why he's the sweetheart. He's great on the spot. But anyway, welcome to day 2 of the M5 World Championship wildcard stage.
Anyways, we got to talk about what's happening today.
Oh, that's right. You know, for the first time, we got to see all 8 teams yesterday. And from what I saw, the meta, the gameplay, it was really interesting.
Oh yeah, we got a Gushin Maniac. That was amazing. And then we even saw a Roger. I want to see what the teams have cooked up for us for today. And speaking of cooking, do you like spicy food?
Do I like spicy food?
Oh yeah.
Well, I do. But you know what I like even more? The spicy gameplays from yesterday. I like seeing the emotions from the players. Everything they showed yesterday was pretty interesting, you know? What about you, Lafel?
Well, I'm not so sure what the fans want to see, but I know what I want to see.
Okay, you know what? For everybody in the comment section, put down below and let us know in the comment section what you guys want to see, who you're rooting for, and what you're looking forward to today. Go ahead, type it down, and let us know. Let's have a discussion in the comment section.
Now, here's the thing. I would love to see the teams from the emerging regions rise up and show us their worth. Prove to us and prove to the world their strength on the wildcard stage, because we saw Lil Gun of Mongolia, Nightmare Esports of Laos, as well as 4 Miracle Esports of Nepal, and Keep Best Gaming of China. After what they showed us yesterday, I want to see more because I think they still have more.
You know, it's really interesting what the non-MPL regions are actually showing, and they're proving themselves to the whole world today. And I want to know what the losing team will do yesterday to bounce back, or will the victor keep everything and the momentum going to show that they're really legendary?
As a translator, I just want to say, you gotta give it your best. If you have something hidden, if you have something cooking up, don't hide it. Show it to the world. This is the wildcard stage. You gotta give all your heart into the game.
And now we're gonna see exactly what they're going to show. We're gonna take it to the casters. Casters, be better than greats.
Thank you very much, Tamara and Lafel. The tremors of battle from the opening of the wildcard stage can still be felt here for day 2 of the M5 World Championship wildcards. My name is Dafa. Along with me, we got Arashi and Yasu to bring you day 2, starting things off with a best-of-3 series between Peru's Imperial Esports and Mongolia's Team Lil Gun.
I think it's going to be a very exciting match, dude. Both these teams, we've seen holes in their gameplay, but overall, as far as the basics goes, the foundations, they have it all, man. Great drafts, great game plans. It's all about ironing out the small mistakes that's going to really bring them towards victory.
Yeah, at least I can confirm for you that when it comes to late game, when it comes to small mistakes, and when it comes to an international stage, it just needs one little mistake. It doesn't need like a huge mistake. It doesn't need a blunder, as you said yesterday. So yeah, it just takes it one step from making one mistake, and then after doing that mistake, it's all done, it's all over. And after seeing yesterday's draft and after what Lafel said, I'm excited to see what we'll have today.
I agree with you, Yasu, but of course we can't forget the people who make all of this possible.
True.
M5 is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
Thank you so much for our lovely sponsors, man. This event would not be possible without every single one of you, so we are absolutely grateful. Everyone, I think we would speak for the fans as well in being grateful for such an opportunity and such a stage here for all these players that would be relatively unknown otherwise.
And speaking of lovely, we are also loving the weekly diamond basket. 100 diamonds upon purchase and log in to the game continuously for the next 6 days, right? The next 6 days to receive an additional 120 diamond. And
That sounds
That's
good.
crazy.
Sounds like a surefire win for everyone. So you guys definitely do not want to miss that out. I'm sure all of us love getting diamonds. We all love getting new skins, getting new stuff to deck out our favorite heroes on the land of Dawn. So make sure you guys jump on top of that.
Well, along with that, we're going to have a huge shout out to our global presenting partner, Qiddiya, man. It's a giga project, you know, it's such a massive project, a city that's being built in Saudi Arabia. And the idea, it's going to be the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture, man. It's crazy.
A city.
It's a city. It's a whole city.
That sounds pretty good. In fact, I've even heard that they aim to change the world of gaming and esports. So make sure you guys don't forget to follow @Qiddiya Gaming on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. And of course, stay tuned to their social media pages to find out more about the giveaway.
The giveaways. And yesterday we have seen some rewards also. We have seen that today you have a weekly pass, you have the M5 pass, you have everything inside the game. You can get tons amount of diamonds, and also, as we said, all thanks to the sponsors, and all thanks also goes to the fans who we wouldn't have made this possible without the support of the fans as well. Well, we have spoken a little bit about the sponsors, give a little bit of an intro, but I'm excited to see what's going to happen today. We've spoken about the past, a little bit predictions I want to know from you, and also from the analyst, our analyst, the TAA, about the future. What do you expect today?
Day 2 of the competition is going to be a pretty important pivotal point, right? Considering that these teams are going through only a single round robin, it means that they'll only get to face off against their opponents in the group stage once. And once that's over, that's it. That's going to be the score. We've already seen some teams secure some really clean victories in day 1, but there's also teams who faltered in the end. And those are going to be the teams that really need to pick up the pace going into the competition today.
There's a lot of mistakes for sure, but now that we have a bit of an idea, right? Some of these teams, we have no idea existed even, and sometimes they don't even they haven't really shown what they have, what kind of stress they can bring, what kind of heroes as well. So now with a bit of more information, it's getting even more exciting. But before we get into the games, I think we're gonna take a look at a bit of the past.
Yeah, we still gotta pay attention a bit. Let's present to y'all Qiddiya's play of the day for day 1. Having a look at the play of the day here. It is, of course, in the hands of Troublemaker, who really shook up the stage yesterday with a very rare cushion pick upon the wildcard stage. Arashi, what are your thoughts about Troublemaker's performance yesterday?
I mean, it's insane. You haven't seen this hero in so long. Out of nowhere, this man burst onto the scene and even got a Maniac in this. Almost a Savage as well, by the way, but unfortunately. It just wasn't meant to be, man. His team was trying to give it to him, but he didn't get it in time. But the fact that he's able to make such a off-meta hero work so well, and his team can just play around it as well, I think it shows again the potential of these smaller regions that aren't really seen by the broader community of Mobile Legends.
It also demonstrates that even the non-meta heroes, as long as they're in the right hands, can be absolutely terrifying as well. But that's, of course, what happened in day 1. Day 2, we got 4 more Best of 3 series coming up here. Starting today, it's going to be Imperial Esports versus Team Lilgun, followed by Team Falcons versus Nightmare Esports. Then we got Keep Best Gaming going up against Umbrella Squad. And the end of the day will be closed out by Formerical Esports versus Team SMG. Yasu, which of our matches today are you looking the most forward to?
Well, actually, the first match is really good, and actually, I'm after seeing what Lil Gun can bring up to the table, and also after seeing what Imperial did yesterday against KVG, if I'm not mistaken, they did really good, and they came back even though things weren't looking good for them at the second game. And Falcons have done a really great performance, and based on my past knowledge, Falcons' performance is not always the same. So I wish that we would see today whether they will be in a good state or a bad state. So against Nightmare is also a really good match. But actually, today's matches are all spicy. Speaking of spicy, because there was a little chit-chat on the stage about spicy food and spicy games. I think that all the games today are spicy.
Spicy food, always pretty good here. Definitely a local specialty here in Malaysia as well. It's nice to see that the teams have been getting a chance to show themselves on the international stage and really accustom themselves to playing on the Malaysian stage as well. Looking at the group standings right now, in Group A, Falcon as well as SMG looking pretty comfortable overall. So Nightmare Esports for Miracle got a little bit of catching up to do. On the side of Group B,
a guest appearance.
Guest appearance, amazing.
Yeah. Not just yet, but hey, I hear we're gonna get some interview, a bit of an insider info kind of deal in the backstage.
That is true, that's what I'm hearing. So let's throw it over to our hosts.
Hello everyone, my name is Phil and I'm here backstage with the manager of Imperial Esports. It is Pierre. How are you, my man?
Hi, thank you very much. We're happy.
You're happy?
Yeah.
All right, looking good.
With all the adrenaline right now.
Filled with adrenaline?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so it looks like the energy here is very good. Now I have to ask, looking at all 8
This room is burning.
This room is burning? Oh, I can feel the heat. I can
sure.
feel the heat. So looking at all 8 teams, how do you feel as a manager going up against all those teams? Are you confident?
Yeah, I think all the teams has the same level, almost the same level. Some of the teams have started a little bit nervous more than others, but we are here to play and enjoy the game.
Speaking of nervousness, you guys are going up against Lil Gun, which is one of the tournament favorites, and you guys have 2 of the youngest players on your team. How does that feel? Does that put added pressure to go against Lil Gun?
I hope they were very pressed in the last tournament in Sao Paulo, no, to the LATAM, and I think right now they're more easygoing. So they have got a little bit experience in Sao Paulo, and now I hope they take it easier. And winning the first match is going to help.
Oh yeah, definitely. And here's the thing, I know that the training schedule is intense. Going up against Lil Gun, where yesterday they even said they lost a game against Umbrella Squad because they were very nervous. So what was the preparation from yesterday till today to go up against Lil Gun?
Well, our coach is a very student guy. He's always studying the other teams, and he has prepared a special strategy for today.
Yes, and here we can see one of the best plays coming in from Yur. What is his mindset right now going up against Lil Gun? Is he very confident? Is he looking forward to make the same kind of plays that he did yesterday?
Yeah, we have a way of playing. Some teams say it's a strange way, but it is our own way. We use our own heroes, not so popular as other teams, but we make our game and let it go.
I would say you guys have a unique way of playing that really defines the character of Imperial Esports, and this is how you get fans going. You have your own style, and other teams, they have to figure out what they have to do. Now, do you have any words for everyone watching that is supporting Imperial Esports?
Thanks for the support, all the guys from Latin America. We are the only Latin American team still in the competition. And thanks for all the fans in Peru and Argentina and all the teams that follow us, all the people that follow us. Thank you very much. We're doing our best.
Thank you very much, Pierre. You are an amazing guy. I will let you be with your team. And now I will let all of you fans to go back to the casters to really see what's going to happen in this game.
Thank you very much once again to Lafel, as well as a very likable personality from the side of Imperial Esports. It's true, having a very strong identity for your team does make you a lot easier to identify in this global landscape. And I think we're definitely fans of the way that they did go into things here. But of course, for our first match of the day, let's talk about the match headline. When East meets West, a clash of emerging empires. Arashi, your thoughts?
Well, the Peruvians, right, they're able to just shut down completely the debut of KBG. It was looking kind of good, and the subsequent games were a bit closer, but unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough. And they're showing again that they have a very unique style, and they're willing to take risks, man. Usually you see teams kind of get into a bigger stage, and they kind of get gun-shy, right? They're kind of worried that if they go too aggressively, or they try something too crazy, things won't go their way. But for Imperial, they're just going all in on this, looking absolutely confident. So I really do believe that they're already looking kind of good, but also they might have something else stored up, because otherwise, why would they be that confident?
Ooh, something else stored up? Like, Yasu, what do you think about that? Do you think there's a secret weapon coming out?
Well, look, the secret weapon, let's say, not a secret weapon, I would say, I would point out a fact, is that Lil Gun had a reverse sweep yesterday, so maybe if they use that rhythm, maybe if they come today having that same confidence that they had yesterday against Team Umbrella Squad, even after having the first Maniac against them, and also having like a really rough game at the first game, and let's say got so surprised by the draft, not just them, even us and even the viewers were surprised by that cushion. So having that reverse sweep and coming in today, having the first game as well, I think they have the momentum.
The momentum going to be a very important factor in determining victory here, whether or not teams can carry their success right from the early game straight through the late game, or whether other teams are able to adapt to situations. You already pointed out how yesterday Team Lil Gun, despite losing game 1, were able to reverse sweep their opponents after figuring out the strategies and adapting to the situation.
I think that's what makes Lil Gun quite a fearsome team, man. You see that in game number 1, they were completely lost. In game number 2, though, immediately, within a space of 1 game, they made adaptations. They really adjusted really, really quick. And by game 3, it just seems like they have a good grasp on their opponents. So I think the learning speed and the quick adaptability from this team is one of the main things that makes them such a fearsome team. So the longer this game goes, the more it's going to be a bit dangerous for Imperial.
That is true, that is true. Imperial yesterday did have a much cleaner run in comparison to Team Lil Gun. They were able to get a 2-0 victory. So we haven't yet gotten the chance to really see whether they have that potential for adaptation. Let's hope we get to see a little bit more of that as we enter into the drafting phase. For game number 1, it is going to be Team Lil Gun up against Imperial. And of course, shout out to our marshals up on stage, Zena, Ease, and Oscar. Thank you very much once again for maintaining competitive integrity. Let's start things off. We got Imperial Esports, the pride of Latam, walking up on stage.
Showing their signature style, having the pride here, carrying the whole of Latam on their backs. That is the intention. They're trying to prove to everyone that you cannot count these regions outside of Asia out just yet.
Well, and they already proved that they can be up to the challenge by having 2-0 yesterday, and they have done really great even under pressure. But let's see Team Lil Gun.
They showed glimpses of brilliance yesterday and in previous tournaments. Will we get to see their final form today from Mongolia? It is Team Lil Gun.
You can see from their gold lane, I think this is the main weapon they're going to use. Bebex in the gold lane with high mechanics, just making outplays happen again and again. If Imperial aren't careful, man, that's where things are going to get spicy. In the gold lane, and I think the jungle matchup is also something that can be highlighted. But it all depends on the brains behind the entire operation.
The coaches, the analysts, the important behind-the-scenes players for these teams, picking up the best drafts necessary to compete in the land of Dawn. Fist bumps all around up on stage to show the friendship between these teams, because once they enter into the matchup, it is going to be all about that battle and who comes out victorious.
Well, every time seeing that sportsmanship, when they just like have these fist bumps and when they have the atmosphere on the stage, and also showing us that it is in the game they are enemies, but in fact they are just friends, they are having fun, and they are trying to get the best out of this experience, and so far they are both getting the best out of this experience.
Best of the both worlds here. Imperial Esports from Peru. Gonna be a lot of eyes on Yor after his play yesterday. Very highly skilled and composed gold laner. How will he match up against Bebex from the side of Team Lil Gun?
I think they're both crazy. I think the rest of the team is what really is going to dictate that matchup. Gold laners these days, yes, the matchup is important, but generally the prior picks are so even that intervention from the other laners is what is going to make the difference. So I think for the Team Lil Gun, they're going to be a bit worried about Aurora, man. He showed that he has a weird hero pool. I believe he pulled out the Roger as well. They got to be careful for these weird picks that they might not be used to facing. Because otherwise, even if they can learn, right, if there's too many things to learn at the same time, it might not work out for them.
That is true. They did falter yesterday when Troublemaker surprised them with the Gusion pickup. So against a team with as strong a personality as Imperial Esports, who likes these pocket picks, these personal hero choices, will their hero pool be able to bring them all the way to victory?
Well, we have seen yesterday Aurora's Roger and Omar's Leomore Troublemaker's Gusion, of course, and Jasmine's Tigers, and also Mod is not look, it is not strange for us to see a Mortis, but it's a strange thing
Yep.
for us to see a Mortis playing Rome. So yeah, I don't know actually what to expect today from the drafts, and the draft will like start so soon. And I see that there is so much confidence on the side of Team Imperio, and Imperio, when they looked so confident at their second game, actually it didn't work for them quite good until they like used the mistake and got back to the game.
Yeah, we'll see if that becomes a factor right here. Or maybe just the unique hero picks can just turn things in their favor. We had a total of 41 unique heroes in day 1. Can we push that number to over 50 today, only in day 2? That is the question.
41 unique heroes in one day of the competition is honestly insane, and it shows just how this melting pot of different regions, different cultures has really clashed upon the M5 wildcard stage. Teams from different regions, developing regions, regions that want that second chance, are putting it all on the line for those tickets to M5. And from the looks of things, a lot of these teams do quite enjoy fighting when they're in the land of Dawn, right? Like, Yasu, do you think this is the way to go now?
Well, it is a way to go because, as I told you, this is an international event, this is an international stage, so you will see a variety of strategies, a variety of hero pool, you will see different kind of gameplays, you will see good macro skills, you'll see fancy macro skills. So this is what we should all expect from this experience, and that's what makes the teams that will come up from here, from the wild card, so dangerous at the teams at the M5 itself.
Well, for this particular matchup today, I am concerned about the experience gap, because we've seen Lilgun have the mentality to really learn and adjust. Whereas for Imperio, they're a relatively new team, so I think that's one of the main concerns here for the people supporting Imperio. They've shown a bit of adaptation in their previous matches, but we'll have to see when two teams try and match up to each other, can it work for them?
That's always the most exciting part about any match of MLBB. This is going to be a chess match as we enter into the drafting phase for game number 1. Which of these teams will be able to outdraft the other? We got Team Lilgun on the blue side, we got MLBB Esports on the red side.
There's a huge focus on the XP lane so far. They have banned that Trizla, and also they have banned Arlet, even though Arlet can be used as a rumor, but mostly he's on the XP side. But again, I don't know if this will be a caster curse or not, but I said we will not see Guinevere that much, and just after I said it, it was picked at the same game, I guess. So no, I'm not seeing Guinevere, and it has only been picked 2 times. I don't know if this will remain until the end of the series.
I'm concerned about, again, I'm just talking about the jungle pick. I believe against, we saw a Yisun Shin ban at one point.
Oh yeah,
right?
True.
I wonder if that's gonna like make an appearance, because we want to see even more. Roger has been proven to work. Gusion has been proven to work. I want to see the more crazy styles we haven't been seeing. For now though, they'll be banning the 1-1 away. I mean, you're on that 1-1 was an absolute menace in yesterday's matches for Imperio. So with all this focus on the on the XP and the gold lane, the jungle will be more focused for Imperio, and they're the ones banning with the Nolan. Concerned about that mobility, that burst damage, and fast clear.
We already saw how dangerous Nolan is in the hands of a skilled player, how much he can snowball and really take the game over. And I think MLBB Esports have definitely done their research, right? They know that Lilgun cannot be afforded to give a very strong early game, because once they snowball, they just do whatever they want, man, in the land of Dawn. But with the Matilda now picked up, is this going to be a problem going into the early game?
Well, the early game will be so hard for Team Imperio because Matilda has that engage and disengage ability that can make it so annoying. Even like she can save like not just the jungler, even any troop or like any player inside the battlefield from a definite death. So by seeing that Matilda here, and also on the other side, there's a quick response. Oh, the draft is going so fast, Orochi.
Well, Bruno and Edith, it's a great combination. It can be aggressive and defensive, so technically it can also still be flex. So Imperio are hiding their cards a bit more, but they've secured a great hero for Ur. For Railgun, getting the Matilda is absolutely value, but the joy here, it's strong, it can still carry in the late game, but it's vulnerable to crowd control. So far, with already a knockback from the Worldie, as well as the Onwards and Earth Shadow combo, there's a lot of ways for Imperio to really shut this joy down, unless it's flexed over to a different role.
it's possible Joy as a hero can be played in a variety of positions, jungle, EXP, even flex into the mid lane previously. But we're definitely seeing Lilgan focus more towards those first few minutes of the game, with the Brody now picked up to try and match the Bruno's overall performance. Now, a question I do want to ask right now. The Edith was not popular in day one. Why do you think Imperial is going for it?
Well, it is, let's say that whenever I see Edith, I always expect it to be on the roam. Some people actually play it on the XP lane.
Or mid.
Or mid. I didn't see it. Was it played mid?
Oh! Let's go!
There you have it. There you have it. Then KPG actually did the research, as there is a Yisun Shin in this tournament.
Yep, that is true. I have to note, when I watched the match from Imperial Esports in their own tournament back then, in Liga Latam, their opponents at the time, Bigatron Suns, banned Yisun Shin against Aurora all 3 games.
I believe there's an insane win rate on that hero as well. That is probably why they're fearing it so much. We'll have to see if it works, man. I'm so excited for this.
Well, we can add it up now to 42 unique
That's
picks.
true.
Okay.
We're going somewhere.
For now, man, we'll have to see. Continuing with the banning phase, though, there's a Yu Zhong now to just make sure that all these squishier heroes don't really get dove on. And there's the Lilia banned away, so you can expect some high prio, high movement from the mid lane jungle and roam combo from Lilgan, right? Mathilda, Joy. If you add someone with good wave clear right here, it's going to be very difficult for Imperio to really try and defend against it, especially because they have a Yisun Shin, right? It's quite vulnerable in the early game, which makes you wonder if a Hilda is going to make an appearance, because it did show up yesterday.
That is true. It'd be a little trickier to do that now, considering that the Matilda has already shown up, and with the recent nerfs to support heroes and Flask of the Oasis, the Matilda mid is not as viable. It's still possible, but we will have to see. As of right now, Imperial gonna be focusing towards that roam position, banning out the Kufra, the Kadita as well, removed from the pool. I think the main question is going to be on that Yisun Shin, though. This is a very vulnerable hero, though they do back it up with the Nether Realm.
But it's actually so strange for me. Team Imperial is depending so much on the damage, and I don't see that Edith can take all that damage in. Or she cannot be that front lane that helps having 2 marksman combo at the same draft.
Well, it depends. I mean, first of all, if this is going to be a roam Edith, first of all, but it can go in the EXP lane as well.
Yeah, it can.
We'll have to see. If he's doing well in the lane, right? Tankiness, he can build tankiness and still do damage.
43!
But for Lilgan, it's going to be a Masha as well. Now, are they picking it for the roam? Are they picking it for the EXP lane? Because Masha was changed. Now she functions a bit more like a duelist. The first skill. Oh my
make them
goodness!
44!
Both! What? Hilda Masha. We've seen this strategy used to absolutely dominate against assassin picks, against picks with a lot of squishy backline heroes. They've used it to great effect right now. But if Imperio use a Faramis mid maybe and go for a Valir or something,
well,
there's
you want to make it 45?
Well. I'm just saying, man, against 2 tanky max HP fighters, there's potential here.
I think that the fans at this point should pray for the Yisun Shin to survive this early game.
That is true. It's so scary, right? And now there's a lot of pressure. I'm not sure if Edith alone will be able to handle the pressure coming in from Masha, Hilda. You could maybe flex, go for an X-War, go for a Valir, but even those heroes are a little bit vulnerable. They go for the aggressive option though, the Dirov, anti-armor.
We don't go for the defensive stuff, bro. We want to go all in. You pick tanks, we pick physical defense shred. We don't care about crowd control. Our gold laners, our backliners are self-sufficient, says Imperial.
Ooh, this is gonna be an exciting game.
That's a crazy draft, dude.
Yeah, some final thoughts before we jump in.
Well, actually, we are almost there. We're almost at the 50 milestone. Different heroes since match one. Imagine what's coming next. And I have something last to add. Team Lilgan and Imperial, they both have so interesting drafts that I don't know which one won the draft actually.
Ooh, that's a tricky thing to say. I may have to agree with you. So many new heroes showing their faces here in the Land of Dawn. We'll have to find out how this match turns out because we're going into game number 1 between Team Lil Gun as well as Imperio Esports, whose identity will appear stronger upon the Land of Dawn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. I am really concerned. I feel like on paper, this really favors Lil Gun, but with Imperio, you never know what you're gonna get. You're seeing now Marquinhos just making sure that Aurora does have the security, does have the safety. Early game, Ji Sun-shin and Dairat can really burst down this Hilda, but there we go. Aurora takes it, focusing on farming right here. And this is how the Hilda is supposed to be played. Yesterday, we saw it picked up, but used in a more defensive fashion, I don't think that's gonna work.
Yeah, much more aggressive Hilda gameplay right now, which is what we hope for. But I do wonder if Ethan was a little bit slow there. The fact that Aurora was still able to secure that first buff, no problem. But look at this.
Ooh. What's going on? What's going on? Why are they so aggressive at the early game? Yeah, it's because they have all this early game aggression, having that Hilda and also having the Masha. Everyone's just joining in, but Masha didn't join yet. There's a kill. There's a first blood on Ethan, but Ethan goes back. He manages to survive. He gets his passive. He gets in the bush, and he waits to see another Dawn.
This is going to be the worry a little bit for Imperio Esports. Their early game, before you hit that level 4 mark, they actually don't have all that much damage, especially against heroes like the Hilda. That's why you see Ethan able to just walk in with impunity.
I don't think it's a level issue. I think it's a lot more about items, but you're now 1v1. Bebex, can you get it?
Oh, it's a first blood! It is a first blood with the electrifying beats. He goes in, he gets what he wants, and the first kill is, and the first blood is drawn by Team Lil Gun.
A very nice play right there. Good focus onto the gold lane. We already talked about the Yer and Bebex matchup here, and the team seem to be respecting that.
You can see what they can do here, man, because even in the mid lane, Fashion is having a lot of trouble dealing with this Mathilda. With Marquinhos and Aurora having space in the top side, I don't think they can even go for the turtle. Popping the Mountain Shocker right here, but Aurora...
Oh, he's going in, he's engaging, he is engaging, fully committing to it. Aurora is down, and the early game is going to the favor of Team Lil Gun so far. There's a crowd control happening here. Ethan goes back, and that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Engage, and then disengage. That Matilda is just crazy. The fight keeps on, but the Justice goes for that joy.
Ooh, they're still going as well.
Oh, what is that?
Chased down!
He went down until the end, getting that turtle, and then getting the kill after. What? That was a free kill.
And looks like one more as well. Ethan, for some reason, overstepping boundaries. So much actioning happening all over the map.
You have to pay attention to the pressure, though. Aurora is facing a lot of interruptions to his jungling speed. And man, Luxora is making full use of this Joy Pick. But keep in mind, whoa, that is a half HP Masha just deleted.
In a blink of an eye, he is just down. He took that Edith away from the calculation. Oh, sorry, it took the Masha, but look down here. He's still committing to it. He is still being so annoying to Yer. Yer cannot breathe in the Land of Dawn. He gets that kill, but all thanks to the turret damage. And then he gets more gold than the gold he was supposed to get from that minion wave. Aurora keeps on clearing that wave, and Team Imperio Esports come back to the game.
For Bit got taken out right there. I believe the kill went to Yer, so a small victory here for Imperio. And they're trying themselves to try and make the plays happen, but with a roamer like the Edith, it's just a bit more difficult to really try and get the dynamic engages. It's a bit more telegraphed unless you use a battle spell. So with the Flicker available, I believe that Imperio is just trying to play it as passive as possible, because once they have items, that's when they really start scaling, man. Levels would be nice, but for now, I think gold is what they really require to really pop off.
Yeah, Ethan is taking it too far. Ethan is overstepping. He's going in without permission. Look at here. There's some damage happening, and with the electrifying beast, will he survive or not? Let's see together, but it seems that he got that kill with the killing spree, and he is still alive. Aurora is dying, and in the backline he's getting snagged off. Look at Marquinhos. He's getting that kill even by committing that flicker. He still goes down. Ethan with that triple kill. Ethan is out. 1, 2, 3 kills go to Team Imperio. Marquinhos, he's on fire.
Whoa, we got to see a lot of gameplay from Aurora and Yuri yesterday. Marquinhos now wanting to make his mark upon the land of Dawn. 5-0 on the Dirov. This is actually a problem for Lilgun.
I don't know what the heck happened, man. Lilgun, on paper, were aggressing. They were the ones with control. But they just lost 3 to Marquinhos. And this is a 5-0 diver, dude. You gotta watch out for this. We saw that earlier. Even with minimal kills, he's able to just delete Aizen on Zimasha. If this goes on, that's a big problem. Because for the most part, right, that's gonna be the main problem. The diver just doing the physical damage.
Yeah, Dirov as a hero is actually really scary when up against these tanky opponents that don't actually have all that much burst. So Marquinhos can just go on in, keep the fight extended, and constantly lower armor. You have to remember, this actually benefits Aurora and Yuri as well. The extra physical damage coming in from the Yisanshin and Bruno could be scary.
It is scary, but Ethan is like getting under nerves. He's trying so much to irritate Aurora.
On the other side, Steve, I think he's trying to actually engage as much as possible, but he's not allowed to. And look at Yur!
Where is Yur? Where is Yur? Yur is down! Yur is down, and Bibix is also down, so a 1v1 or a 1-2-1 trade happening at the bot lane. Both gold laners are out, and it is equal once again.
We already know that Team Lilgun is honestly very aggressive. They're almost willing to trade heroes, even players as important as their marksmen, to try and get kills. I wonder if they may be overstepping their boundaries here. Oh, Aurora?
Maybe he is overstepping so far, and there's that Surgon Eagle. Matilda E, he's going in, he is going in. Aurora is down, and Aurora is already down. Stevie cannot stand that damage and forbids Ethan from dying. So far, that electrifying beats is so scary. He's still committing. Masha is taking the turret damage, and he is dealing with the rest. He is dealing with the rest. And we can see that the power of wildness takes that last kill. Hilda takes a kill for the favor of Team Lilgun.
The diver is snowballing, who cares? We get everything on the other side of the map. Technically, in that engagement, MLBB Esports only had 2 kills because Marquinhos was split pushing on the other side of the map. So Lilgun now with the aggressive rotations right here, they're managing to extend their lead from 1 or 2 members to the whole team, to the map overall. Imperio need to try and find a way to do that themselves. Look at the gold disparity, man. 1,500 gold for Marquinhos, but he can't really roam around, and he's going full damage, by the way. Heptoseize and the Hunter Strike, he's not going for the tanky Direwolf that we're used to seeing. And now Imperio are going for trades right here. I think this is exactly the right answer. But keep in mind, Yuri's on the top side, they can very easily, Team Lilgun can very easily go for another dive on top.
Yeah, that could be what they're looking for. They already secured the turtle here in the top half of the map, but they're gonna respect boundaries a little bit right here. Right now, Team Lilgun's biggest threat is going to be Marquinhos on that Dirov. As long as they can ensure that the EXP lane of Imperial Esports is showing on the map somewhere, it becomes a lot safer for them to just go for these big dives under the tower.
There's a conceal committing here, happening on the top lane. They are trying to go in, but they choose to withdraw. Team Lilgun avoids a surge, like an inevitable fight, but it seems like they want to go in. They want to take that team fight a bit longer, and he is going in. This is Matilda Airlines. He goes in. Vision is down, and look at the joy with the electrifying beast. They are electrifying indeed. Look at Lilgun taking everything, and that top lane even with the turret itself. But here he comes. Here he comes. What a flicker! What a flicker! And you can take that snowball down. You can take Marquinhos down. And Joy lives with multiple kills and with the top lane turret.
We are seeing incredible feats of micro mechanics coming out from Team Lilgun right here. The effectiveness of Forbid on this Matilda, being able to pull Bebex right out of that Abyss of Strike is insane.
That was so good from Team Lilgun, but Imperio, they're just scrambling towards these fights. They're not getting the kind of right engagements they require. If the gold lane extends further than 5k, it's going to be dangerous, and now they go in again with Circling Eagle.
It was almost in, or like they almost committed to it, but it's so dangerous to go inside the second tier, and they will wait up until that Lord.
And that's probably the wise choice here. They have to be so respectful right now. I know that Team Lil Gun are willing to be aggressive, they're willing to dive, but there's still certain limits. So it doesn't look like that's going to stop them from completely zoning Imperial off of their own tier 2.
And it's a good move here from Imperial to just move away from the turrets. The last thing they want is with a squishy backline, a front-to-back composition, getting Team Lil Gun behind them, right? That's the worst case scenario. So once they defend right here, this is where it gets tough. With so much damage per second, if they're in the base, Team Lil Gun is going to struggle to really get a decisive fight the way they've been getting all this time. If you notice, the only reason why Team Lil Gun has been so successful is they can chase down the members of Imperial all the way from the middle of the map towards their base. But now with the Lord taken here, let's see what can Team Lil Gun do. Are they going to set up for a 3-wave push? Are they going to go for a dive? Or are they going to go for the more calm, calculated approach, using the Brody as a sieging tool?
Yeah, the decisions are going to be a lot more fragile going into the next few minutes for Team Lil Gun, because like you mentioned, once you hit that late game state, Imperial Esports has a very good amount of scaling with Yor and Aurora, while Team Lil Gun can only just soak damage. So they have to be very careful about how they really approach things and preferably end game quickly.
It's going to be a steal from Zora. Already level 15 right here, but this is where Team Lil Gun are now working against the clock. Now that they've reached level 15 and they have the bulk of the gold in their disposal, they lose the purple buff actually, but Marquinhos
almost lost his life. Woo. Almost lost his life there just for a purple buff. But they go back again. I don't know, is this the end?
I don't think it's the end just yet. There are ways for Imperial to really clear this out. I mean, there's the Primal Rage, Edith damage, there's 2 marksmen. It's only going to depend on if Team Lil Gun can find a catch.
They can't find a catch here, and they didn't lose so far, Team Imperial, but they just might. But look here, they are trying so hard to make that defense work. They already take down the Lord with the flicker. Marquinhos goes in, shuts down that joy. There is no joy anymore for Team Lil Gun, and they are still trying to get more than what is offered by Team Lil Gun. That's too much. That's not just a successful defense, that is also a good aggressive gameplay.
Yeah, that's just a straight up punish coming in from Imperial Esports there. Lil Gun finally overextending themselves a bit too far, and you pointed this out right, Arashi. When they're in their base, it's gonna be a lot harder for Lil Gun to find these angles. As once Forbid was picked off under the tower, it was go time for Imperial Esports.
Especially because Forbid took so much damage from the turret as well. Losing the Mathilda, they lose the mobility, and that's where Marquinhos just jumps on that opportunity, quite literally deleting one of the members of Lil Gun. This is the problem, man. Against so many marksmen, technically, so many late-game damage heroes, you can't really trade like this. Even a 1v1, a 1-for-1 trade is going to be so beneficial for Imperial, because I think the gold lead was up to 8,000, now it's back down to 4.
That's all it takes sometimes. It's that one single move, one single mistake. Now, we have to note, Team Lil Gun does still have the tools necessary to overcome the odds, right? The whole reason they pick up the Hilda and the Masha is to mark the 2 marksmen on the side of Imperial specifically. But that means that their engagement needs to have a little bit more finesse built in. They can't just butt heads with Imperial Esports anymore, because Stefe has blood on his mind.
Yeah, they are already they're going in and they are trying to make that dish push, but we have asked how much is your tolerance to spicy food, but how much is Imperial's tolerance to spicy games?
We'll have to see. And for now, Lord is up, so in a way, Team Lil Gun can force Imperial Esports to get closer and then cut off their exit. That's usually what Mathilda or the Hilda does really, really well. For Imperial, do they feel strong enough to want to risk it with a 5k gold disadvantage? If they don't, they can, I think, defend for one more time, but they risk making a mistake later on and losing the game. But they go now.
They want to go in, they want to go and take Team Imperial down. They are already taking some good damage, but what is that damage, Marquinhos? Come down a bit. What was that damage? But he goes already down, and the Lord also goes for Team Lil Gun.
Okay, a nice secure there for Team Lil Gun, and it's very smart of them to just dive into Marquinhos there. They realize that he's positioning very far ahead compared to his teammates, and if he's gone, that's basically their main threat for diving the rest of Imperial Esports. With the Lord in their pocket now, though, we're going to see whether or not they can break through the defense of their opponents.
I think against a comp like this, with a lot of damage, but not a lot of wave clear, you have to play with the waves, man. If you're looking at how they're doing it right now, though, they're clearing the top side and the bottom side without pushing the mid lane. And the mid lane moves faster, to be fair. I think they're setting up for a proper push, but might be only in the bottom and mid side. Now this is where Imperial gets confused here. Where do they send their resources? But they seem to be able to clear fast with the defense shred from the Dairat.
Well, there's a Mountain Shocker there, and also he reveals on the map, but there's no necessity for that map reveals because everyone has shown up already, but there has been a line that was drawn by Team Imperial, and they successfully managed that defense.
Okay, that's good respect from Team Lilgan. They go for the one inhibitor with the Lord. They know that, again, without the angles necessary to dive the backline, this could be a dangerous dive.
Oh! It is a dangerous dive. Look at Joy once again making Primus use his ultimate, but then they already get their ultimate. Look at the Wrath, look at the Chaos, look at Team Imperial pulling up another successful defense. But the torn apart memory tears apart the bodies of Team Imperial Esports. But look here, do not miss me. You did miss me, and you did miss that damage. Look at that item switch, but nothing can save you. Nothing can save the inhabitable Team Lil Gun is wiped out.
Ooh, this is literally what we were talking about, right? It's too dangerous to dive Imperial Esports in their own base. You want to be able to pick off the backline DPSs first.
You can't fight like that, man. In the beginning, it looked so good because they have all these spells to work with. The moment they ran out of ultimates and the backlines are still fresh and healthy, you saw the damage output coming in from the Bruno and the Yi Sun-shin. Fortunately for Team Lilgan, they're able to get a trade right there, but look at the goal difference. Man, it's only 2K right here. This is that momentum swing that Imperial have been waiting for, but the same conditions still stand. Imperial have to find a way to get a proper front to back, and Team Lilgan can play around with the map even more. But with the goal difference equalizing, it's getting more and more difficult for Team Lilgan to do so.
And especially considering that Imperial is going for very aggressive builds here. I just saw the Blade of Despair completed for not just Aurora, but Marquinhos as well on the Dirov. So he's actually going for DPS. He understands that Lilgan is mostly damage sponges. If they can break through the front line, it becomes a lot easier for them to take the rest of the fight.
Well, they can. They can actually go and take the rest of the fight, but I think this is a death bush, right?
It's possible if it works. Asian!
It is possible indeed, and now he crosses the line once again by Forbid. Again, once over and over and over again, saves his team members, but there's a conceal there by the Edith. There's a conceal by Team Imperial. Will they commit to anything? They just commit that Lord. They want to take it so bad. Yeah, but the Joy can come in, but the fire mistakes that Lord with the last hit, and there's chaos happening in the Land of Dawn. The Land of Dawn is witnessing a massacre happening between two great teams. Lilgan is down. Imperial is now doing a revolutionary, doing really great double kill, and then Marquinhos comes to take everything down. Everything now crumbles on the heads of Team Lilgan. Guess who's in the house? Team Imperial is in the house.
Massive mistakes made by Team Lilgan. They panicked. They saw the Lord being rushed down and they made their move way too quickly. Imperial Esports were quick to snatch up on the opportunity and claim victory for game number 1.
They get Lilgan flustered. They force the Lord. They catch Zixora in a weird spot. And just like that, man, it is all over. Imperial, what a performance and what an adaptation. It looked so bleak since the beginning, but they pulled it back.
Well, as I told you, it takes one mistake, one simple mistake.
What an incredible game here that we witnessed right now. It definitely looked like Lilgan had all the tools necessary. They were putting so much pressure on Imperial with the surprise pick of Hilda and Masha to threaten the backline marksman heroes. But once you got into that late game, once they were able to defend and play the front to back they wanted in their own base, that is when Team Lilgan's over-aggression came back to bite themselves in the butt.
Like I said, man, all they require was a few more items. In the late game, those marksmen are just doing way too much damage. I get that you're a Masha, right? You have 3 HP bars, but against a Yi Sun-shin and Bruno in the late game, you'll last for, let's say, what, 8 hits? And that's about it. And that's the problem there in the late game. Because in the early game with the shielding, with the Flash of the Oasis, then they can last and really pressure away all these marksmen. But in the late game, it's the opposite situation. Now the marksmen can hold their ground and out-damage and out-lifesteal the tank's damage. And that's where, for Lilgun, they just failed to find a winning solution right there. I feel like the transition, right, from the skirmishes, from the laning phase to the skirmish was pretty okay, but from the skirmish to that late game siege, that late game Lord setup, it's just not as polished, and Imperio absolutely took advantage of that.
Yeah, I think Team Lilgun kind of fell into a false sense of security, right? They thought they were so safe behind their two brick walls of the Hilda and the Masha, but like you mentioned, once you get into the late game, the marksmen are the true threats on the field. The three health bars actually aren't all that strong considering the recent adjustments to Masha to make her more of a bruiser than a straight up tank. But of course, let's talk about who our MVP is for game number 1. And of course, it's gonna go over to Marquinhos. The Dirov gameplay was absolutely insane.
Marquinhos, man, that was insane. What a performance. Holding down the early game, somehow, some way, finding a triple kill, even though his team is behind. And even in the last sequence of the game, I hope we're gonna see it in the highlights later on, but that final flicker in to secure the 2 last kills, to make sure that the death timers are all set for the victory. Marquinhos, man, great show of mechanics and also great show of like in-game instincts. What a beast.
But we have seen some familiar scenario yesterday, right? I think Lilgun reverse sweep. So do you think that we will see something like that in terms of they are already like in charge of the game since the beginning?
It would definitely be within expectations here because you're right, yeah, so this is exactly what happened previously, and we have to note, Lilgun actually performed even worse in their game 1 yesterday. So considering everything, the comeback is very possible, but Imperial Esports have really impressed us here.
This early game was just absolutely brutal, man. The combination of the Mathilda and the Joy, there's just so much mobility, and there's so many ways for them to go aggressive and still come out. But Marquinhos just winning in the lane and afterwards transitioning to just 1v3ing, beating everyone out right here, knowing which target to go through first with help of Fashion, of course. That was what allowed them to really stay in the fight for just quite a bit. And this is the problem. Even though Lilgun were doing so well, they were trading again and again with a team that has 2 marksmen, with a team that has the better late game. You cannot do that, man.
Yeah, so this is actually a question I wanted to kind of pose to you, Arashi. We've seen that the tendency of Team Lilgun is that they're just going to trade bodies. They want to get these kills. They want to snowball, even if it means sacrificing some of their members. But against a team that's going to be better in the late game, were those trades the cause of their defeat?
I have to say so, man, especially at this moment right here. That sequence began with the base defense that Lilgun just seems unprepared for. And afterwards, they're able to run down the members of Imperium. But again, once they were close, they kind of went all in. They felt like they have the same kind of power surge, power spike they had in the early game. But it's not the case. I mean, look at this. Most of their members are able to survive the burst damage coming in and afterwards come back through, and they even burned the immortality in Zixora. And afterwards, the call to rush the Lord was a bit crazy, you know, a bit fast-paced, but it worked out because then it forced Lilgun to actually rush in kind of blind as well, not knowing where the prior targets was, and Marquinhos just sealed the deal right there with an amazing double kill. And overall, like you mentioned, there is time for adaptations from Lilgun, but Imperio, they're not a one-dimensional flat team as well. So I think adaptations are going to be seen from both these teams.
Well, what was amazing for me and also impressive is that Team Imperial managed to take that game up until Yustin Chain and also Bruno managed to get all their items. I guess we will see the items in a bit, but there wasn't enough, let's say, damage taken heroes, like damage. No heroes to front any damage, or like no heroes to be able to open that space for Imperial, but they just, with the Edith, they managed to do that.
Yeah, that is true. You would think that just looking at the matchups here, Imperial Esports should not have the tools to deal with the complete dive potential of Team Lilgun. So I think, again, a lot of props have to be given to Marquinhos here on that Derov EXP lane. If he wasn't able to get that snowball in the first...
With the base right behind you, it's a bit more clear-cut, which so the Netherrealm was just coming in a lot more solidly. And afterwards, that's where everyone clumped up together. That's where actually it's the most dangerous time for Lilgun.
Yeah, strangely, it didn't seem like they were able to adapt to the way that the game state changed, right? They just dived so deep without respecting properly their opponents. And this is the result, Marquinhos being the rich guy and the carry as the EXP laner. You don't get to see that very often.
What a beast.
Well, yeah, I can tell you that it was a devastating way to lose also, because I don't know if Team Lilgun come back with the same performance after losing with one mistake. I think that at sometimes it's soul crushing.
That is true.
It has to be.
Hopefully, this isn't going to stifle their momentum. We've already seen some historical data from this team that they are able to come back and make the adaptations necessary. But Arashi, what do you think they will need to do going into Game 2?
They just have to have a more clear-cut game plan, right? And they have to work on the transitions, moving from, let's say, a Lord setup to a siege, right? There's different steps in the game. There are different stages where they have to prepare for. And it seems like when they're moving between stages, that is where they are most, when they're just not on alert, right? They make mistakes, slip-ups do happen. But by the way, if you look at the damage dealt, Marquinhos was on top there, and he's actually rivaling Bebex in the tower damage as well. So that's a crazy performance. And on second in Imperio, it's also Aurora on the Yisun Shin. So making a comeback from the difficult early game and still maintaining technically 100% win rate.
But look, I want to ask you a question actually, Arashi. Do you think that Yisun Shin was effective? Like, is it a pick to be picked over like the whole series?
I'm not sure if I think it's going to be worth picking first in the first phase of the drafting phase, but the damage is there. The flexibility to just do damage from behind and assassinate is there. And to make things worse, in the late game, right, when they're trying to just move around, that Mountain Shocker, it does damage, but it also gives a lot of information for his team. That is partially why they're able to move around so effectively.
We have to note, the Mountain Shocker isn't the only ability that gives vision over the map here. We have to talk about that Astral Echo and the mid lane matchup as well. Already some attention towards the goal laners, the EXP laners, but let's talk about Fashion and Forbid real quick. Their Novaria gameplay yesterday in their respective matches was really terrifying here, and the vision provided by this hero has proven to be very valuable in the wildcard.
I feel like you can see the stats here showing a bit of a difference. There's more of there's more kills in the hands of Forbid, but less Astral Recall hero hit counts. And for Fenshin, there's just more Astral Recall hero hit counts. I think, if I can remember correctly, Forbid uses it as a source of like burst damage, right? Someone will lock someone down, and then all the spells come in to follow up on it. Whereas for Fenshin, the way I saw he played the Novaria, it's mainly more for utility, right? A bit of the slow, a bit of the scouting, which I think explains why it's so different. For Fenshin, he wants to hit as many people as possible. For Forbid, he wants to hit the right target at the right time, even though it's only one person.
That is true. The Novaria can be played in different ways, and that's why the flexibility of certain heroes like this are so valued right now during the drafting phase, right? Heroes like the Matilda, like the Novaria, who can offer many different tools and many different ways of engaging into these team fights. But so far, what we've been seeing between these two teams is they're still very stuck into their own individual play styles. Yeah, so do you think that it is better for these teams to try and adjust to match the international meta, or just double down on their own personal styles?
I've actually asked that exact same question to one of the pro players, one of my friends for the pro player. I told them, why don't you stick to your own meta and then make the other teams or make the other regions adjust to yours? And his answer was we haven't tried that. We have always got with the same, let's say, traditional thing, which is comply to the meta. Let's say at the Fredron time, I asked that question at the Fredron era. So yeah, just comply to the meta, do it again and again and again, just try to sharpen that meta, and that was the answer. But no one have actually tried to force their own meta to the other teams, or on the other teams.
Okay, interesting. Arashi, do you agree with what Yasu has mentioned?
I agree in a sense that it's called a meta for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Most effective tactic available, I think is what it stands for. So there is a reason why a meta exists, but there's no reason why you cannot create a new meta. So I think they can bring it out, they can try it, But they have to be realistic, man. I think there's still a lot of heroes, a lot of possible combinations here that we're just not aware of, that teams can really bring to the table. But if they've tried it and it really hasn't been working out, and they, go back to the meeting, let's say, they review and find that it just can't be made to work, then they have to give it up. But for now, looking at a talent prediction here, there's only one guy that's not the same. What's up, bro?
Do you
what's
think
going
that's
on
a
here?
reverse sweep?
That worries me a lot because my predictions yesterday were all wrong, and me being the only outlier in predicting Team Lilgun's victory here is now really concerning me. I sure hope these teams don't find me afterwards. But we're gonna be jumping into game number 2, and to answer you guys' question, I do still think the reverse sweep is possible. We already saw it once. I want to have faith to see it again, but Imperial Esports, I've definitely not given them as much faith as they deserve. This team is absolutely terrifying in the Land of Dawn, and I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more of that.
I'm quite concerned because for Lilgun right here, what is the solution? Because if they want to focus everything onto Marquinhos, for instance, right? Because, he was the MVP for game number 1. We've seen that Yura can carry the game. We've seen that Aurora can carry the game. The fact is that there's not a really clear, obvious weak link in the roster for Imperio, and that makes it a very difficult puzzle to solve. Maybe, if they really want to match in the aggression, they have to try and get a contest in the roaming department, right? Because at least at the beginning of the game, all the aggression begins with the roamer engage.
Well, I have a question for the TAA himself, all right?
Okay.
If you are the coach, not the TAA, if you are the coach, would you give us a certain player their own best choice or their own comfortable pick? Let's say, for example, that Diroth, okay? Would you trust your player to do his own thing when he tells you I believe I can do it, or will you tell him no, I want you to fill the combination I want to make?
I think that's a very good question, especially for us who are somewhat involved in the pro scene. I feel like there needs to be a good balance, right? Of course, when your player says, no, coach, I know I can do it, right? It's based on something. It's based on his experience, and for a fact, you don't watch every single minute he's in the Land of Dawn, right? When he's practicing on his own, he might come up with solutions that you are not aware of. So you can trust some of his opinions, but also trust in your knowledge logically, right? As a coach, if you're trying to build a composition, if let's say they want to go with a Diroth, that's cool, but can they find other aspects to make the Diroth really work in?
But even if it's wild, even if it's wild,
even if it's wild, man, because we've seen it, like earlier, yesterday, the Roger, for instance, it's wild. But if in the composition it makes sense, right? Here we're seeing the Yi Sun Shin and not a tanky roamer. Well, what can we do against tanks, which is one of the main problems, right? Wait, we get a Diroth. So if you can get all the pieces of the puzzle to really complete a well-rounded composition, even if you have a wild hero, I don't think it's a big problem.
You are called the TAA for a reason.
Yeah, I agree as well. It's actually because of questions like this that the role of the coach is actually so much more difficult than a lot of people are expecting. Because people just think, you just have to draft for the players. But you also have to take the players' opinions into account. They are the ones with experience in the Land of Dawn. At the same time, balancing it with an amount of confidence and trust in your own knowledge and research that you may have different ideas and perspectives. That's the whole reason why there is a sixth brain up there during the drafting phase, and why I personally don't think I would have the guts to be able to do it. It's such a difficult position to fulfill, and nothing but praise and respect for both the players and the coaching staff that are up on stage right now. But going into game number 2, the question really is, what are going to be the adjustments? Yasu already brought up the Yi Sun Shin. Do we want to respect that? Is there a bigger problem at play? The adjustments coming in. We already talked about it for Lilga, but what about Imperio? Do they just stick to the same old since they already won?
And I want to add to that question something. Was it as dangerous as the Gushin yesterday?
Ooh, maybe not, but just because of the nature, right? On one hand, you have an assassin. On the other, you have technically an assassin, but a Yi Sun Shin that has to farm up, especially against a Hilda, right? That was a very tough situation. So for Imperio, I feel like they can really round out the draft a bit more, because that was a bit dangerous there. If they really want to go for the Yi Sun Shin, I feel like they need to try and find ways to protect and assist the Yi Sun Shin in order to ensure that the early game just isn't as dangerous. Because I think we can all admit that if Lil Gun was a bit more composed, they really could have taken the game away.
Up against a different team, there's a good chance Game 1 could have gone completely differently. We know the players can't hear us, but hopefully they're able to receive our energy spiritually right now as we go into the drafting phase for game number 2.
So far, so good. So far, both teams are doing really great, and even they can do better than great. See how that I put like better
I see
than
what you
great.
did there.
Yeah, okay.
All right, buddy.
They are doing really good, and that even in terms of the kills, in terms of the rotation, everything was equal at a certain point, and it took a small mistake at the early game just to flip everything around. So it is possibly that it's a reverse sweep, but it's gonna be hard after losing in such way.
I think the big question right here is, are there going to be changes in the drafts? Because technically for both teams, for Imperial, they won. For Lil Gun, they could have won. So there's no real reason to really change up the drafts. And considering that they're still starting on the same spots, right? The first pick and second pick, there's a chance that they might just, you know, rematch with the same draft from game number 1.
Wow, really? I feel like that would just be asking for some punishment though. Unless Lil Gun can really show us that they're capable of adapting in terms of execution. So far, we've seen that they're a very strong team at adjusting their draft. Basically, if this hero counters the team on paper, they're just gonna grab it. Doesn't matter whether they're comfortable with it or maybe their hero pool is just massive. But the gameplay itself, the execution seems to be the limiting factor because they seem to be a bit too willing to trade bodies.
Well, can I just express how much am I impressed by the amount of information you guys are like giving and like how valuable they are, because sometimes like even like when I was like viewing you guys and I was watching you, it is always so good to be relevant, like feel relevant with the draft, with how the players think, with how the coach think, with how the meta work. So every single detail has been covered so far in the draft, which is so admirable. And I will go back to the main like talking point. Team Lil Gun so far, I don't think that they have changed that much. They just like banned the Trizla. Is it the same?
It is the same so far.
Yeah, and also the same on the other side. There's the Arlott and the Nolan, which is the same, and the Guinevere. So so far it is a replay.
So, will we get to see a pick replay as well? The Matilda first pick on the side of a Lil Gun. Would that be viable?
I think it is absolutely viable, and there we go. Lil Gun goes for it. But for Imperio, going for the Bruno, I think it's still a very solid pick. The Edith, however, now if they're expecting even more aggression, right? Because we know that Lil Gun, if they go with the same draft, they're going to double down and be even more aggressive. They might go with something else, something with a bit more crowd control, a bit more survivability. Maybe even going for something that can just sustain and soak up all that damage so that their laners can really have some more safety.
We did already see those tanky heroes, sustainers, in game 1 though, right? They healed up the Masha, and it still, unfortunately, didn't quite work out because the burst damage from the marksman, once you got to that scaling, was a bit too much, and Imperio themselves seem to understand this, so they're just gonna stick with the same old, keep the draft open and wait for Lil Gun to be the ones to make changes.
So far, even the first phase is a copy paste from yesterday, from the first game, the Matilda, and then the responses, the Bruno and the Edith. What was next?
What was next? It was the Joy and the Brody. Securing a good matchup for the Goldener, kind of, and getting the Joy pick, which was, again, it was working so well, man. Zaxora was just out of control in the early stages. In the end, though, you just can't solo carry like that. But now, they're adjusting, man. They're going for this Baxia and taking away the Faramis. So now the backliners, if they go for another Yi Sun Shin, are going to be a lot more vulnerable. And to make things worse, there's a chance they can ban away the Dairoth. Oh, but they switch it up with the Lilia.
That's nice. That's
now
a good
it's
response.
magical DPS. That's so smart.
A very good response from Imperial Esports here. Lilia on paper just counters Baxia really well, slowing down any engagements, any dies from Lil Gun by providing a good amount of map control. And I love this ban as well, the Ixia, just to make sure that Bebex isn't going to get his free ticket to stand at the back and pelt down Imperial Esports. Great adaptation so far from both these teams. And lots of respect as well.
Dyreth being banned away right here, so for the Bruno, it's going to be a bit more difficult to deal with the beefy members, and there's still a chance that Lilgun can still go for something like a Masha. Although against the Lilia, right, all these fighters that are melee, they're going to struggle really hard to get through the field of just demonic energies, angry glooms.
Well, looking at the first phase generally, I think that Team Lilgun have, let's say, I'm going to put it that way, a disgusting team fight. Because it will like last forever. Like we will have zombies, we have like people flying around,
true.
some shields will be like being given for free for Team Lilgun, and also they have the anti-heal boss himself, Baxia. So far I think that Team Lilgun has done really good on the draft, but again, I totally agree with you. It's a really smart move from Team Imperio to have that Lilia, and also to balance the damage a little bit between the physical and the magical damage, and also there is a slowdown and a crowd control. So both drafts are really good. Like back in Mina, I'm used to say, oh, I lean towards this draft before we go to the second phase, but in here I think it's equal.
It's the M5 wildcard stage, man. All these teams want those golden tickets to the M5 main stage. So they're gonna let it all out on the land of Dawn. We do have a bit of a quote here from Imperio Esports stating that it has been a big journey to be here in the wildcard, starting with Liga Latam. They learned that losing is not the end. It's all about looking for new ways to win. And I get the feeling they are really representing that in the draft right now. It's honestly very smart the way they're approaching this.
I think it's really good, because that problem-solving mentality is what allows teams to improve very, very rapidly. Now for Imperio though, I think they want some tankiness, right? They have damage. Oh no, never mind!
Whoa.
More damage, more crowd control. They're trying to capitalize on the fact that with the Mathilda, with the Faramis, people are going to be close to each other. And they're giving Marquinhos, again, an aggressive hero he can make plays on.
Okay.
I don't know how many like strange picks can these teams pull off.
Yeah, basically anything is possible, right? We're basically seeing the essence of every single region up on that stage, and I am loving every second of it. I have to say, the choice of Khalid here may seem strange at first, but the idea Imperio is going for is they want to save Aurora's pick for the very end. And typically, it's very dangerous to show your EXP lane before the opponent. So you just go for the safest, most dominating EXP lane you have, and force Lilgun to be the ones to respond.
Now for the gold lane though, what is left, it is going to be that Beatrix, an insane wombo combo opportunity for the side of Lilgun. But for Imperio, again, what's it going to be? If it's going to be an assassin, it fits their style, right? Just go all in, go aggressive. But I feel like they would want some kind of utility right here. Something can really punish the members of Lilgun for just sticking together.
I don't think that Team Imperio needs more damage, right? They have already like good damage output coming from the Bruno and also the Lilia, so...
What?
Okay,
What?
Just keep surprising us, just keep giving us... I want to know actually how many heroes are new so far, but Alpha...
I think we're
is
45. I think we're at 45 or 46.
I'm honestly going to say I actually saw this coming.
Really?
Yeah, I actually did. Aurora, for some reason, loves picking the Alpha into the Baxia matchup. It is his second pick after Yisun Shin.
You know why?
So, oh, why?
Because he does true damage.
That is true. You would think he'd be weak because of the anti-heal, but...
Yeah, the sustain is chipped off, and with the nerfs earlier when Alpha was meta, right? He was nerfed a bit in the sustain department, but for the most part, he does true damage, and that's, I think, what they're trying to do against his composition. I'm not fully confident it's going to work out, though.
Well, I guess we will find out. Yeah, so you've talked a lot about spicy food here. The teams really seem to be acclimating themselves because these are some spicy drafts and spicy matches. So let's just keep the ball rolling. We're going into the land of Dawn once again for game number 2 between Team Lilgun and Imperio Esports.
Imperio Esports now are up to the task. Will they be able to tie this down or like to take this game again and go with a full sweep 2-0 once again? They will top their group and they will be, I think if they want 2-0 this game, is it like for sure in the next stage? Like they will have 2-0, 2-0.
The next stage, I believe so.
Yeah, right?
It has to be, right? You win 2 games dominantly like that, maybe. We'll have to take a look later on at the schedule. But looking at the map right now, the clear difference is so apparent.
I don't think that he is committing to it. He is committing. He wants to take that retribution. Oh, it is a steal, and he is level 4, and the land is love already. Steve is trying to continue with Ethan, but Ethan can go back. There's some true damage happening. There's some damage being dealt by Aurora, but Aurora is now prevented from entering his own jungle. Oh, it is still here. It is still raging on. People are taking things personal. Yurk have to go back, and Lil Gun have dominated, have invaded, have took everything in that jungle. I don't know when does it stop. I actually don't know when does it stop. Ethan committing to Aurora, and Aurora is so annoyed.
I mean, why does it have to stop? They can keep going like this. They have the Mathilda, and in the mid lane, it's just a big struggle as you're.
Look at that wheel spinning, and things are now spinning towards the favor of Team Lil Gun.
Wow, just a clean first blood right there. Imperial Esports, after all that, think, oh, I can finally breathe in my lane a little bit. And then the second wave comes out of nowhere. Team Lil Gun, this has been a character trait of them. Just extending these fights way longer than you would reasonably expect and catching people off guard.
You see that earlier, Marquinhos just started healing in front of Aizen like he's trying to send a message. Right now though, unless Imperial can lock someone down, they can't really go for a pickoff.
Unless there is a miracle, they cannot survive this team. Imperial now behind in gold, behind in XP, and now behind in position. They cannot commit to that turtle, and it's a free turtle to Team Lil Gun.
Very nice play. Zixora gonna secure that first neutral objective for his team, and they're gonna keep the pressure rolling, continuing to invade the enemy jungle.
Well, as Roshi said, why stop now? Why stop now? You are now, oh, Alpha is online. Alpha, Big Marks, Hero, Debate, and M-Series. Well, I don't know what is actually going on. Will they continue harassing that Alpha Big?
I mean, they would try to, but now with some more items, some ultimates to work with, this is where it kind of sort of equalizes, because before level 4, Mathilda's Guiding Wind is just so many things built in together, and so is the box shell, right? With the reset on the spells, while you have the purple buff, it's almost like unlimited damage. So for now, I think Imperial Esports still have some space to stabilize, but they have to know which fight they can take and which fight they have to just give away to Team Lil Gun.
I think that they are, like, so far, it's not about will you take the fight or not, it's will you force the fight or not. Team Lil Gun are in there for blood.
Yeah, Team Lil Gun is not giving their opponents any time to think, right? You would expect that, okay, we're gonna try and regroup, we're gonna think about which fights we can take, what power spikes we wanna go for. Lil Gun's just saying, oh, we're just gonna play the game. Doesn't matter what's happening. It's already gonna be another 4-man gang up top.
Oh, it is a sandwich. He is now getting into the sandwich form. He's out. Edith is also out. Yuri is out. And no one is surviving from that clean engagement under the turret. The top lane is now in lava.
The NetherRealm dive potential, man. Team Lil Gun using it to its full potential. But right now in the EXP lane, it's just a back and forth duel here between Aizen and Marquinhos.
Oh my goodness. He uses his back shoes just to survive that certain death. Top lane is now a dangerous place to be.
This is where Team Lil Gun is the scariest. When the team has a strong start, when they feel confident and comfortable enough to just take every part of the map and regard it as theirs, that is the most difficult situation for any opponent of theirs to be in. Imperial Esports has already shown us glimpses of brilliance in the past, but this is going to be their opponents at full power. Let's see how they're going to be able to deal with it, as now the turtle going to be contested.
Well, even though Imperial are now behind in terms of the gold and also the XP, they do want to take that turtle, and they do take that turtle down. Zixora is trying to escape, and now Vision tries to use his black shoes to survive. Even the flicker helps them, but Aizen coming from the back line. Aizen is still committed to it. Right hook, right and left hook, and then there's a knockout. Forbid takes the Edith down. They are still committing that massacre at the top lane. Is a dangerous place to be. Team Lil Gun dominates the early game.
It's almost like a miscommunication right there. Some members trying to escape, some trying to go back in. Imperial. What a crazy team fight right there. But with a gold deficit, they're able to bring the fight quite equally to Team Lil Gun. They have to be careful, man. They cannot keep trading. Because in the same way that they lost in game number 1, game number 2, they have the Lilia, they have the Bruno, as well as the Edith technically. There's a lot of late game power spikes available for Imperial to try and mount a comeback from.
Yeah, I imagine Imperial are in a position where they understand all they really need to do is delay and hold the game. As long as they don't fall too behind, they can expect Team Lilgun to make similar sort of mistakes. And I'm hoping that Lilgun will be able to adapt to this, because right now what I'm seeing from this team is just 5 players that lack any sort of self-preservation mechanism. They just don't care, and they just dive in without regard for health.
Later on, though, I think Bebex is going to be able to have a lot of plays available, but Fashion here is taken quite low, and Imperio still are able to move backwards. They have to be careful of the Steffe re-engage potential here.
I think it's about time for that top lane turret to be down, right?
Maybe. Team Lilgun seem to be more focused on zoning. They're waiting for the minion wave to collide. Imperio looking for the counter.
I don't think that they'll fully commit to it, because I think at some point Team Lilgun are playing mind games. They want to keep that turret up. They want to continue pressuring top lane.
I mean, it's a great move from Team Lilgun to just get behind the turrets and cut off Imperio. But they have so much faith here in the retribution right there, man. Like, Aurora is actually on the same level as Zixora, so they've been going so aggressively with the Boxja. They have not been farming, and it's a steal attempt. Not for
the Kali goes in with that flicker. Ultimate is now in the back line, and the Edith uses her ultimate to just steal a tremendous amount of damage, but the damage is not enough. The goal difference is now so high. It's in the favor of Team Lilgun. Once again, where are you going? Come back here. Knock, knock. It's Team Lilgun coming in the house once again, but Team Imperio is trying to escape. Aurora, there's no escape for you. If Team Lilgun finds you out, they will take you down, but instead, they will take that top lane down.
Oh my goodness.
Lilia is just giving that free gifted kill to Team Lilgun.
Oh my goodness. Team Lilgun is literally representing that one person who gets invited over to your house and then stays a little bit too long. I cannot believe how much they're willing to extend these fights and threaten Imperial Esports, just believing that eventually they're going to get an opportunity again. And micro mechanics on display once again. You saw the way that Bebex actually took the guiding winds into Imperial Esports to escape the raging sandstorm.
Ooh. I feel like right now the issue for Imperial Esports is that Aurora is one of the stronger members in their team, right? Especially in the early game. But he has not been in the fight in the early stages.
Oh, now it's so dangerous. It was so dangerous to be in the top lane, but it seems like Lilgun is trying to shift all that to the bot lane. Team Lilgun are back in control, but this time somewhere else.
Yeah, they're going to transition now to the bottom side. But that's where Imperial Esports can catch them off guard. Right now they can't really engage, but I mean, if Team Lilgun keeps crowding together like that, a big alpha ultimate into like all the combos, I think can really win Imperial Esports a fight still. So I think Team Lilgun needs to be still a bit careful, and Imperial has to make sure that if they want to fight, get everyone on the same page and get them in the fight together.
It's what we mentioned before, right? And what we've seen, just one mistake could cost them. Ethan in a dangerous spot, able to flicker out, and the Lord is now within contention once again. Both these teams, 5 players all around the Lord pit. You would think that there'd be some kind of macro play happening across the map, but no, these players just want to brawl.
Well, in terms of macro play, Team Lilgun so far has proved that they are they are executing that perfect gameplay, and that's why they are collecting the results out of it, and they might want not just to dance with the Lord, maybe even have a little dance with Imperial Esports. So far, everything's so calm.
Well, hang on, they're forced to back away though. That's why the Lord damage right now is so dangerous, so devastating. Imperial have some control right here, but Team Lilgun, with the Netherrealm available, they can do a lot of damage. And Forbid is just chunking him down with the Ghostbusters. I think it's going to be Marquinhos that's going to be trying to make a play in the beginning. This might be too risky, man. I don't know if Imperial should take this.
Yeah, the waves are actually slowly starting to build up as well in favor of Lilgun, so they can just take their time here and wait for Imperial Esports to spread their numbers a bit thinner to try and make sure that their towers aren't threatened. Steffe though from the backline.
Ooh. I don't think, they don't need Ethan to go in, and Ethan now is listening. Ethan is now in, but Marquinhos coming to that back line, and Steve is trying to do some wonders. Look at Ur, he's trying to deal any damage with that balls, but the balls on fire cannot do anything for Team Imperial. It is not just about time for Team Imperial to be in control of the game or even to come back. Team Lilgun with that free
lord.
There was a real reason for Imperio to start that fight. That's why Team Lilgan went for it. Look at the waves on the Bob's side, man. They know that was coming. They want to make sure that they get the fight over with before that becomes a problem, before it becomes a time constraint. It's a back and forth play right there, and Marquinhos, he's playing more like an assassin right here, jumping onto Babex every time. But with the Netherrealm available, he needs a bit more backup in order to really secure that kill. And to make things worse, Forbid has now finished the Holy Crystal. So in short engagements, it's still going to be Team Lilgan coming out on top.
And not to mention the Wind of Nature completed by Bebex as well, who right now is 5-0 on the Beatrix despite Marquinhos' best efforts. He's going again.
You called for it. You called for it, Sadafa. You wanted to see if Team Lilgan will have that like sweet, let's say, tie, and then we'll go to game 3. But so far, maybe you'll get what you want. But we will get that boss just to ensure that both teams have a really fair gameplay.
Yeah, this will give us a little bit of time to talk about the state of the game right now. Team Lilgan, 9.3k net worth lead against Imperio Esports. We talked about how in the late stages, Imperio again are able to scale up, but this is now a much bigger difference than we saw in game 1. Is the comeback potential still there?
I think it definitely still is. The Beatrix is a great source of damage, but it's only her alone. And we've seen that with the Netherrealm, it's possible to really get that late game power spike technically with 2 lives. But you also need to remember that, well, when you're in stasis, when you first lose the health from the Netherrealm, you're not doing damage, right? And you're locked in position, and there's a lot of burst damage available for the side of Imperio. And honestly, right, I think the big thing to talk about here is the gold difference. It's almost 10k, but look at the scorecards, man. There's only 1 kill available for Imperio. And all things considered, I feel like the goal difference should be even wider. The fact that Imperio are still somewhat in the game, 10k is bad, but if they're still somewhat in the game, shows that they've been farming quite efficiently right there. I think they just have to try and coordinate better, because even in that last fight, you saw Aurora too far off to commit to any fights, and even when the fights does break out, he immediately decided in a few split seconds, like, you know what, not happening, and went for his orange buff instead.
Yeah, I think we've already seen, not just from these teams, but from a lot of matches here in the wild card, that even a deficit like this can actually be made up for. And we know that Lilgan has a tendency to go overly aggressive when that opportunity for victory is right in front of them. Right now, the game is going very much in their favor. But I think what needs to happen for Imperio Esports specifically is they do need to change the way they're approaching things. There's a sense of desperation here where they're really looking to catch someone in the backline. You see Steffi kind of overstepping. You see Marquinhos trying to get that set up. Maybe the play here would be to just wait for Lilgan to be the ones engaging again and then counter. Like, what are your thoughts?
Well, look, Matilda each time she uses her ultimate whenever she's using that circling eagle, and I don't think that I have ever seen Matilda pull back from the ultimate. I think that they always commit to it. So if they waited for Matilda to go in and they took advantage of it, especially because they have that really good crowd control, maybe, just maybe, they will, after like saying, I just heard Arashi say we had like 10k difference in gold, right?
Yeah.
So like it's a totally different game between, or like separate worlds between both the teams. But if Lilgan managed to pull this off until the end, maybe the reverse sweep, or like maybe losing the first game is their lucky charm.
Lucky charm? Would you consider losing your first game as a lucky charm?
I don't know, man. Maybe, like, that's like the winning pattern, the winning formula.
If it works,
see,
right?
If that's how you need to win, why not?
Well, for now, though, I think for Imperio, there's still a great potential to defend. They have a Lilia. They can just stack up the Shadow Energies and clear waves a lot faster than I think Lilgan can be prepared for. For Lilgan, I think the wave management is something they have to try and get right again this time. But with 10k gold difference, that's usually the threshold where we say that the team can do pretty much whatever, and unless they really make the biggest of mistakes, the game is pretty much guaranteed. So we'll have to see, man. Can Lilgan stick to that as the Marshal here takes us back into the Land of Dawn.
Once again, thank you very much to our marshals up on stage for making sure that any technical difficulties are resolved as soon as possible as we jump right into a very defensive position by Imperio Esports. They're going to be forced to play in their base for now because there's no structures left for them outside of it. But this is the precise position that Team Lilgun fell into an ambush in Game 1. So all cards still on the table.
Well, I think that Team Lilgun at this point have drawn a line for Team Imperio to not cross that inhibitor to it. So they are it is still so early, but Team Imperio in a really bad position.
Well, you can see Lilgun are getting a bit creative. They're splitting up, and they're potentially going for a 2v1 play on the top side. Will it work out?
Oh, will they go? Oh! He's hiding.
Close.
He's hiding.
But no cigar. Nibiru's passion did not land on target. Let's take a look at the in-game equipment, man. I think Marquinhos can still definitely one-shot any squishy member, but he has to get through initially the Netherrealm and afterwards the Guiding Wind as well. On the flip side, Aurora now has the Bloodlust Axe, going again all in on damage, disregarding any defensive items right here. Their strategy is to later on delete the DPS tool, right, the Beatrix, and if the Beatrix isn't doing damage, then these sustainable damage heroes will eventually overpower these pure tank heroes coming in from Team Lilgun.
Yeah, that is true. A lot of this consistent late game damage for Lilgun does come from Bebex especially, so you can be sure that Imperio is going to be looking for him in every fight.
Well, my question here is, when is the power peak exactly for Alpha? Is it the mid to late game, right?
I think it's the early to mid game, in fact, in my opinion. In the late game, it kind of falls off a bit, but all things considered, how Imperio are playing, that's what they need, right? Good crowd control, good sustainability, and damage that is somewhat AoE in these fights.
The question is whether they can execute on that, because right now Lilgun are performing on a much higher tempo than Imperio are used to, even compared to game number 1. That's how much of a world's difference there is between Lilgun's performance when they have a lead and when they don't. So Imperio right now is gonna play quite respectful, it looks like, and not really contesting, especially since they have waves pushing up. But this is still an objective they cannot allow to go for free over to their opponents.
They're gonna contest right now the control, but Yuri is not in the fight, man. Ethan goes in.
Oh, Matilda is flying in, and also she has with her the monster kill. Bibex takes that Lilia down. Nothing can save that Lilia even after using that black shoes.
Some hesitation there, right, from Imperio. They were kind of half debating whether to go for it or not.
They're trying to scout for information, but Lilgun were just a bit too fast with it. Now at a 14k goal difference. This is an insane goal difference, man, but we've seen it happen before. Can Imperio just find a way to win against the Netherrealm, against the Guiding Wind? Let's see.
Let's see together whether Alpha is online. It will win the shot and got off by Marquinhos. Goes to that backline once again. It is him where he belongs. He goes again and again to that backline. Steve is trying to survive, but Eisen is doing some recalls with the left hook, with the right punch. He goes in and maybe it is a knockout. Maybe it is a knockout. Aurora is trying to do his best to deal some of that true damage, and that true damage creates that true opportunity to make that defense pull off, but there's some minions coming, synchronized together. Everyone is there, everyone is there. Look at Team Lilgun as they are trying to go in, and they might just finish this, but they want to finish it cleanly. They want to finish that cleanly. They are aiming for the kills, they are aiming for the blood, they are not aiming for that base. They want that game to be clean for them, and that's what they got. And that's what they got. Marquinhos wants to make the defense, but it's so hard. It is so hard. Team Lilgun takes game 2.
Are we going to see history repeat itself? We're in a 1-1 situation once again. We're going to see game 3 for the start of day 2 of the wild card stage. And Team Lilgun, man, this team is so greedy. The crystal was open for so long, but they just wanted as many kills as they could get.
I think they also wanted to try and make sure that there's not going to be a lot of clearing done by Imperio, right? Because if they just left the heroes available, there's a Lilia, there's a Bruno, so there's a lot of damage for the minions right there. That's why they were going for the heroes initially, and then when they saw like, hey, it's doable, they just went straight for the crystal. A clean performance right there, and that's what you have to do against Imperio, man. I think it's still only 1 kill on the board for Imperio.
We're gonna have to check that again, but I think you might be right here. A dominating performance here by Team Lilgan as compared to game number 1. And it's very similar to how we saw them play against Umbrella Squad yesterday, right? Game 1, they learn about the team. Game 2, they adjust and completely steamroll the opposition. So, are we going to see the Game 3 go to Lilgan again?
Well, Team Lilgan is all, like, so far, I'm not going to say Lilgan especially, or Team Imperial especially, they both are taking weird draft, I would put it that way, weird draft. I don't know if it's easy to execute or not, because so far, I'm not going to say, oh, it is like full surprise. It will be like, it will sound a little bit cheesy, but Team Lilgan and Team Imperial, I think that 3 of us has predicted it is going to be at 2-1 like eventually, right?
Right.
So the only one who predicted that Team Lilgan will win is you, Sadafa. So do you think that they can take it?
I'm just hoping for a prediction to be right for once. That's honestly all I'm hoping for here. But before we get on into that, let's talk about our MVP for game number 2 on the side of Team Lilgan. An incredible performance here from Ethan on that Matilda. Again, the flexibility of this hero proving to be a huge boon for Team Lilgan's playstyle.
Not just the saving from the guiding wind, but also the engagements being done with the circling eagle. Knowing when to go for a single person when it's a value target, and when to go for an AoE 3-man knockup when it's a more defensive teamfight situation, especially around the Lord Pit, is definitely one of the main tools that Lilgan was using to really get control of the game. And that is also why they're able to actually get so many fights without trading back, right? The execution is better, but the presence of the Matilda is definitely a huge problem, because on top of the Matilda, there's also the Faramis, right? That is something that I think it's a bit too much for Imperial to deal with. And they're just able to find the right fights at the right time. And for the most part, they didn't allow Imperial to really catch them off guard.
And we have to note, Matilda as a hero often provides like deceptive amount of extra shielding for the team. When you add that onto the Nether Realm, you see why Team Lilgan felt so comfortable just diving, invading the entire first few minutes of the game.
And that's the thing that I think Imperial should really be concerned about, right? They should have really planned against this. They know that there's a Nether Realm and a good amount of shielding available. I don't think they should be taking all these early fights at all, especially the first few turtles. And afterwards, still, already behind on 4k gold, they're showing that they can really keep up in gold, in the gold disparity by farming up in the jungle, farming up around the map. But afterwards, even though they're able to kind of keep up, they go and gamble it all on these big fights. And it doesn't really work in their favor, because composition-wise, I think they're more suited for skirmishes as compared to 5v5 team fights.
But they always commit to that team fight, because as I told you, Ethan, once he just like activates that circling eagle, he just fully commit to it. So I don't know what was the breaking point, but Team Lilgan has been in charge of this game since second one.
I think we could see here at the end of the game as well that there was indeed just a 1 kill going to the side of Imperial Esports throughout the entire game, even despite all the diving coming in from their opponents. So all of this extra health that their supports were providing really made it difficult for Imperial, because as you mentioned, they want to skirmish, they want to end things quicker, but it's not quite possible. And the flexibility, again, of Team Lilgan on display here, we have to note that previously it was Forbid playing on that mid Matilda. Now Eden is switching in. He's known for the Faramis, but he's just not on it, and they're still this dangerous.
Well, technically they serve the same kind of purpose, right? That rescue team coming in for the aggressive players on his side. And switching from the assassin towards a fighter, technically, on paper, against the squishier backline of Imperial is not the right call, but against the team Imperial that likes to trade in, right? Like, likes to go for the 1v1 trades. Going for a tank like the Baxia means that there's a last chance for the shutdown to come through, for the trades to happen when he dives in deep. So that is also a big adjustment that really works, particularly because they are against a team like Imperial that wants to risk it all.
Yeah, I feel like a big problem for both these teams is that they're a little bit too eager to fight. You have the entire land of Dawn to play with, and yet you're still going for these 5v5s. In this case, Lilgan definitely wants that big death ball team fight, but Imperial didn't need to do that. There's no reason for them to be dragged down to that same level of gameplay, because this kind of draft isn't as suited for it overall.
Well, that depends though. The big issue as well is that Marquinhos isn't as dominant 1v1 as he was on the Direth. So on the Khalid, it's a bit more difficult. And to make things worse, he's also up against a Paquito, right? It's not the same as in game number 1 where Lilgun was running the Masha that has to walk and run the same way that the Khalid does. Now he's up against a Paquito with a lot of dashes, a lot of movement speed buffs. So if they want to try and go for a quote-unquote split situation, the Paquito arrives to the fight, I think 9 times out of 10 first before the Khalid.
Well, do you think that because on Team Little Gun, after like seeing the draft that way, I think they have the more classical, or like the more common kind of way of drafting. But on Team Imperial, they have like a lot of surprises. Do you think that this answers our question, like do not bring your own meta and it might not work?
I think it really could have worked. I just felt like the execution was weird, right? 2 kills, I guess we're seeing now on the board. But they just went for the contest so early against a Baxia, Faramis, Mathilda, right? There's just way too much damage there. So I don't know why they figured that that's the right time to go for those fights. But yeah, I mean, 100% kill participation on Fashion and Stife, but 2 kills. It did feel like
100%.
padding the stats.
It is still 100%.
But by the way, Ethan took more damage than Zuxora right here, so you can really see how aggressive and how much frontline duty is Ethan taking here on that Matilda. If you look at damage dealt, actually it's going to be, the bulk of it is going to be in the hands of 4-bit on the Faramis. Like a Valentina, it's a very subtle amount of damage, and especially because both teams aren't really engaging, right? They're going back and forth. That's where 4-bit just kept going in with the Ghostbusters, and compared to Lilia that has to land multiple Shadow Energies, it's one single spell and it traces, and it's on a low cooldown. So over a long period of time, if they poke at each other, Lil can also come out on top. So it's a very good draft that's quite flexible.
Yeah, the Ghostbusters is one of those abilities that you don't pay all that much attention to, and by the time you realize, oh, I'm taking a lot of damage, it's already a little bit too late. And again, this kind of emphasizes the fact that Imperial were a bit like too close together. They were always looking for fights, even though they were behind. They could have started trading bodies to get some macro play, get some structures on the opposite side of the map, but we never saw that. And it almost felt like there was some miscommunication, right? A little bit of desperation where Marquinhos or Steffe tried too hard to start fights and their team wasn't ready to follow up.
I think that Team Embryo was buried by the mistakes they have done in the early game, and also like the tons of how much they couldn't even deal with that early game aggressive. And we have seen that Matilda go in since minute 1, if I'm not mistaken, and making like applying a lot of pressure, and that Baxia coming, taking the red buff. Aurora at some point was like suffocating inside the game as a jungler.
Well, technically, yeah, well, of course that's a big problem right here. It seems like Lil Gun really wants to make sure that Aurora gets shut down. They believe that he is one of the keys to victory, one of the main core members for the whole game plan of Imperio. And looking at this, like, you can't really argue with the results, right? It really works out. It ensures that the mid lane and the roamer also get ahead at the same time because they move as 3 together. So it's like multiple birds with one stone, essentially, right? But unfortunately, before we get into that final exciting last game in the match, we're gonna have to take a bit of a break, Dafa.
Yeah, we gotta take a moment, right? We gotta rest, the players gotta rest, they gotta be given the time necessary for them to really regroup themselves and figure out what is going to come next. Because we've already seen this play out in history before. It's obvious the momentum is now on Team Lil Gun's side. We'll find out whether or not Imperial Esports will be able to overcome the odds after this break. So make sure you guys join us there.
What starts of the game shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to pay. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay out firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to pay, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay out firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Yeah. Hit me like I might get
The M5 World Championship wildcards get wilder here in day 2 in our first match of the day, and we're already going into a game 3 between Team Lilgun and Imperio Esports. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us once again. My name is Staffa. Joining me on desk going to be Arashi as well as Yasu, and I gotta get you guys' thoughts. Yasu, what are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now about this game?
Well, Team Lilgun has clearly made a statement. Is that I think they weren't like in control in game 1 until they made a single like small mistake. I think what happened backstage when they got to the rooms and like got to discuss what happened is that, well, look, we're not gonna have mercy. We're just gonna go for the next game. There's no room for mistakes, and they did it a one-sided game, which is something I don't quite like to watch a one-sided game generally, but it happened.
Yeah, I wonder if the main difference right here, the main change, the main factor, the main guy who makes everything happen for Lilgun is the coach.
Yeah.
Because every single time, right, it seems like their in-game adaptation. Let's say in the early game is not doing so well, they can't really adjust on the fly that well. But if there's a small break, right, where maybe the coach can come in and give some advice, it seems like they come back and solve every single problem. They're going up against a team that likes to trade, and they just like immediately make sure that, okay, you want to like take us out with you, so we're gonna take Netherrealm, we're gonna take tanky heroes, Mathildas, and so it's just the right solution for the right problem every single time. So I really feel like the solutions are coming from the background, backstage
The
members of the
maestro.
team.
The maestro of the team.
It's almost as if Team Lilgun uses game 1 as an experiment, right? They're still trying things out, but it's almost as if the results don't matter. The way they're able to regroup
So
themselves.
is it a lucky charm?
Lucky charm. I'm still wondering if that's
Is it a strategy,
Is that the
right?
term to use? Yeah, maybe strategy is more correct. I don't want to have to consider losing a game as a lucky charm, you know, because that just means more full series for us.
It's like a prerequisite to unleash their full potential, you know? We have to like lose once to get stronger, like a Super Saiyan, bro.
It's like that Nakama power.
The
Yeah.
friendship power. You get beaten and then you're like,
you
remember
don't
your
hurt my
history,
friends."
remember your teammates. And out of nowhere, they just pull out through the game in game 2 and game 3. We'll have to see, man. Can they do the same thing? Because I think for Imperio, they themselves will also have some adjustments to be made here.
Yeah, we need to see whether or not Imperio Esports are capable of making that anime power-up moment, right? Of being able to achieve a new level of evolution now that they're the ones being pushed against the wall. We already saw that Team Lilgun, when they get the momentum in game 2, they just run with it. And you can tell that clearly in their gameplay as well.
So far, Aurora played Roger, right? Roger, Yisun Shin, and Alpha. So I don't think that he like admits that there's something called meta.
No, it's his meta. It's the
Yeah, it's
Aurora
his meta.
Like, I want to play these heroes in the jungle, and I'm not going to care. And honestly, despite them not being meta, they do fulfill some pretty key niches.
Yeah.
I feel like, funny enough, Aurora's picks are off meta, but I don't think they're like the main problem for a lot of these drafts, man. I feel like other things in the drafting phase can really supplement his pick and make it work, because he clearly is confident and comfortable on those heroes, knowing where the windows of opportunity are and where the power spikes are.
That is true. We'll find out whether or not Aurora wants to stick to the same old style here, because game number 3 is now on the horizon. Both these teams did win their matches in game 1, so their positions in the wildcard itself are still pretty secure, but another victory would push them even closer to those top 2 spots. Now with Imperial on the blue side, Lilgun on the red side, we'll find out how game 3 goes.
Well, they used the advantage of having the first pick, because for me, actually, if I am a coach, I would choose to be on the red side always. Why?
Okay.
Because I think that maybe I can open up, because the meta right now has multiple heroes, right? So if I'll be on the red side, I'll be able to take 2 like really good picks in exchange for 1.
Well, that also like exposes your hand faster though, especially against a team that is so good at like punishing your picks. Sometimes teams just want to go with the first pick, get something that's super good, and then they want to see, you pick 2 heroes, what is it? Can we read what your aim is in the draft by those 2 picks? But already a huge difference right here, by the way. The Mathilda, of course, is immediately respected. The Arlet Joy, the Arlet is banned away, but now the Nolan is left open. You have to wonder if that is what Imperial are targeting. Will Coach Mitch notice and take, shut it down?
Yeah.
But it's not really like an Aurora hero though. Do you think there's a chance that, oh, never mind.
Oh,
yep, they're
they
just gonna
do.
lock it down. Even if it's not necessarily an Aurora hero, the hero itself is just
an
a
Aurora
little...
hero is something now. An
Yeah,
Aurora hero.
Is there a way to even it an Oriro?
Well, the first pick for Imperial, though, is going to be the Terizla. It has been banned away by Lilgun for 2 games consistently.
Ooh.
Finally, now it's open, and we've seen Marquinhos, man. Man likes to make plays.
Yeah. I think that with the Khalid that he pulled off last game with the Flicker Ultimates, I think that the penalty zone just works more than fine with the same kind of strategy. So there should be a reason why his Terizla was banned.
Well, it's also a lot more difficult to deal with compared to the Khalid. You have the same kind of crowd control, but you have damage and you have tankiness as well. You have, I mean, for those of you who don't know back at home, the lower HP you get, the more tanky you get on the Terizla. But for Lilguns, now they get that Bruno pick, and with the Faramis, it's still also already a counter to the trade strategy. And usually the only real way to deal with it is going for a Valentina. So will that make an appearance? Because I think that Fashion can pull it off, kind of.
Yeah, it's not too bad a choice here, and a pretty obvious choice when you see the Nether Realm. But
never mind.
Go for the Lilia instead, the more aggressive option with zone control to try and take out the members of Lilgun, who are quite generally grouped together. So could definitely work, especially when comboed with that penalty zone. What are your thoughts about the current state of the draft, Yasu?
Well, Imperial are definitely going for that crowd control, and so annoying composition because they also have that slowdown effect by the Lilia and also the high damage that Lilia can deal. But oh yeah, I was just about to say that, and I was just about to also ask Arashi. They do have a good team fight and an early game. They just needed a late game, but I think that the response is already there. A Cloud being pulled off by Team Imperial.
And it's a lot of AoE damage right here. I mean, the penalty zone, the Vengeance Strikes from the Terizla, all the spells are technically AoE. And with a Claude, with a Lilia as well, there's a lot of ways for them to just melt through the Netherrealm in the late game. But they have to try and lock down the members of Lilgun in order to try and do that in the first place. Not to mention that the security for the Black Shoes and the Battle Mirror image is going to allow them to be a lot safer from the early game dives. But here, I think we're up to 46, 47. Uranus in the hands of Lilgun.
But I have a wild guess before we even hit to the second phase of picking. I would actually ask, we want to ask you, Sadafa, do you think that we might have an area crowd control roamer to sum it up for Team Imperial?
Area crowd control roamer,
Minotaur.
so along the lines of Minotaur, Atlas, I actually think it's not a bad choice, right? They're already like tripling down on the AoE like damage because they know that Lilgun is gonna run at them as a 5-man. So honestly, a Minotaur makes a lot of sense in this situation. But we'll see whether or not that does end up being the choice, because I feel like Lilgun will also recognize that these AoE combos are a big threat to like a NetherRealm comp.
I do wonder if the Eden is going to make an appearance as well, because it seems like that's a go-to solution for Imperial. And for LG, I think they can use it too, so it depends on what they want to do right here. And where exactly is this Faramis going? Because it's still flexible. We know that Ethan likes going with the roam Faramis, as Duffer has already mentioned yesterday. But with the Rafaela picked up, it seems like they're trying to go for slows. They're going to go for a chase here for Imperial. Diggy? Is Diggy going to show up? It's been banned a lot, by the way.
Ooh, Diggy actually could be interesting, considering the amount of AoE that Imperial already have. We'll see whether or not they do decide to go for that. What I am wondering right now is the fact that Lilgun banned out the Dirov when the Terizla is already there means that they are focusing on the jungle. They think a jungle Dirov may have been a possibility, and with the Fanny gone as well, now I'm really wondering what they want to give to Zexora. We have to know, Baxia is still open, but a lot of the supports they play with it are gone. Do they still go for it?
Well, I mean, the Angela, the glaring go-to support is
really?
available. So there's that to play around with if they want to.
Wow.
Yeah, if they want to like flex the Faramis into Rome, Angela mid, maybe Baxia, that's going to be so annoying, man. Uranus, Baxia with an Angela. For Imperio, though, are they going to ban the Angela here? Or are they going to ban, like you said, maybe the Minotaur, right? That can be a bit more troublesome to deal with when you're clumped together for the NetherRealm.
So many questions, only one answer. It is the Minotaur. Imperial Esports are not going to give Lilgun an easy counter-engage tool. And now we get to get some more answers. Will Lilgun want to show their jungle in advance? We'll have to see, because right now this Faramis is still very flexible overall.
Well, I think that we might see an array row, right? It's an array row. Aurora Hero. So we might, because banning Fanny and also the Deroth, I think that Aurora has like variety, like his drafting pool is so huge that he can go for assassins, he can go for fighters, he can go for tanky heroes or utility heroes. But there you have it. Angela upon the side of Team Lilgun.
Called it, dude. As a response to the Baxia will be taken away, I thought that was the only way. I don't know if Aurora plays a mean Baxia, but letting it go right here is going to be so dangerous. I think with this, they want to get something aggressive. Crowd control that's a bit more guaranteed, right? If it's a skill-based crowd control, that's great and all, but they need to be able to actually lock someone down here and really shut them down.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. A little bit more CC is going to go a long way. Baxia already counters Angela naturally, but if they can top it off with one more final pick to really complete the draft, they have
Franco?
pretty good too. Franco! I mean, it's not bad. Either that or the Kaja to counter the Heart Guard. But
Ruby!
There you go. There you go. You asked for it. You asked for someone annoying.
48?
Huh?
48?
Yeah, I think that we're going up there. I think that you really need to know how many new heroes that we have. But there's something that actually caught my eye at on the side of Team Lilgun. I think that Uranus didn't need to be more annoying than he really is. He have that Faramis so he can turn into a zombie, and also he have that Angela. So I don't know if he will die this game.
We'll have to see, man. Against a Claude, against a Lilia, that's a lot of damage. The thing is, against just a short lockdown, I'm not confident he's going to be able to do it. And with the Martis now picked up, man, that is a Martis-Angela combo against a Baxia Ruby. I can't help but feel like it's not exactly a winning fight for the side of Imperial.
And it's going to be tricky. If Martis is able to resist crowd control, so is a very obvious on-paper counter to the Ruby CC. Yasu, who do you have your predictions on here?
Well, I think that maybe I'm like behind in terms of the meta, because there's a lot of new stuff happening here and at the M5 Wild Curve. So I would actually like to see how will Imperio execute their lineup. But what's more interesting in this little gun, for me, I will lean toward Team Imperio.
Ooh, leaning
more
towards
logical.
Imperia. All right, all right. I have a bit of a bias towards Ruby, but I want my prediction to be correct, so I'm torn. But these players are about to clash upon the Land of Dawn for the last time here for our first series of the day. Will it be Team Lilgun with the momentum on their side, or will it be Imperio Esports? Have they made the adjustments they needed?
I just feel like for Imperio, they have to avoid the crazy early game fights that Lilgun are gonna try and rope them in. If they can do that, I think in the late game, like we said, already AoE coming in from the Claude, from the Lilia, they have the healing reduction as well. There are ways here for them to really come out on top, especially against the lower amount of magical damage coming in with an Angela Faramis. So I think execution is more important. If we're looking for the draft overall, I must say, I feel like I would side more for Lilgun just because Imperio, they're shown to be just that much, that feisty to just go all in the early game, and that's dangerous against the Martis, dude.
Switching your prediction this late into the game?
Well, I mean, the prediction is the prediction, but I think it favors them. I didn't say that they're gonna win for sure.
Okay, okay, I get where you're coming from. Looking at the emblems, I don't think anything's too out of the ordinary here overall. What I'm most curious about is which lane is going to get the most pressure this game?
I think it has to be the gold lane still. The Cloud against the Bruno is it's an okay matchup, but look at Stipe.
Stipe is in a really bad spot. He needs to use that flicker, but it is the first blood. It is the first blood. Team Lilgun has just begun.
They're so efficient, right? Literally every single time Zexora hits level 4 on the Martis, it's go time. It's like, let's use that Decimate cooldown the moment we get it.
It's almost like Imperio doesn't respect it. They should know, man. They like playing that style as well, but when they're on the receiving end, they just seem to kind of get lost. And with the Uranus as a factor right here, they're gonna need some more items to actually be able to take down the Uranus. So I think they have to be a lot more careful here. There's just no way I think they can really brute force the early game.
Yeah, especially with the Angela Martis combo. Aizen's not even level 4 and he's
By not having that flicker, he should be punished once again and again and again. Stevie is down for the second time in a row, and Team Lilgun just precedes the turtle duty, but Marquinhos with that flicker, with the ultimate sword on the flicker, but they are still committing to it. Aurora is coming from the back line, and also to Rizla is dealing some good damage. Aizen is trying so hard to be that annoying, and he is annoying. He doesn't need to try so hard. Imperial team pulls back, and the turtle goes safely to the side of Team Lilgun.
Man, the Uranus just annoying, buying so much time for the team, and the Martis just all in on the objectives. It's a deadly combination, and it's difficult to deal with. I think Imperio's best move is to just like mirror it and go for other things outside of the map. Aurora can really counter jungle very efficiently with the Boxia, and Imperio, they can just put all the pressure onto Bebex.
Ooh, Bebex in trouble.
He is in trouble. He is indeed in trouble. He needs the Angela ultimate. He needs to survive. He needs to keep that early game going on. Bebex is trying to survive, and Ethan just saved them from an inevitable death.
Yeah, that's a massive win for Team Lilgun. A 4-man gank, and they're not even able to get one kill or any gold shield from the tower. Lilgun are in full control of this early game. The Heart Guard, we already know how dangerous of a tool it is. Both aggressive and defensive utility, and Lilgun are making full use of it.
I feel like Imperial are just tunneling too hard on the team fights, man, because they need someone to really help with the lockdown in these moments. But with the Ruby used for a team fight, and whoa, one man died!
He will survive. Oh, I thought he will survive. He cannot deal with that damage, and Marquinhos is trying to annoy Aizen, but you cannot annoy someone who's annoying, right?
I think he can't, there's no way he does enough damage, and he can't really outmaneuver as well, so he has no option but to let the cut happen.
Aizen, his only job here is just to keep Marquinhos in lane. As long as that's done, the Team Lilgun can just go ham across the rest of the map, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Not to mention, the direct counter of Zexora's Martis to Stefe's Ruby is really showing itself, because Stefe cannot find any opportunities to engage. Every single time, the Martis just stands in front of him and doesn't care.
I think the whole idea is to use the shield unity as well as the penalty zone to engage, but no.
Oh, what was that, Marquinhos? What was that? They are still committing
Such a really perfect gameplay. Stevie is out, Marquinhos is out, everyone is out. They started everything, but on the counter, Aizen is finishing it off. Aizen is finishing it off. A triple kill for the side of Team Lil Gun. They started that fight, Imperio, but they couldn't just end it.
Got the kill onto Zora, but it just isn't worth trading all of those bodies. Now with the turtle up, I think Team Lilgun can still have the advantage. You're gonna go for it immediately. That's a 2.6k gold swing right off the bat.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for Imperial Esports. It was a good start, finally being able to punish Zexora, get his shutdown gold, but losing that many members is never going to be worth it. We're still going to try and force something though. The turtle is back up in the land of Dawn. Team Lilgun already in position, but this time they've sent Bebex to split push the other side of the map. So the longer this takes, the worse it is for Imperial.
It is not just a turtle dance. Might be a dance with a high chance to lose it, and now they do lose it. Look at Aizen, he is shut down. That was needed for Team Imperial, and they do get what they wanted. Ethan is still alive, but just on that Netherlands. Oh, that was cold. That was a cold retribution. That was a cold execution. He's still going for it, and he gets that double kill. He gives them okay. I'm okay. Are you okay? I'm okay. I'm getting that turtle. I'm getting that double kill, and Team Lil Gun are still in the lead.
And they're not even able to punish Bebex, split pushing down in the bottom lane. As time goes on, Lilgun is just running away with more and more from this game. And as more structures fall, the less of the map Imperial has to play with.
They're just not playing these fights right. I mean, they went all in for the objective right there against Martis, who I believe had like a level advantage. So I think they could have gone for the members of Lilgun first. But now Aizen just doing his thing again and again. There is damage available for Imperial, but Aizen needs to watch his step.
Oh, he should go in. He should come in. You didn't want to come in, right? Now you should deal with the consequences of your own choice. Aizen was there and he survived, but I think at this point, Framis was like a side casualty.
He had the nether realm available, but he did not even get to pop it, or he thought it wasn't necessary. Either way, it's a small victory for Imperial, but they have to really, this lack of lockdown, man. I said I expected like a Franco or something. That's the problem. Fashion has damage, we're seeing it, but he can't land it when everyone is just moving around so rapidly. With the speed boost from the Angela, with the dashes from the Uranus, there's so many ways that Team Lilgun can avoid the damage of this Lilia.
Unfortunately, Steffi's role in this game has really been reduced because Aizen and Zexora can so easily out-micro him on the map. But it was a very good split fight by Marquinhos to be able to get that kill in the first place. Forbid actually didn't need to die there. So if Imperial are still able to find these opportunities, they still have a chance. The net worth difference is not that big yet, though. It's a lot more than you would want at this stage.
Well, we saw that was what happened last game. See, they have to be a bit more controlled. Now they're going for a pickup right here, but what are they going to try and use? There's nothing there, and now they get cut off by the Uranus.
But they are now in a really bad position. Team Imperial are now between the hands of Team Lil Gun if they want to go in, but there you see it. It was a really bad execution with that penalty zone, but there's the ultimate of Zexora. If he can go in, Marquinhos is out, CP is out, and look at this. It is a massacre happening at the bot lane, and also Bibix goes in. Bibix wants to get that kill, even if he was like threatened by fire, by the fire of that turret. Bibix wants to get that kill, even if it means his life. Even if it means his life. Even if it means his life. His life has been valued, and Team Imperial are now wiped out.
I'm now realizing that the Team Lilgun, the tower line is more of a suggestion. It's like, maybe you should avoid it. And they're like, how about no?
Dude, Bavix with the huge balls, they do so much damage there. Just life stealing back up against 1v1 against Ur on the Claude. Showing again the big power spike from the Has claws that he's built up. Man, it got a shutdown on the Martis, but now Ethan has the flask of the Oasis. It's gonna be even harder to really get a value pickoff. And that was, all things considered, pretty good for Imperial. They missed the penalty zone, they missed the I'm offended, and somehow, some way, they get something. They could have gotten absolutely nothing at all.
Forbid is now in a really bad position, but he goes back to his teammates. Nether Realm has been triggered right now, and Aurora is in a really bad place.
and the land is lava, but this time it is not your time, Baxia. He's out, and he's gonna be missed at the time of the Lord.
Aizen?
Oh, Aizen's trying to escape, but here he comes.
Damage.
Poppy, boom. He comes in, and Ethan saves Aizen. Not just that, Aizen is still committing and just dealing such damage and just dealing such amount of annoying. This guy is annoying. He's playing an annoying hero, and he is getting under the skin of Team Imperial.
They can't prevent him from popping the consecration. Man.
Yeah, that has to be so demoralizing for Imperial Esports. They literally used everything on this one player, and he couldn't touch him. Aizen just standing there taunting with his very presence. And now the Lord is going to be pushing in. Only the first Lord of the game, so it shouldn't be too difficult to defend. But with an already 8k net worth lead for Team Lilgun, they're looking for as many as they can get.
Who will be lucky enough to get that Poppy boom bless from you, Ethan? Let's see together if this Lord will be effective for the side of Team Lilgun. They do have that momentum. They do have that damage. And Bebex wants to take that top lane with the balls. He's trying. And he is, let's say, he is dealing so much damage, but he couldn't get that turret.
Okay, no base towers taken just yet. Now we're back to the same situation. It's an 8k gold lead, and there is good clear. There is crowd control available. Lilgun, I don't think, can just all in brute force. If you look at the items for Ur, he does have the core items. On top of that, also the corrosion side. So he has damage, and I think he's the only real one that can be relied on to really carry in the late game right here. Fashion has damage as well, but it's just a bit too unreliable unless they're kiting backwards into their own base. That is where they have to try and, gamble it out, go for that 50-50 team fights. Or they can just try and fight Team Lilgun as the Lord. But if they want to do so, they have to try and find the picks, man. They have to try and take 1v1 for one for maybe the gold lane or the mid lane, because otherwise they don't win it out in the overall damage output.
Yeah, I think Imperial Esports basically just needs to be more patient right now. They cannot allow themselves to get taunted too easily by Team Lilgun, because it's already clear at this stage, even if they dump all of their ultimates into Aizen, he's just going to shrug it off like nothing happened. They got to wait for more opportune moments, because until now, Marquinhos especially has been very desperate to find the catch that his team needs, and Team Lilgun is just maneuvering very safely, not to mention the Netherrealm and Heartguard on top of that.
I might be looking wrong, but I think Aizen has just built a fleeting time.
Did he?
Oh, really?
You have to look at the items.
I gotta see that.
He doesn't want to die.
Items, but I think it's there, and that is insane. That means that this is a bit more aggressive than you would expect, because he's using it in expectation of getting a kill or an assist. That is insane, and it might just be next level, man. That could be exactly what they require. For now, though, I think Team Lilgun, knowing that the Lord is about to be up, they're not willing to actually venture into the jungle of Imperio, just in case someone gets jumped on.
Yeah, I think it's a smart choice. They still gotta give some respect to their opponents, because as long as that patience is exercised, there's still a lot of catch. And Ur is definitely starting to build up damage. The Trinity is already completed, so he is a legitimate threat if Lilgun is not careful. They already faced their punishment in game 1. They're not gonna let that repeat.
Wave on the bottom side pushing here. Actually, it's so close to the base of Imperio, it might just rebound back towards Lilgun. But no, Ur goes to clear it out. And for Team Lilgun, yes, they're ahead, but they can't really have the same kind of damage output to rush it. And Stipe,
the penalty zone. The penalty zone, he goes in, and on the other side, Poppy Moon is coming now, and Bebex is in, is having that blast. Bebex is having that blast, and Aizen is saying, just keep them coming. Keep them coming, it's just a stack for me. Keep your damage coming. He goes down, and Team Imperial now is in a really bad place, losing 2 members, having not enough amount of damage to deal with that minion rush that's coming from the bot lane. 5 members attacking from the side of Team Lilgun. They might just finish it here, they might just finish it now, but they will wait for that Lord push.
Not patient enough. Again, there's no reason for Imperial Esports to force these engagements. You're trying to start the fight on Aizen, which is literally the worst target you could go for. And I do like that Yer was trying to aim down Bebex, but there needs to be an understanding. At this stage, Bruno can easily 1v1 the Claude. So Imperial Esports are just digging themselves into a deeper hole.
It was just a bit too difficult for it to really work out, man. Unless Stipe gets a better target, I don't think there's any value in making that play. And right now, with the waves coming in, finally, it's going to be a 50-50 right here. Can they make something happen? I mean, the Blazing Duet has been out-damaged, out-sustained by Bebex, but now,
With the
Marquinhos.
goal difference, a worlds apart between both teams. The penalty zone has been triggered. Yeah, but it is here now. I asked for it. Here he comes, Marquinhos. Look at that hook. Look at that hook. You cannot do any damage because of the Nether Realm passive. And look, they are still committing so much casualty. They are still taking and demanding Team Imperial Esports to pull down. They are taking so much damage than they can handle, but that's why the Angela is there. That's why Angela and Ethan have your back. Team Little Gun are still taking so much turrets, dealing so much damage, and the minions will just take care of the rest. The minions will just take care of the rest. A reverse sweep once again for Team Lil Gun.
Beautiful attempt by Imperial Esports. Probably the best team fight they had the entire game. But Team Lil Gun are just too good. There's too much sustain. There's too much of a goal difference. And this team is so good at dancing in and out of these team fights. The reverse sweep has happened once again for representatives from Mongolia. They are going to be looking very comfortable to securing those tickets to M5. But Imperial Esports definitely showing their potential on that stage as well.
You have to wonder if it's intentional, right? If they're experimenting in game one. Because every single time they do a reverse sweep, it does seem like it's a completely different team altogether. They might just be hiding their strategy or, you know, playing possum, feigning to be an irregular team, even though it's they're just maybe practicing for longer duration matches.
Is it starting to become a little bit too much to be a coincidence?
Well, do you think that they need to be irritated so that they pull off the best?
They gotta have that.
Like you have to get under their skin.
They gotta have the emotional buff. They gotta be annoyed. It is actually the anime power-up, right?
Yeah, the underdog buff almost, right? When nothing is supposed to go your way, everything just works, man. I think that's what maybe that's what they like doing, right? They like feeling like they're the underdogs, and they like to surprise everyone who's predicting that they're gonna lose, like me and Yasu, for instance. So finally, Zafa, you got the right prediction.
Finally.
Congratulations, dude. But man, what a great match we had right there. It's back and forth, and we saw like what, 6 new heroes? I think we're definitely gonna go past 50, 100%.
Yeah, I knew we were probably gonna go past 50. I just wasn't expecting it to happen so quickly.
Like this fast.
This team saw the number 43 there. It's like, we can do better than that. Come on, guys, we can do better. It's like just a gentleman's agreement to pick as many new heroes as possible. And I am honestly a fan. I always love it when we get to see lots of different picks on a stage like this.
Well, as I told you, after the second game, I'm sure that Team Lil Gun would have done get with that output, because at the first game, as I told you, they were in charge, in command. We can say they were also doing everything since minute 1, but then it took just one mistake for them to everything flip upside down. But at the second game, they didn't do mistakes, they prevented mistakes, and they did a one-sided game. Third game, for me, it was a little bit predictable.
You may not be wrong there. Very succinct summary. But of course, we have to award our MVP once again. And this time, for Game 3, it is going over to Bebex on the side of Team Lil Gun. He doesn't get the chance to shine very often, just because every player on this team is so strong. But on a hero like that, Bruno, where he can really start making an impact in terms of damage, that's where the man shines.
Even 1v1 the Claude right there. We saw that there was a Blazing Duet attempt, and he just stood his ground and said, "What are you doing? Who are you? I 1v1'd you earlier, I can do it again." Completely nukes down the opposing Claude, and he's going with a very aggressive emblem, and he has tenacity. Look at that. Usually we see a weapon mastery in order to actually get that late game, more damage in that late game. But he went with the tenacity, knowing that there's going to be a lot of attention going his way. All calculated, and you can't help but feel like it's all planned.
Definitely helps a lot to be able to win out those 1v1 duels when you just get a little bit tankier towards the later half of your HP, 50%. And that can catch people off guard as well. I think definitely yours stayed a bit too long thinking, hey, I can do this, right? And then the ball just hits him square in the face.
And this is the problem here. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. For the side of Imperio, I feel like the only roamer that can really work here is a roamer with good lockdown or a roamer with good mobility. Because otherwise, you can't really lock anyone down, and so you can't get the pick off onto like Aizen or Zora even when they get the opportunity. And even you can't even escape from the Martis chasing you down. So that was already so difficult to deal with. Afterwards, in true Imperial style, they just keep fighting and fighting, and they're just banking on winning one of these fights, out-executing the whole team of Lilgun. But it's only gonna work so many times before Lilgun gets a read on it, you know?
Yeah.
Team Lilgun just feels like masters of the battlefield somehow. The way that they extend fights, the way that they disrespect boundaries. Pepex is like, this is my base now. And even being able to trade 2 kills in exchange for himself at that point is insane.
Well, I have to ask Arashi something. How would it feel when you're like that close to controlling your lane and then the opponent team comes, or like the opponent laner comes to you with 3 kills?
Wait, who are you talking about?
That Aizen just like got back to Terizla with 3 kills, a triple kill in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Uranus, dude, is just such a good hero, especially again, there's no real counter right here. Imperial want to go aggressive, but what tools do they really have, actually? They have the penalty zone, and I'm offended, and that's about it. And Lilgun's positioning, by the way, is very, very good as well. For now, though, let's slow down a bit and take a look at some of the stats. Off the bat, the fact that there's no turrets, no turtles, no lords must be a painful conclusion. And even in the jungle, Lilgun is just beating them out. Looking at the emblems, you're just seeing a lot more emphasis in the speed here. Both teams know that it's about kiting, right? They have agilities, Wilderness Blessing still. And for Aizen, he went with the Festival of Blood, dude. Usually we see a firmness, right? To try and like augment his tankiness or tenacity. No, he went with the Festival of Blood. He wants to be that aggressive, wants to go in. In the end stage right here, it turns out that there is no fleeting time. We might have miss-saw that. But he is just he has more than enough tankiness to just stay in the front, absorb everything. And on the worst case scenario that he is just taken too low, the hard guard is always there to save the day.
It's a case of Uranus just being too much of a pain in the butt, basically.
Look, I want to actually like highlight Aizen for something. He's almost done with his itemization, and on the other side, the XP laner Marquinhos couldn't even like get the last 3 items. So he was so far behind.
He was mixing it too, because he was taking a lot of different kinds of damage, right? Ability, basic attacks. He has a Dreadnought armor right there and a steel leg plates, just to ensure that he gets a lot of the cheaper components to try and buff up his armor as much as possible. For now though, the cards right here, the sandbag is Aizen, almost 200k, dude. That will do it.
Yeah.
Just standing in the front, taking everything.
And he had so little depth as well. When you add on the regen on the Uranus and the hard guard, it was impossible for Imperial to get through this front line.
Forgetting the Nether Realm?
Yeah, the Nether Realm on top of that. Like, there's so much was happening for them that you start forgetting things. Then like Zexora on the rich guy, the moment he hit level 4, there was a plan, let's get a kill. He roams together with Ethan with Forbid, they able to get it, and then the snowball starts. Like, the plan seems to always be in place for Team Lilgun right from the start of the game, and they're able to execute it, no matter the cost.
And there's Ethan still playing on the Angela, going with a tanky build, by the way. He's not going the flash of the Oasis. Then I saw was it a Radiant armor earlier? He's going with a lot of tankiness items, and he's in the front line. He's using this Angela a bit more like a mobile. He's not just relying only on the hard guard. He's relying on being able to stay in the front and just be close enough to the action and apply some crowd control to the members of Imperio as well.
And actually, sometimes I saw Angela playing on the other opposite lane when there was like some action happening at the bot lane. So I actually kind of totally agree with you, Arashi. I think that he was depending on the hard guard only during the game.
Yeah, this is actually something that happens quite often, right? When you have that Angela, you actually use her as the split pusher because you know that she can come in and back up the fight anytime it is necessary. And that flexibility is scary in the hands of a team like Lilgun.
What makes it difficult is they went full on to really help the EXP lane, but when Imperial try to adjust and then they send all their forces to the gold lane, the hard guard is just there every single time to prevent a dive at least, because they do have a solid hero in that Bruno too. So this Bruno pick is being more and more important the more we see these team fight based compositions.
But I think the more time we go, we're getting a bit more of a fix on what Team Lilgun is strongest. When they have these double supports, when they have so many layers of health that you have to work through. right? So maybe if teams can pick up on that, that could be their downfall, but we'll figure it out. That's going to be the end of our first series of the day. And make sure you guys don't go anywhere, though, because we got 3 more best of 3s for day 2 of the wild card. So we'll take a break, and we'll see you there.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DS Cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 4 for alright.
boing, 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 boing.
number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shout reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
bowing, 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 bowing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244, alright.
bowing, 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 bowing.
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. Championship. I'm back.
me like I might get over. But you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We're start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DS Cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab and leave.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's really that good. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's really that good. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's really
on top of the week. We start to the game, shot reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I know. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
M5 Wild Card continues here, and we welcome all of you watching at home back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship Wild Card stage. My name is Stafa, and I'm joined here once again by Yasu as well as Arashi, because we're going to have our second best of 3 series of the day coming right after this. It's going to be between Saudi Arabia's Team Falcons and Laos's Nightmare Esports.
And of course, let's not forget to thank the sponsor, because the M5 is powered by Muntun, presented by Kadia, and it is sponsored by ROG, the official gaming phone grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official share partner.
Thank you so much to our lovely sponsors here. M5 would not be possible without your support, so on behalf of the audience as well as the casters, we thank all of you.
Yep, there's lots of great times to be had here, and on top of that, if you guys want to find even more M5 content, make sure to search hashtag MLBB M5 on TikTok to find the best content around. And of course, remember to use the same hashtag MLBB M5 once again to share your content to be viable for some rewards, which are available for all of you out there. But of course, let's get into things. It's going to be Team Falcons versus Nightmare Esports. Now, Yasu, this is your region, your team. Your thoughts going into this?
Well, there's an interesting headline here saying Soaring Bass the Lotion Reaper. Actually, the menace slogan was Soar Beyond Your Limit, and Falcons are here, so they are soaring beyond their limits already. We are here at the international stage, and it is a really, really, really intense match, because this team, Team Nightmare, has made a huge comeback against Team SMG.
Wait a minute, so you're saying they're flying above their limits, so they're gonna get shut down by Nightmare Esports? Oh, you better be careful there, Yasu. If they're over their limits,
it's like
it's dangerous.
To limit like beyond limits.
I'm kidding. They're going past their limits.
Yeah.
I get it. But on the other hand, Nightmare's one-game win versus the favorites, right, shows really that they have some potential right here. And we saw a lot of very unique picks, and I believe they were also the ones who initially surprised everyone by just bringing in a Tigreal, right, bringing it back to the classics.
That is true. Yeah, they brought out the Tigreal, which I honestly am very happy about, but also kind of disappointed that it didn't perform as well, because it's a hero I quite like, and I really like that the hero did get buffed overall. But of course, let us go on into our next topic. Starting things off, is going to be a good night's sleep or a terrifying nightmare. We got the mid laners up on screen right now. Good Knight performed incredibly well yesterday, as we saw from his KDA on the Valentina. So didn't do too badly. He did get MVP in that one game that Nightmare were able to win out against Team SMG. Now, Arashi, I do want to ask, what are your thoughts right now about Valentina's status in the meta?
I think it's great that she's getting a lot more time in the Land of Dawn. Unfortunately, for a while here, the meta shift back to the even older meta of the long-range mages like the Eve, like the Pharsa. And now it's back here with all the team fights, with all the big ultimates used to actually win it out in a intense, close-range team fight. The Valentina is better here again. But if you look at the stats here, the KDAs from both these teams, I feel like it's a bit unfair because Good Knight's game right here that's being highlighted, I believe it was a very, very long game in comparison to Soso. So it's not exactly immediately transparent from the numbers alone.
Well, I actually also admire something, and when you guys brought up that Valentina wasn't like getting the recognition, let's say, in the past few, not gonna say seasons, but weeks at least. So Valentina is one of those picks that you should take care of, because once she is there, you know that there are some picks on your team that cannot be used because you don't want to deal with their ultimates.
That is true. She is a little bit of a threat in a different way, but of course, let's stop our discussion for there, because we're gonna be having the teams walk up on stage very, very soon. Before that, we do have to introduce to you the faces behind the scenes, working to make sure any technical difficulties are resolved and competitive integrity is maintained. Our Marshall team up on stage, thank you very much for your contributions. But without further ado, starting things off, opening their wildcard campaign with a dominating sweep, the Saudi Arabian representatives look to prove that the sky is the only limit. Make some noise for Team Falcons!
Yeah, they're able to get such a dominant performance yesterday, showing great skill, great planning, and also great endurance with the long duration games. But today they are facing
on the other side, the team that made the tournament favorites bleed and looks to ground the soaring Falcons, the pride of Laos, Nightmare Esports.
Nightmare Esports, they have proven at their first appearance at the first match of the first edition of Wildcard that they are up to the challenge, that they can take this game back home, that they can make, or like, let's say, cut the wings of the Falcons.
And besides the players themselves, again, it is going to be the coaching staff that performs all of the nitty-gritty behind the scenes. You may notice only one team has it. Falcon, Leo does the drafting, so already multi-role. We'll see if he can pull it off once again, as the fist bumps on stage have concluded, and the teams will now take their seats. Let's dive a little bit deeper into Team Falcons.
Well, for Falcons off the bat, the fact that the drafter is also a player, we've seen this trend rise up in Indonesia, by the way, just for your information. And sometimes it's really beneficial because you know, and you're on the field, you know exactly what your teams can do.
Well, actually, when you said that, we have seen that before. There was one name that came up to my mind, and he's like one of those who made M3 an exciting event, MOBA Zane.
Ooh, Mr. Zane.
True. A similar sort of position. We'll see whether or not they can live up to that. Because on the opposite side, we have Nightmare Esports from Laos, consisting of Cammy, Too Easy for Lexi, Jupiana, Soul, and Jasmine. They definitely surprised us yesterday, taking a game against Team SMG. What else can we expect from them?
Well, I can't expect the unexpected, because in their EXP lane, they do have Jack, by the way, who did make an appearance in day one. So they have a chance to switch it up and surprise the opponents, not only with the change in heroes, but also with the change in players. And along with that, I hope they're going to bring in some Laotian flair here in the Land of Dawn.
That is true, that is true. I did really enjoy when they brought out that turd grill. I literally talked about it to some of y'all the day before the wild card started. Some of y'all, yeah, you gotta get some of that slang in there.
The Southern.
It's one of those heroes I love playing that is honestly underrated, and I loved when they gave him the buff. So I was disappointed we didn't see him in like MPLI, for example. We got to see him once, but they still lost the game. So if they bring that back, refine it a little bit, I would love it.
Well, there's something that I always say, who doesn't like to see a champion under pressure? Or like, let's say in this case, there's no champions yet for the wildcard. Like, there's no names that have won the wildcard since the first edition, but the homeland team is SMG, and they have suffered against Team Nightmare.
They did run into some nightmares right there. Their dreams, unfortunately, not as smooth as they would have liked. Though I do feel like a lot of that did come up to some of their own mistakes, rather than Nightmare really being able to pull the wool over their eyes. I think it is a team that has a lot of potential, though. But going into this, let's have a look at our talent predictions.
Spicy.
Different across the board. Me and Yasu predicting Falcons, Arashi predicting Nightmare. Could I ask you to explain yourself a little bit?
Well, I think
Explain yourself.
Nightmare definitely has potential, first of all, and I think I like how they set up their game plan, right? Sometimes we have a default kind of opinion, like, oh, get DPS in the gold lane, get something strong with crowd control in the jungle, but I feel for Nightmare, it's a bit more creative, so I really appreciate that, and I feel like their style is a lot more fast-paced, and Falcons, we saw, are usually dragging the game out to a long time. I mean, the average game time right now, I believe it's 18 minutes plus. So I feel like the further we go, the shorter it should be, because teams are now getting a read on each other and gonna be more calculative, knowing their opponent's tendencies to avoid those big throws that can just lead the game to extend for a long period of time, up to 10 minutes.
Well, actually, the reason why I predicted Team Falcons to win, and also I don't know if that's the same reason you have Sadafa, but I think that Team Falcons are now hitting their peak performance.
Peak performance?
Yeah. They are hitting there. Not like not hitting, heading there. They are going.
Heading there.
Yeah.
Heading there.
Got
So,
you, okay.
So Team Falcons, I'm used to see them either doing really great or, let's say, below average, because there's nothing in between. They are not like always good. They are not always bad. They are either this or that.
Right,
so that's why.
It's a coin flip. You never know what you're gonna land on.
Yeah, I'm just like counting that they will have that momentum today.
And Hulk, dude, he looks confident, man.
Yeah,
Raising up the audience real quick.
I know, right? Literally being able to play with the crowd in a different region. That takes some skill, but well, if Yasu says that this team is inconsistent, he definitely has the most experience with them compared to the rest of us from MPL Mana. Maybe we have to take his word for it. Either way, we're going to be jumping into the drafting phase for our second series of the day. It is going to be Nightmare Esports versus Team Falcons. We've already seen some very interesting drafting today. Our unique hero count rising above what we expected. So let's see if we can keep that trend up.
You know what's also rising up to the draft right now? Khalid is in the ban at the first phase.
I know, right?
I think that's a respect then. And we've seen that both Juviana and Jack really likes playing this hero, and it was really good. But unfortunately, with the Tigreal, we did see some miscoordinations right there. That is definitely ironed out, man. Mistakes like that are those kind of factors can lead to a fatal change in tempo. For Nightmare, though, it seems to be still the Nolan and then the Terizla, so a bit of a mix here. Wanting to shut down the jungle advantage, but also that big team fighting potential.
So I do have to ask, Rashi, in this position, right? Nightmare Esports, I think it's pretty clear they're coming into this match as perhaps the underdog, considering their performance yesterday overall as compared to Falcons. So when you see your opponent having performed so well on day one of the wildcards, what is the approach in terms of the draft? Do you want to focus like key players? Do you want to refine your strategy? What's the play?
I really think that's a very case-by-case scenario, man, because some teams, they're just that good at their comfort heroes, and when the going gets tough, they can default back to that, and usually that's the right call. getting them in a familiar spot with a familiar hero will alleviate a lot of the pressure mentally, especially in the long series. But for some teams, it's about just countering everything and being intelligent. So we'll have to see, man. With the coach diff between both these teams, seems like Nightmare go in for that 1-1 pick. Will this be a protect the 1-1 strategy once again?
Well, there's an Arabic quote that I will like translate literally, and if you guys have like a similar one, or maybe like you will correct me, go ahead. So it says, hit the iron while it's still hot.
Yes, strike when the iron is hot.
Yes.
Yes.
So I think that right now Falcons on their like winning. I'm not gonna say winning streak because it's like a first match, but it is a sweep. So I think that today, after like seeing or like having that boost of confidence yesterday, they should pull off a really good performance. Nightmare should also have pride on like taking or like making things not look really good to SMG, which was, and I think it's most expected to be one of the strongest teams we have here in the wild card.
So the teams do have to play around momentum, and Yasu definitely making a bit of a statement there. We'll see how true that becomes, but I think Team Falcons are definitely going in that direction, right? They have the momentum from a 2-0 sweep yesterday. So they're gonna give Goodnight one of his signature heroes right off the bat. The Fairness is gonna be coming out along with the Matilda, and we saw this exact combo do scary things in the hands of Team Lilga.
There's just so much protection, so much sustain available. So in a big team fight, technically, right, the balance really just favors Team Falcon with this lineup. For a while now, we're going to wait until we can see what Team Nightmare has picked up. And if they can do so, oh, it's the Arlet and the Fredrian, it does seem. So a lot more crowd control heavy. And with the Fredrian, that means that the jungle is also very, very strong. It can really swing both ways with the sustain and the damage.
Yep, I'm not too sure if the graphics are updating here, but just to confirm with you guys, Nightmare has drafted the Arlet and the Fredrin, and Falcons just concluded their first phase with the Yuzong pick. So responding here, there's gonna be quite a lot of dueling in that EXP lane if this Arlet does go in that direction. But I like the pick. The final slash really messes with the Netherrealm.
After seeing that 1-1 is the first pick for Team Nightmare, I was actually like kinda expecting to see a suppression here. I was kind of waiting to see a Kaja or maybe a Franco to stop that one, because Team Nightmare should be so confident to just like take 1-1 as a first pick.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately, right now we can't really confirm the bans have been selected right here. But we can make a bit of an assumption technically, because for a Falcon, right?
I think it's Angela, and on the other side there is Akai for Team
well, we'll see, Nightmare. But again, for now, with the Faramis and the Matilda and the Yuzong, you expect some kind of damage output hero, because otherwise, all this protection will be for nothing, right? The Netherrealm and the Guiding Wind is meant to be used to protect someone, so I think a big carry is going to be available.
We're back.
Okay, we're back in action here. The graphics have been updated. Sorry about that, everyone. Thank you for being patient with us. So the Angela and Minotaur were banned out by Team Falcons. Akai banned out by Nightmare Esports. And it's interesting they would go with the Akai, because usually you would consider that as the counter to like the Faramis, for example. But since they are going with the Arlet Fredrin, this hero would be a threat in terms of that heavy spin during these team fights. So both sides do seem to be focusing around the fighting potential of their overall lineup.
Oh, they banned away a Brody, by the way, Nightmare.
Yeah.
I feel like the Brody will be, it's a bit of a shame to use all this protection for a Brody that's already kind of self-sufficient. I thought something with a higher damage output, like a carry or something, would make sense, but now with a Martis even, it's going to be rounding out the resets, the extra bit of damage they require. Nightmare, I feel like they can just go for a split push. If they want to bank on a team fight here, it's going to be so difficult.
Well, they want to let Lotrick to analyze the enemy fully, because they don't want to take that marksman, they don't want to take that gold lane just yet, just to know if maybe they will go with the carry and they will have like that true damage upon such heavy heroes from Team Nightmare. And so far there are heavy heroes, but maybe they will add some more, because Arlet can be an XB lane, but also he has proven efficiency in terms of the roam. So maybe you'll see a carry. I was actually gonna say I expect a Bruno.
Let's go!
There he goes. There he goes.
I'm
You got
so
your
glad I
Tiger.
get to cast this again. This is nice. We got the Tigreal and the Valentina, so that Nether Realm is gonna get stolen away depending on how Sol is feeling. Even the Black Dragon Form and Decimate are pretty good overall.
Wow.
The team fight for Nightmare, pretty powerful, but with another tanky hero, carry is looking more likely. If not, then maybe the Ixia?
Something long range maybe as well. Ixia comes to mind, but so does maybe. I guess the carry really gets up there, but
I think the carry is most likely. Or do you
they
think?
want to pull out?
Oh wait, actually, Lotrick is one of those who play Beatrix really good. Oh, the carry
It's
makes more.
carry.
Yeah, makes more
I was
sense.
thinking that Irithor has potential right here. It's a bit of a counter to the 1-1. And you know, if you're secure with the healing and the mobility, and you can hit while moving, you can just cut down on the defensive items and just go all in on the damage. But it's gonna be the carry. But there's a lot of ways to deal with this. Part of why the Tigreal, I think, is underrated is the fact that during the whole combo, when you're getting hit with the Sacred Hammer, dragged away sideways, you can't really move either, right? So it's a bit of a delayed crowd control tool. And if they can stop the Fire Mist from casting the Nether Realm, for instance, that could be fatal.
Yeah, a lot of people think that like Divine Judgment and Body Hunt are the big single target stuns, but you kind of forget how long the Implosion Sacred Hammer combo actually is, and that's AoE as well. So we'll figure out whether or not it works this time. I'm hoping and praying, but we're jumping back into the land of Dawn. Will the Falcons control the skies, or will their nightmares drag them down to the ground? We'll find out in game number 1 of our second series. And it does look like we're going to jump into a pause real quick to make sure the players are able to perform at full potential.
Well, I think that the formation of Team Nightmare is quite paralyzing. There's a lot, tons of crowd control there. You have the Tigreal, you have also the Fredron, you can consider his crowd control tons, and you have the Arlot. What else is there? Is there like any crowd control? Yeah, there's the Horrifying from the Valentina, the second. It's like, it's an... it's full of, it has tons of crowd control.
And that's, I think, the idea, right? I thought they were just going to go full crowd control and duke it out against a Faramis Mathilda. But with the Valentina, that just changes things. And I think that now the big focus becomes the Faramis, right? In the hands of Goodnight. If he can just hide away and ensure that the Netherrealm does not get stolen right here, that could immediately tip the balance in favor of Falcons. But otherwise, there's just way too much crowd control here to really be able to fight comfortably for the side of Falcon. Because not to mention, there's only one Purify in the hands of the carry. So everyone else, I believe including the Faramis, no Purify, which means he can get comboed and locked down. That might be a mistake, dude.
I think what's going to be the most interesting about this match is that, like you mentioned, Nightmare has a lot of hard CC, and on the opposite side, Falcons have a good amount of utility with that Faramis Matilda. So it's a little bit of a battle between that crowd control, as well as how well Falcons are able to use their tools to be able to play around their opponents. But it's true that's very difficult here. Nightmare Esports, in terms of micro mechanics, certainly didn't seem to quite match up to Falcons based on their performance yesterday. But when you have a good hero lineup, a lot of that can be made up for.
Well, the sustainability that Team Falcons have is quite, like, it is remarkable. You have that Matilda, you have also the Faramis. You can extend the team fights for a very long time. But what I also like kind of notice is that they have reached to the backline with also the Yuzong. They have really good like damage output when you reach the late game with the carry. So at a certain point, I think that also Team Falcons have a really good draft in their own way. So yeah, Team Nightmare have that like tremendous amount of crowd control on their side, but drafting wise, I would actually lean toward Team Falcon.
I think I have the exact opposite opinion, man. I think everyone who knows me knows that I do stay tactical, but I also like crowd control. I always say that crowd control is the key. The team with the crowd control dictates how the fights happen, right? Where it happens and when it happens. So I feel like in that sense, it's going to be a lot easier for Nightmare to, let's say, set up for an objective and then punish when Falcons are out of position. Whereas the exact opposite isn't exactly true. The only real way they can engage is with a Black Dragon form, a Petrify Furious Dive combo maybe, or with the Circling Eagle. But if they do that, they also remove a lot of ways for them to counter the players of Nightmare. So that's where I stand on the drafts.
I also have a bias towards crowd control. CC is
biased towards the Tigreal.
Always fun.
We know
the
it,
Tigreal.
Also, you lion.
But I also predicted Falcons. So I don't know why these teams keep doing this to me, this sort of situation. I feel like there's a vendetta against me on the desk right now. Hopefully that's not the case.
The conspiracy theory.
But it's true. While it's true that there's a lot of crowd control on the Nightmare side, there's also a certain degree of difficulty to the execution, especially like Tigreal really depends on that flicker to set up the implosion combo. And if Falcons can out-micro them, like you can pull people out of stuns with the Guiding Winds, the Nether Realm, the Black Dragon form just comes into the backline and suddenly the CC has to go in a different direction. So there's a lot of stuff to consider.
That's where you forgot, dude. They have an Arlet. If they final slash everyone in position, they can immediately go with a Sacred Hammer and then Implosion combo. With an Arlet and a Fredrin, they can both stay in the front and take some damage in that back and forth situation.
So you're actually saying that Team Falcon will be paralyzed?
I think so. I mean, it's hard to imagine that none of these crowd control tools are gonna land, especially with only one Purify. We have an M-Series fact right here though, a decline in the Appraiser's worth. Fredrin, the most picked hero of M4, has finally been picked after 13 games on the wildcard stage.
It feels kind of unbelievable. You would think that Fredrin had showed up at some point, but the fact that this is his first appearance, the entire wildcard is insane. The hero really has dropped off a little bit in terms of his overall value during the drafting phase. And while I myself am a Fredrin player, I am kind of glad because we have seen a little bit too much of this man.
Too much of that characteristic undercut.
He had an era for himself.
Absolutely, man. Always pick or ban, and at some point he was able to be flexed to the EXP as well as the jungle, in the mid lane as well sometimes, and I think at one point even the roam position, but that's a long while back. But it's so flexible. It's built-in sustain, damage, and crowd control, right? It's just a good all-rounder. But I do believe that in the current meta, despite the rise of assassins and the like, the Fredrin is still solid, but I think a lot of teams are just trying to hide it, dude. I suspect that in M5, over in the Philippines, we might just see a bit more of these.
Really? Again?
A bit more Fredrins.
Are we, like, I don't know. Like, even as a Fredrin player, I do feel like the heroes just had a bit too much time in the spotlight. Like, how do you feel about Fredrin?
Well, look, as I told you, at some point, that professional player, if you remember the topic that we talked about in the last match, told me it's about perfecting. It was actually at the Fredrin era, at the utility heroes era, that those like tanky heroes who can go in just to secure that objective or like neutral objective. So, Fredrin getting picked again, it will need that era to come back, the utility heroes era. But right now we have the assassins, we have the even like marksmen, we have Yusun Shin today. We have fighters, we have everything.
I think the marksmen are a bit more of an exception, right?
Yeah, it was a Yusun Shin.
Here's the thing, Yasu. When there are a lot of marksmen and assassins in the jungle, what becomes good in the jungle?
Tanks.
Tanks, fighters. That's part of why I think it's going to make a comeback, man. With so many slippery heroes like the Nolan, there's going to be so many like flexible teams that they can pick, they can let the Nolan go through in the banning phase, and then they can punish it using heroes like the Fredrin.
I would actually hate that to happen. I hated the tanky junglers meta.
Same, I'm gonna be honest. It's just, like, yes, it's effective, but it's also not the most fun to watch, you know? We wanna be entertained when we're in the Land of Dawn, especially watching these tournaments, you know? And just seeing this big beefy guy walk around killing creatures in the jungle, maybe coming out of his cave once in a while to do something, it's not the most riveting experience.
I mean, earlier we saw a bunch of Boxias come in. Of course, as an exception, we did see the Yusun Shin as well, but generally there's still a lot of fighters left in the jungle right now.
Yeah, Leomord, Roger.
Leomord, yeah. I forgot about that.
That's true. Do we want to remember that?
Alpha just came.
What else? Is there any like other interesting jungle heroes that we've yet to see?
Interesting jungle heroes we've yet to see?
Yeah, yet to see.
Paquito?
Ooh. Paquito in the jungle.
We haven't yet, right?
Not in recent times. We saw Paquito in the EXP lane earlier.
Yeah.
But it used to be able to be flexed in the same way like the Fredrin, right? EXP, jungle, mid, and roam. Just like unreal. In fact, even further back, the Paquito was able to be used in the gold lane as well.
Yeah, that was a thing.
A long time ago.
That was a fun time though.
You know, actually, this is a bad memory for me
Why
because
is it?
it was used against Mina.
Not the best time, especially if you have to play against it. But hey, it does add to the experience, makes things a little more interesting to watch. For now, though, it does look like we're gonna take a moment to make sure that everything on the stage is going properly. We gotta make sure that competitive integrity is maintained, that if the players are having any issues with their devices or their connection or so on, that we are going to fix it. No worries, the marshals are already on it. For now, though, let's open up the conversation a little bit. We are now nearly halfway through the wildcard group stage. Are the teams you predicted going to M5 in the beginning still the same now?
Wow, that's a good question.
I'll be real with you, I don't quite remember. I might need a break.
You don't remember? Okay, then just to give you a little bit more time to like gather your thoughts, we're gonna go on a short break, of course, to make sure that the players are in a good state as well. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere, but if you want to grab a snack, go to the bathroom, this is the time to do it. When we come back, Nightmare Esports will face off against Team Falcons in the Land of Dawn. We will see you guys there.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Yeah. Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Na. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the great.
floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind.
Ladies and gentlemen, look alive! The M5 World Championships wildcard stage has returned to your screens. Thank you very much for being patient with us, but we are back. And thank you very much for joining us once again. My name is Stafa, alongside Arashi and Yasu once again. For those of you who are just joining us now, we're about to enter our second best of 3 series of the day. It is going to be Team Falcons versus Nightmare Esports. Now, we already talked a lot of stuff. I hope you guys still remember the draft, because I'm about to quiz you now. Who are you predicting is going to win game 1, starting with Arashi?
Yo, man, card control is the key. Every single time I'll keep saying that again and again. I think the exception would be when there's a lot of movement, right? We can just move around and maneuver, maybe go for a bit of a split push. But I gotta say, I side with Nightmare Esports on this one.
Ooh.
Dodo.
Really?
He's not Dafa, he's Dodo.
Dodo, got the mascot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's here. He's on the wildcard stage. You guys thought he wouldn't be here, but he's here.
He made it.
Is he always on broadcast?
Yeah, he is. He's just sitting there. Shall I just leave him like this so that his head pops out?
Yeah.
Like a stalker.
You guys know he's stalking the camera. But
maybe because he's with you today, maybe you'll get your predictions right.
Ooh, that's true. I already got the first one right.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because, but he was here yesterday too.
No one saw him yesterday. You could have just let it
true.
go.
He didn't appear on camera.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because he has to be on camera, you know?
Maybe
That's
this is your lucky charm.
Lucky charms.
Oh, you're right. This is the lucky charm.
It's all about the lucky charms, man. Even in the previous match, the Lucky Charms is losing in the first game. We'll see if a repeat kind of
Honestly,
happens.
I should have brought him out yesterday.
You lost in the first day.
That's true. But I feel like I should have brought him out yesterday, because all of us were dressed in like purple and black yesterday. And
you mean Gideon.
Yeah,
Shout out Gideon Q.
I missed out on an opportunity. Yeah. But
Well,
either way, so Nightmare.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the only one here. Do you agree?
Do I agree with the crowd control? Yeah, I know that it's so annoying. I know that it's really good to have crowd control.
But
look, I want to say something that also looks really good. Look at this close-up shot. Again. Come close.
Whoa.
You'll see that.
He's
you'll see that. You'll
closeness from
see
the
my
camera.
frame. You'll see my frame having that Yuzong skin here. It like looks so really good. But let's go back to the topic.
Move the figure.
Yeah, actually,
There you go.
I don't want to. I don't want to mess with it. So the crowd control is really annoying. The crowd control is really good. But Falcons team, if they execute it, yeah. See, it looks like the close shot looks really
salesman,
good.
Dude. You're like, look at this right here.
Yeah.
This is quality.
Yes.
But you can actually get this with the M5 pass in game.
Ooh, the transition though.
Yeah.
See?
Like when you lit better than great slide into your sentence. It's the same feeling.
Into your DMs?
Yeah. It's like
Nice.
here you can get also the M5 pass. You can have a chance of this. Yeah.
You sure
I
can.
like what you can do there.
Anyways, back to the game.
Back to the game.
Take it
to the
away,
game.
Dodo man.
So, wait, which team did you predict? Did you answer
Falcon.
that?
I said
You did
Falcon. Falcon 2-1.
Biased.
No, 2-1.
Just kidding.
Maybe I kept some information from yesterday. Maybe.
Get some insider information.
Maybe.
Can we get some of that insider information later? I hope so. But for now, we're gonna be jumping into the land of Dawn. Thank you very much for being patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Nightmare Esports on the blue side. We got Team Falcons on the red side, and it already begins. Hulk taking some abuse here.
Yeah, he needed to go back, and I think if Joviana is wanting to commit to that.
Well, that's a lot of damage. So now taking the aggression. The Terrifier is going to be enough. But that's a T-Wheel, man. Level 1 and 2. It's actually quite underrated how much crowd control and how long it actually lasts. For now, though, with a Mathilda in the picture, it will be unlikely for him to get anything too meaningful. In the mid lane, I feel like Goodnight now has a bit more control to play with here with Super.
Jasmine.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. No. You see, he's stealing you. No.
Yep. No. We thought it might happen. He might get the Sacred Hammer, but it was Goodnight who actually pulled him back instead. As of right now, a good amount of skirmishing happening on both sides. Lexi actually being able to red trigger that gold crab away as well from Leo. But neither team looking to totally commit. They're probably waiting for that turtle timing.
They might be waiting for the level 4 as well, but look at this trap.
Maybe we should not wait until the turtle time. But at the bot lane, Hulk is still surviving. But first blood drawn by Joviana.
That was close. For a moment, it looked like he might get out, but
we didn't get. It's a 1-to-1 trade, but it was almost there. A clean kill for Super.
But now with Mathilda, it's going to be a jungle fight, and too easy for Lexi. In this situation, has a bit more to work with.
Well, Tiger is not yet level 4, but he does have that bush. With the second skill, he can keep Leo away, and also Joviana can make that work and make that happen. Leo goes back. Goodnight's forced to use his ultimate, and the turtle goes to the favor of Team Nightmare.
In terms of long-term investment, Falcons did win by getting the kill onto Cammy, but in short term, they needed the Mathilda for that turtle. Wow.
Slashing him apart. Slashing him apart. Like, Arashi, is it like normal for an Arlot to win against a Yuzong in the lane?
It's a Yuzong, and it depends on how long the trade goes. If the Yuzong can get those stacks up, the Sha energy stacks, it's going to be a bit more difficult because he gets more damage and he gets more sustain. But initially, especially at level 1, and Joviana on this Arlot just going all in aggressive. And so far, for Team Falcons, they're just not matching the fighter damage potential because fighters' strong suit is the early to mid game. And Cammy, even though he gets taken out, he did get a kill. So it's a bit of a win-lose kind of.
Yeah, that does even out overall a little bit. In the bottom, Leo securing the gold crab once again. We can see in terms of the emblems, once again, a good amount of movement going to be prioritized on both teams here. Actually, there's going to be quite a lot of quantum charges as well.
They want a movement speed. They want a bit of extra sustain as well. The two members with the... hang on.
Goodnight was almost there.
Very close.
Goodnight was almost like close to say goodnight himself.
Yeah, but with the point, the ones with the quantum charge also have the Festival of Blood, so it's a bit more of a sustain tool, more so than a utility tool, I think. But for now, it's still going to be a waiting game, and I feel like in this situation, it's going to be a Nightmare that wants to try and get something done.
They are just like, like fighting behind that turret, and he is able to do so, because so far, Arlot is dominating his lane.
Well, we can see a too easy for Lexi going in.
He is trying to commit to it. He will get that kill. Low trick. Did he trigger anything? No. He is still alive. He is alive with a miracle. Jasmine is out. He is out by the hands of Goodnight. Too easy for Lexi. Is it too easy for Lexi? Let's see together. Will Cammy commit? No, he will not commit. Goodnight goes back, and Team Falcons gets a kill, but I think that they potentially lost that turret.
That right there is the dictionary definition of greed. Jasmine thought the kill was secured for sure, so he held on to that implosion and then used it too late. And by that time, Super had already pulled his gold laner out of danger.
Joviana,
he just stands
with the
there.
standstill before the flicker, just making a statement. At the bottom side, though, Jasmine is trying and deter Logic from getting too much gold tower gold.
He have to pull back. He have to pull back.
Can he get it?
No, it's so hard. Jasmine, does he have a flicker? He does have a
Soul's
flicker.
here too,
He doesn't need to even use that flicker. The final slash coming smoothly by Joviana.
That's a bit of overkill, man. Even the Netherrealm popped out there. That is crazy.
Yeah,
that's
felt
crazy.
Kind of unnecessary. Yes, Jasmine wouldn't have been able to catch that himself, so we did see Joviana there, but The NetherRealm especially was not needed there. I'm pretty sure they would have survived that dive, but I don't think they're going to be doing too much in the next few seconds anyway, so I guess it's a pretty good trade there for Nightmare Esports.
I feel like Nightmare now, having a bit of a lead in the gold lane, sort of, they should really try and look for the jungler right here. They have what it takes to really shut down Leo in the jungle, and if they can do that, then there's no real early game power pick for Team Falcons to play around with.
But the map looks like a mirror to me, because while Team Nightmare is focusing on that top lane, Team Falcons is focusing on the bot lane, and Super manages to make Joviana away, and the turret is exchanged by Team Falcons.
Making sure they're able to get the tier 1s in the EXP lanes respectively, but a mid lane fight.
Oh, look at that ultimate flicker coming here. We can see here that 1-1 will use her ultimate. She couldn't commit to it because there was no time, and the final slash coming, taking Logic away, taking away the marksman out of the calculations.
Man, even with the fact that the Oasis there, still a massive fight, and now it's still not over.
Oh yeah, it's not over because slash after slash after slash, it needs a final slash, but that final slash is beating here by Leo, getting that kill on Too Easy for Lexi.
Yeah, too easy for Lexi. Definitely overstayed his welcome there. His team did very well in that fight. That's the strength for all the crowd control that they have. But he could have just walked away. It really wasn't likely that they were going to be able to get another kill. But at least they're able to give Canvey that tier 1 down bottom and slowly start snowballing on this 1-1.
It is a big problem later on, especially for Cammy. The NetherRealm is a bit of a good counter against the crossbow of Tang, but later on it's still going to be a lot of damage, and Leo here almost gets caught out. He's going to be zoned away, man. Look at how much response is used to just tell Leo, like, yo, get away from the turtle, bro.
This turtle.
And I'm obviously against that.
Yeah, this turtle does not belong to them anymore. That's gonna go over to Too Easy for Lexi. Brought to you by Republic of Gamers. As of right now, Nightmare Esports still gonna be maintaining a 1.8k net worth lead, but honestly, it's not all that much. And if Team Falcons can continue buying time for Lotric, their late game can be pretty good.
Yeah, Kami's in a really bad position. The Black Dragon formation here, and we can see that Jasmine is in a really bad place, but who is really in a bad place is that Team Falcon now cannot, they already can take that damage, and they also take that double kill. Leo is there, and Team Falcons with the double kill.
Very well played right there. Going for Jasmine instead of Cammy, and they were actually able to bait him in. Oh, Joviana?
Yeah, he's taken now some of his own medicine. He's now facing the slashes of that Martian, and will it be a final slash? A final slash is there by Joviana, but the ultimate should be triggered, and there's a knock-up. There's a knock-up happening here. Too Easy for Lexi is trying to continue with that team fight. He's trying to follow up and save his teammates, and he does save his teammates. Team Nightmare goes back.
Now it's a bit of an opposite situation right there. Earlier there was a fight that led to a target getting taken, and just like that, Nightmare Esports give Team Falcons the same exact situation. You can see the Sea Halberd rush for Cammy right here, so that's a lot of reduction, right, in the healing, but it's also a lot of max HP damage that can be used to deal with Leo and Hulk. As for now, man, I think Nightmare Esports need to just not go for anything too crazy. The earlier play, man, 2v3 was not required at all. They need to try and get into the jungles right here and go for a 5v5. They have the superior team fight setup.
Yeah, they've already lost a lot of the network superiority they had before. We could see in terms of gold, basically pretty even, these teams, and the most important players, Lotric as well as Cammy, are pretty close in terms of item builds. So no real advantage being built up for the late game on either side right now, and that could be concerning here for Nightmare Esports.
Yeah, in terms of the kills, it is equal. In terms of the gold, it is almost there, but there was almost there. What was that? What was that? What a really nice engagement from you. Oh, Leo is out, double kill, but there's a shutdown. Hulk is trying to get Suso, and he does. Joviana's in danger, and Team Nightmare might face a whiteout. They might face a whiteout, but Too Easy for Lexi escapes. Team Falcons are soaring beyond their limits.
Now that was a turnaround right there. We thought Nightmare got the best engage they could, but that NetherRealm changed things instantly.
I think it's not exactly just the NetherRealm. The fact is, the Sacred Hammer actually pushed people out of the NetherRealm range. The problem is that the main damage dealer, Cammy on the 1-1, was the first to fall in that engagement. How does it happen, man? Does he not play the 1-1? Is he just overextending too much? They can't keep doing this. Let's take a look at the instant replay brought to you by Kadea. If you look at this, it was looking so good, but without the 1-1 available right here, what can they do, man? They have fighters available, but fighters don't do well against the carry. They're just shredding everybody down right here. They should have all just pulled back the moment the 1-1 gets taken out.
Yeah, the consistent damage was way more available for Team Falcons once Cammy fell. Jasmine.
A dead bush, you don't want to get there, you don't want to get there.
Rematch.
Jasmine is now, oh, nice ultimate. Nice ultimate, nice escape, but there is a really good damage. Lotrick is still up to it. Lotrick gets the kill even though he's miles away. And who's also miles away is you, Jubiana. Jubiana also falls down. Leo. Team Falcons got 2 of Team Nightmares, and also they also have the Lord.
The crowd going wild right now for Team Falcons, actually. Every time Nightmare Esports looks for an engage, the Falcons are right there waiting for them. And even though there was so much commit onto Lotrick to try and pick off the carry, he is online. I'm pretty sure he's got his Trinity by now. The Lord taking a lot of structures.
They should be aware of that crossbow of Tang. It might turn things around.
You gotta be careful here still, of course. But for Nightmare Esports, they're just playing this weird. Like even there in that fight, Jubiana went in absolutely alone. What was the idea here? It seems like they're just fighting spontaneously and they have no idea what to do when someone runs into contact, right? They have no idea if they should back away or if they should try and commit to the fight. Just like right now, Jasmine taking damage for no reason.
Yeah, he is taking damage for no reason. I don't know actually why or like, what is he aiming for at this moment.
He's just trying to get information. He doesn't really need the brawl with Leo, but it's still okay since Tigreal as a hero is pretty hard to take down. The problem for Nightmare Esports, though, they don't really have good split push presence, right? Arlet isn't really the type of hero you send to shove down a lane. And right now their team fighting isn't actually working out for them either, even with all the crowd control. So Team Falcons are in a really good spot to secure this game.
I feel like this composition could have worked without the 1-1 still. I wonder if the idea is to take it away from Lotrick instead. Because honestly, that's the problem right here. He's just a bit too immobile as a 1-1. Usually you see 1-1s dodging from everything, but in this game, he's just getting completely nuked out before anything even happens. So he needs to be a bit more careful, because there's a lot of ways that Nightmare Esports can really bait out the ultimates.
Wow.
Look at this Death Wish though.
Wow, it's a really calculated positioning by Team Falcons, and here we see that the Black Dragon formation has been triggered by Hulk. Super is also flying, as a wise man said, Kaka! How he do it is really magnificent. How Team Falcons got that team fight. They take away the rumor before the time for a Lord.
The Shadow Stampede pulls this game have been immaculate. Good Knight still living up to his potential as one of the standout players yesterday in the mid lane. Right now, Team Falcons in full control of the game and the map. The Lord is easy for them, no problem at all. Nightmare Esports, what do they have to do?
Nightmare Esports, I think what they had to do was avoid throwing so much in the early game, but now I feel like the best they can do is wait for a mistake.
Ooh,
unless
nice
Team Falcons
steal.
really makes a mistake, I don't think there's a way for Nightmare Esports to come back to this. Their main strength is the fighters, the early game, the crowd control. But now with no real way to bait out the Netherrealm, no real way to split apart the Pharaohs from the carry, what are they supposed to do? They have to just sit there and take the damage coming in from the carry, and that's percentage HP damage, dude. And they don't even have blade armors. What is going on here?
But aren't the marksmen equal in gold, almost?
They are almost equal, but Lotrick does seem to be positioning a lot better than Cammy. Yeah, the health helps a lot as well. Nightmare Esports going to be in a lot of trouble here. Bottom inhibitor is gone. Lord crashing up top.
Yeah, Lord is just getting in there, getting the second inhibitor choice for Team Falcons. Team Falcons might go in, but Good Knight didn't want to go in that way with the final slash. The Black Dragon probe is now triggered by Hulk, and Hulk might go. Hulk is here. Hulk arrived. Team Falcons are trying to go in, but Team Nightmare don't want to let that happen. They don't want to let it go. Kabi is looking to trigger his own ultimate, but he cannot find any ultimate openings. He will not find it at time, but Kami takes the kill. Double kill for that Leo. Triple kill might be committed. Triple kill is there. And Team Falcons might just finish. They have the marksman, they have the jungler. Now they don't have the jungler, but they do have Good Night. They might go for that finish. Only too easy. Too easy for Lexi. Is it too easy for Lotric? It is not so easy for Lotric. They are trying to touch good base. Have a touch base. Is it a base down? Is it a touch base? One more touch. One more touch. One more touch. One more touch. Puts that base down.
With his final breath, Good Night bids good night to the opposing side and wishes they have nightmares in their dreams. Literally the final hit by those minions. I cannot believe that happened.
Wow, dude. They're so good. You can see him just vaulting all the way from the mid lane.
Yeah.
I'm coming in, dude. I'm gonna save the game. And he did. Good night, Nightmare. We'll have to see if they can come back in the next game, but that was a solid showing, dude.
Okay, I want to take pride of something. You both said that crowd control would win, and both of you like the draft of Team Nightmare. Now I'll say the execution. My information, my side, when I said I favor Team Falcon, I am right.
I mean, I got an answer for that. I didn't see a single crossbow of Tang, dude.
Yeah, not a single one, right?
Not a single one. So I feel like if everything goes according to plan, you know, it goes like how it's supposed to go on paper, there's a lot more potential in the roster of Nightmares, but that is just not how it went, right? Their game plan was not solid, they got pushed apart, kind of confused by the pace that was pushed on them by Team Falcon. And in the end, Lotric on that carry, man. I mean, he should be a bit more vulnerable, right? He has no tools like the crossbow of Tang, but he's the one standing in front doing damage. And on the flip side, it's the one that looks kind of useless, to be honest.
It's quite weird the way that these fights were taken because Lotric was doing a good job. He understood that Nightmare Esports seems to have this tendency of wanting to run at him, so he just has to stand there and pelt them down like a turret. Whereas on the opposite side, Cammy could have just waited for his team to set up these crossbows of Tang for him, and yet his positioning always seemed to be really far in front. And that did not help the situation. Nightmare Esports were missing out on a lot of their damage. They had the crowd control, but what happens if you CC the enemy and there's no damage behind them?
It was really actually strange for me to see that you have that ton amount of crowd control and not be able to even pull out one crossbow tank.
Yeah, that felt bad, but let's go over to our MVP of Game 1. And of course, it's gotta be the man himself, right? Good Night on the Paramis. Literally the deciding factor, flying in after his respawn just to get those final few hits on the crystal and secure the game for his team.
Is that a support boot I spot in his in-game equipment? Well, he's going for a lot of agilities, the Widow's Blessing. He's trying to be all around the map as much as possible. And the fact that he doesn't have to back down because his team has a better quote-unquote all-in team fight means that he can use the Stampede a lot more aggressively. Usually we see it used by Faramis to actually escape from a fight, but when you don't have to escape, then you're using it to pull back all the short-range fighters that Nightmare Esports have in their, in their composition. So, which begs the question, why did it go so south, man? Because initially, everything was going fine for Nightmare, but then they split apart. I don't know if they felt like they were too strong, right? They couldn't fail, too big to fail almost. But Falcons immediately capitalized, getting pickups on multiple members, and afterwards just making use of that carry to immediately get all the shred damage on the tankier members of Nightmare Esports.
I think I can kind of somewhat explain what happened with Nightmare Esports here, because this is kind of a weakness of their team overall. They have a tendency to prioritize team fighting, and they like making it messy. They have a tendency to actually trade bodies, and a lot of their fighting comes down to just having the numerical advantage, which a lot of time was not achieved because of the way the Falcons were positioning.
I think numerical advantage is one thing, but on the other side, I mean, they keep going for fights like this, where Lotric is even here, in the fight that goes well for them, Lotric isn't exactly prioritized, And in a lot of these fights, you can see that for the most part, no real... Oh, there's a crossbow of Tang.
There was one.
But it wasn't high impact at all. And here is a big engage did by Jasmine, but where is Cammy? He gets one shot immediately. This is no team that's winning, that's ahead in gold. How the heck did the gold laner with so much mobility just get nuked down? That is just not, I don't think that's acceptable at this level of play. And afterwards, they keep fighting, but look at Lotric. For the most part, the bulk of the ultimates and the resources aren't used to really shut him down. And in the end, they try to fight going backwards like this, and their composition just isn't built for it. There's no way they can pull it off.
Yeah, it's not the best synergy here coming from Nightmare Esports, and they're gonna need to figure out the more precise ways of how they want to approach the next game, because if we see this kind of gameplay again, I have no doubt that Falcons are the better team just overall. But what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that the one player for me who was outstanding for a reason, I think that was like a Shinigami for Team Falcons. Leo was just like collecting souls in this game.
That is true. His score at the end, like, we didn't highlight him very much this game, but 9-2-3 is very impressive.
Look at Goodnight here, though.
Oh my
the hero.
It was like, I'm coming in, boys, watch out. We thought
it's a last
they
hit.
Stopped him.
Yeah, he did.
But that projectile, that final projectile, literally with his dying breaths, saving the game for his team.
So close yet so far, dude. And looking at the stats afterwards, even the buffs were just taken away from Falcons. Once the Lord was in play, Falcons just used the advantage they had and the fact that they can now predict the movement of Nightmare to really force them into a fight that's a bit more coordinated in the Lord pit. You know, you were talking earlier about their weakness being how they lean into team fights and how messy they like their team fights. I feel like in a messy team fight, it'll be good for them because they'll find Lotric. The thing is, it wasn't messy. They just went on weird people. Like, they were jumping on Hulk, they were jumping on Leo. Not exactly who you should be prioritizing, especially knowing that for the most part, their whole composition relies on Lotric just shredding everyone down.
Yeah, there didn't seem to be a big game plan here, even though there's a very obvious target on the side of Team Falcons. So Nightmare Esports has a lot of cleaning up to do if they want to have better chances going into game number 2. But the draft for Team Falcons was really effective against this team here. Having the extra life in the Nether Realm, as well as the way to just go on in and out so easily with Super, is very good to deal with a team that's less experienced at dealing with these kinds of engagements.
If you look at his items as well, for Cammy, he has the Wind of Nature and he's building towards a Rose Gold, I assume. So he has some defensive items, but he just was zoned out so hard. I expected the carry to be in his position, but that's just the exact opposite of what happens right here. Showing again that it's not only about the drafts, dude. It's how you're able to actually execute on your game plan and avoid the big mistakes like what they did earlier. With so much catch, they are the ones who lost their marksman. Can you believe it?
Yeah, do you think it's because like coordination was lacking or something? It did feel like there were a lot of fights where like Jasmine, for example, jumped in and then the team was either like a bit slow to respond, or maybe Cammy just felt too confident that an implosion would set up a crossbow for sure that he just jumps on in.
Well, if that's the case, then they shouldn't be playing the 1-1. That's not how you're supposed to use it, man. But they missed coordination, I think so. There's some big moments there with the final slash, for instance. There was a lot of great final slashes that hit like 4 people, but there wasn't really any follow-up. So it doesn't seem like coordinated or communicated at least before it even happens. Looking at the cards right here, Lotric, of course, is the rich guy. The carry, though, it's your boy Goodnight, the dancing man.
You definitely don't give enough props to Faramis as a hero for the amount of DPS that he's able to output. We did see his itemization. Goodnight went for full DPS on that hero, but it's still quite insane when you compare it to like Lotric, who is just getting the free hit against Nightmare Esports.
It was like it's like offering candy for a kid. You're just like letting Lotric farm wherever he wants, however he wants, whenever he wants. So Lotric at this moment was like inevitable for him to deal such amount of damage. And I would like actually to say that Team Falcons at this moment, if things went south for them, because in the early game, if you remember Joviana, he was winning. He was winning his lane. He was winning all the trades. At a certain point, if it weren't for that finish, last like hit finish, Team Falcons for me would have fell down.
I don't quite think so, because again, I think the real advantage is the early game, right? I think even the Valentina, you know, against the Faramis, you just don't have the same kind of flexibility, same kind of mobility as well. So I feel like the longer the game goes, the more logic just sits there, right? Especially if you can't really set up the crossbow of Tang on your own. If you need one big ultimate, a teamfight ultimate to set up for your crossbow of Tang, I don't think he can do it, man. Look at his damage output right here. This was a winning game, at least initially. So compared to his team, yes, he's doing more damage, but only 3K.
Do you think that the problem was there was actually too much setup here? Like having Tigreal, Fredrin, and Arlet may be lacking in terms of like burst damage, especially combined with like later game heroes like the 1-1 and Valentina?
I think they really could have rationed it better. If you want to go for a pick-off or an exchange or initiate, you can use like two, right? Two ultimates and save one. But they were just using all of it up. And then at some point, Logic shows up and he's like, yo, what's up?
That's what I'm saying. Look at his turret damage. It was like taking everything he wanted.
The fact that Lotric has 100% teamfight participation and is the only one in the game to have 100% teamfight participation on a hero that typically wants to wait is very strange and definitely contributed.
It's 15 minutes, right? It is the late game, by all means. You know, in Mobile Legends, the games go quick, but at 15 minutes, that's the late game. That is where the carry becomes relevant. So it's on curve. You know, the issue is like, why wasn't he kept down even longer, considering how ahead Nightmare was? They had all the pressure in the early game. They did not invade the jungle. They didn't go for proper dives, right? They didn't force the ultimates out and zone Falcon away from their resources. So I just don't understand.
I think Nightmare went into the game with a good idea of focusing onto the EXP lane, because if they're able to win that out instantly and unlock Juviana, it sets up a lot of teamfight potential for the rest of the squad. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to put down Hulk enough. They did get one kill, but that was after a lot of effort. And after that, I feel like they tunnel visioned a little bit. Like they couldn't quite figure out how to translate into the next step because the first step already didn't go the way they planned. So if that's the case, a lot of adjustment has to be made going into the next game.
It almost felt like they were trying to actually farm up a bit and let the 1-1 farm. And that's not a big deal at all, but after, in the mid-game, where the 1-1 who wins the lane due to all the ganks, right? Or at least can have more backup to actually win that lane, I feel like you have to go a bit more aggressive with the 1-1. That's where the power spike really hits, right? In the mid-game, especially with a good laning phase if you're not completely shut down. So, I feel like their decision-making, right? When to go for what could be amended, right? Even when they were going for the engages, who they go in on and who goes in together could also benefit from a bit more communication, I feel like.
Well, going like backstage for both teams, I think that we have seen already a moment yesterday where a team going back to the rooms, coming back a totally different team, which was like Team KBG, if I'm not mistaken. So Nightmare had that opportunity now to discuss whatever was wrong in the formation, whatever was wrong in the macro skills. If there was someone underperforming, they have had the chance to discuss. So this is the time to show the result of that discussion.
Beyond that as well, we have to highlight again the fact that Nightmare Esports does have a coaching staff, whereas Team Falcons does not. And even then, they were able to win out in terms of that draft and execution. Wow. So if Nightmare Esports is able to like figure things out here, able to use the break time, then we can see the value of that coaching staff. Otherwise, it's gonna become a little bit of a discussion here.
For sure. I mean, just because you have coaching staff doesn't make you immediately the better team, right? I mean, that's an assumption, but unfortunately, there's so many factors that we might not even be aware of that dictates which team can do better right here, right now. So I really do think that there's adjustments need to be made from both teams, because even technically for Falcons, it wasn't the most dominant performance either, right? They were struggling in the early game, but looking at the audience predictions right here, they are definitely the favorites.
Yeah, it's very overwhelmingly leaning into the Falcons side. Even here on the stage itself, we heard a lot of cheering for Team Falcons when they were executing these big plays. So it does look like the team from MPL MENA has actually quite a large fan base, even outside of their own region.
Well, we are trying. We are trying to have like a better show off on the, or like showcase on the international stages, and so far so good. So Team Falcons are doing really good. Team Falcons are proving that they can bring up something new to the table. Yeah, they are doing like the classical draft, and for me personally, because like I've been like able to cast all their games during the MPL season. For me, there's no surprises whatsoever for Team Falcons. So, well, team or like, would it be a possibility that Team Nightmare didn't study Team Falcon enough? Because for me, there's nothing special.
So basically, the performance of Team Falcons here in the wild card is still pretty much the same as how they performed in MPL MENA.
With the same picks.
Wow, really? That's quite a statement, because if that is the case, then like teams, this is one of the teams that like opposing sides would have a lot of information on, because they have a whole MPL season for them to research and watch. So it does lead to a pretty big question, and we'll find out whether or not Nightmare Esports has the answers necessary as we go on into the drafting phase for game number 2. Adaptations going to be at the forefront of everyone's mind. We'll see what happens.
All right, so the order at least is going to be a bit similar, but I do feel like it's a bit weird here. I think if you can't really use the tools available, like the one for instance, there's no real need to force yourself into that role, because I feel like that is a bit counterproductive. We'll see if they pick it again and prove me wrong this time, right? The Caster Curse is very much alive right now. But for now, it's going to be that Matilda ban, the Valentina ban as well. Seems like they're going to be trying to like take that Faramis away. And for Falcon, just going with the Khalid, still so far pretty standard.
Yeah, the Khalid is still the same for now. The Faramis was a big problem. It was MVP previously. With the Valentina gone, it definitely does send the message that Nightmare Esports may want to contest it for themselves. Wonder if there's anything else.
Well, speaking of caster curses, I think that we are here in Malaysia. There is like a famous, most like, I'm not gonna say curse the caster, but the caster who, when he is there, the teams of Malaysia lose. We are here like with Lafel, hopefully like this SMG takes the ticket. So that what came to my mind when we said like caster curse.
Right.
All he has to do is not say that SMG will win.
So far he's good.
Because usually, like the way we game the caster curse is Lafel will predict the opposite team.
Also, so far he didn't predict, so they are fine.
Yes. Yeah. That's what that's why like on the, if you didn't know, that's why on the international stage, whenever you see Lafel's predictions, it's for the team that the Malaysian team is facing, so that his curse affects them.
So is that why he's put in the host position right now? They're like, yo, please, we can't deal with another curse.
No, it's because he's such a good translator.
I see. Well, that's very true as well. Well, Nightmare now though, with the Valentina banned out, they will ban out the Nolan as well. I have to wonder if Falcon is thinking of doing the same thing right here. I mean, with the if they want to get the if they want to deny the Faramis, they can do it right here, and they do. So I think the gold lane becomes the next more contested thing. But on the table is generally the 1-1. So is Nightmare Esports gonna try and get that again?
Well, did Falcon just ban their own Faramis?
Yes.
Because I think they were expecting Nightmare to just pick it up.
I actually kind of thought they might let it through and then grab heroes like the Arlet that will just straight up counter it themselves. But I guess they just want to take it off the table entirely since the Valentina's gone. But in terms of picks available, I do feel like there's still plenty of options. Like the Angela's still open, the Baxia is still open. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the marksman right off the bat, because we saw what happened to Cammy previously because of that.
Well, the thing is that what's open are combinations and not single heroes. It's gonna be Cammy on the 1-1 yet again. The first game's performance did not inspire confidence, but maybe now they can find something that works. For Falcon, now they can get the combo. They go for a Joy though. Will they go for an Angela as well? Or are they gonna go for something perhaps in the mid lane? It's gonna be the Angela.
TAA.
Tactical Analyst Arashi. Whenever you need to know a hero pick, you can rely on him. But for now, I think Nightmare should consider like things like the Franco and Kaja, right? With the Joy already showing up. Ooh, okay, they're gonna go for the Guinevere instead. Fulfills a pretty similar role. And the Novaria as well. We already talked about this hero earlier in the day. That vision could be pretty valuable to Nightmare.
Especially against the Joy, someone's going to be hiding in the bushes, right? Waiting for a chance to really take the backline by surprise. I think that's something that Falcon can definitely do. But against the Guinevere pick right here, I think they have to be a bit concerned as well with where exactly is it going. If it goes in the roaming position, it might be a bit difficult for the Angel to match up to that kind of impact. If it's going to the jungle, it's also a fighter against the Joy, so this Guinevere pick is actually multifacetedly good for the side of Nightmare.
Well, look, Joy for Team Falcon especially is flex pick because Joy can be transformed to the XP lane. That was like actually so predictable to me. And like I was saying yesterday, whenever I see an Angel, I can see a Claude or an Earthel, but I will leave that like the analytical part for you. I want to talk about that Leo or Hulk can play Joy really good, and actually who is better at that team by playing Joy is Hulk, not Leo. So like he added a lot of spices back there in Mina, so it's quite predictable for me for the XP lane after taking the Joy to be the second phase.
Ooh, we do have a fun fact here, actually. Perfect migration. 4 games. Guinevere has been picked in the wild card. All 4 have been victories. Could this be a sign for Nightmare Esports? Will they be able to claim another game here, similar to the way they did against Team SMG? Guess we'll find out. For now, Team Falcons are going to start off the second phase of the bans. And what was that? Not too sure yet.
Have to wait and find out once the asset clears up. But man, I feel like the Angela, Joy, and Claude, like you mentioned, Yasu, you can still flex the Joy away to different lanes. And I think Troublemaker was using it in the mid lane as well. So hey, here's a chance there, maybe for Good Night. I don't know if the insider info matches up with that possibility. But for Nightmare, that's the question here. Is it going to be a pick-off style? Because if it is, the Novaria is great, but it's not enough solo to really facilitate a pickoff. Usually the gold laner gets involved as well. With the 1-1, it's not exactly burst damage.
Based on the way that Yasu is excitedly signaling me, he seems to be very confident that this is going to be a good night, Joy. Why is that?
Well, because I've seen, like, knowing the players personally, I've seen Leo asking for some tricks from Good Night about Joy. So maybe Good Night is an expert at using Joy.
A secret Joy pick, but you've never seen it in like MPL Mana.
No, I've never seen it.
Will Good Night be feeling a little bit like a troublemaker today, perhaps? I guess we'll find out. But it would be interesting, like, Arash, say if they did put the Joy into the mid lane, what would be the value of it over, say, like the jungle or EXP?
Well, you have kill pressure off the bat. With the mid lane is so short, and you're so squishy as a mage, right? So sometimes when you're trying to contest the lane clear, you walk up a bit, you get hit by burst damage coming in from your lane opponent, and then the jungle can like really quickly execute you, depending on who it is. If it's someone like a Fredrin, for instance, and a Fredrin Joy combo, that's gonna take you out really, really fast. And so that pressure will in turn lead you to have a weaker wave clear. As we take a look at the message here.
Some love. Good night. I love you.
Big fan of Good Night there in the crowd. Always nice to see. It does look like we're going to have some small technical difficulties here. Once again, thank you very much to our Marshall team up on stage, making sure that everything is in order. And this will once again give us some time to discuss how things are going as of right now. With Team Falcons having the momentum, how confident are you that they will be able to clean sweep this?
How confident am I? So, based on the momentum itself or on the draft, on the first phase?
Their momentum.
Well, based on the momentum, we can say that they have just came from a clean sweep and they are starting off really good. The macro skills that they have are definitely improved than they have been in Mina. So Team Falcons are actually doing something, and actually bringing up that they are better than what they were doing in Mina. I remember that they also played in the MPLI, which gained them some experience just right before they come here.
That is true. Even if their performance wasn't all the best on that stage, it was still experience, you know? It still makes a difference.
Geek fam.
Yes. But that's like, I consider
that
that
was a different roster though, yeah?
It was a different roster.
It's a different roster.
I'll give you the fact that they did win out that game, and that experience is going to be valuable, but they still didn't get past the group stage.
Exactly. I mean, they were playing in the Indonesian region for a while, so I guess that experience playing against an Asian region really lends itself, especially in a matchup like this against an Asian team.
And also, I want to add something up. Being there is not only about the group stage itself or like the teams within the tournament. Being there means that there was scrims, there was training, there was trying out some new metas. So that's experience.
True. That is a lot of experience that you're able to gain just from playing games against some of the best teams in the world, in fact. So that could be a big deciding factor, and I'm definitely seeing the impact of that. This is a team that has a certain degree of maturity up on that stage right now, and Nightmare Esports are really on the receiving end of that.
We'll have to see what they can come up with to try and deal with this, though. We saw the draft earlier, but again, I can't help but be concerned about the 1-1, because earlier, the real threat maybe is the Yuzong along with the Martis maybe. But in this game, no, there'll be a Joy, right? There'll be a Claude as well. It's not exactly the easiest matchup, or the easiest situation to be in, especially in the later stages of the team fight. So I think they're going to find some kind of help for the 1-1, because otherwise, I don't see this playing out differently, man.
But Angela with Joy and Angela with Claude, that's a combo. And Joy has been already executed by Leo yesterday, so I think that they are in their comfort zone.
But I will also say, as a Joy player myself, playing against high mobility heroes like the 1-1 can be kind of annoying, because you think that they're very squishy and you'll be able to burst them down, but if you just miss a single dash on that second skill, which might be pretty easy if the 1-1's just jumping around, then you become kind of a sitting duck.
That is true. So that's why there's a bit of skill involved in the Joy, definitely. But we'll have to see, man. Can Falcon make it work? Because I feel like there are ways to really take advantage of this. It's not just the 1-1, the Novaria as well. It is very vulnerable in the back there. And only with a Guinevere, we see the spatial migration used aggressively. Maybe in this game, they can really force that spatial migration to be saved, to be used as a defensive tool instead.
But Arashi, do you think that Kami is trying to test himself, or like to say, no, I can't do this? Maybe it was like a one-time thing that I failed 1-1. Like taking it as a first pick again.
Trying it again? So you're saying, like, is this like him testing himself? Trying it
statement
again?
Like, oh, I just like, that was a one-time thing.
It was just unlucky.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be very, very unlucky if you're gonna lose in game 1 with that draft, dude. I feel like, unless you're telling me literally everything, right? Literally the luck and the horoscopes and the stars all aligned to make him lose that game, it's really hard not to point at that as a big problem.
Wow.
So we'll see, right? As we said earlier, he might prove us wrong. I'm not sure if I've seen him play the 1-1 before. Maybe a bit more with different carries in the composition, then maybe the 1-1 will have a bit more space to try and do some damage. That could be one of the main problems that he had in game 1, him being the main target for all 5 members from the side of Falcons.
Yeah, 1-1 as a hero will play a lot more effectively if the team has setup for him. And in game 1, there was a lot of setup. You had the Tigreal, you had the Arlet, but there's also arguably some difficulty in engaging on that because of the presence of heroes like the Feramis and the Martis who can quite easily threaten that backline. This time we have the Guinevere, which will really lock someone down for a long time. If you can't get a crossbow of Tang off of the Violet Requiem, you're not going to get a crossbow of Tang off of anything. Could that be a game changer?
The what, crossbow of Tang or the...
Like being able to get the crossbow of Tang off on the Gwyn ult.
Oh, definitely, man. I mean, the crossbow of Tang is a huge component in the 1-1's damage. It also allows you to be a lot freer. That was the advantage that the 1-1 had over the carry. The fact that you can output damage, but still be immune and safe from all the counters coming in from your opponents. But just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the drafting phase. Thank you so much for your patience. As we take a look, the Arlet and the Yuzong EXP lane targeting in the banning phase, going really fast.
Minotaur as well. Okay, so the Arlet Minotaur makes a lot of sense on Team Falcon's side. They want to dive in, they got the Joy, they got the Claude. They want to make sure Nightmare Esports doesn't have that counter engage. The Yu Zong ban though is quite interesting, considering right now neither EXP lane has really been shown unless we're seeing the flexibility of the heroes right now.
Well, it actually makes sense to me from the side of Team Nightmare, because once they saw that Arlott was making so much trouble, Team Falcons decided to ban it, and it was making trouble to whom? To Yu Zong. So they said maybe they want to take that Yu Zong, that's why they banned.
Well, no, you're talking about how Falcon, they want to dive in, so they're banning away the Arlott and the Minotaur. That's exactly why the Yuzong and the Kufa are banned away. There's our dive tools available, but the Akai comes through right here. So it's going to be a... Well, both Akai and Joy can be flexed out, so Falcon's getting creative right here. But if they want to go for a full dive, the Akai can work. If he spreads everyone away from each other, then the dive could be a bit more linear for the whole team, because it's not really a combo-based kind of dive.
But the heavy spin would negate the issues that Joy might have against a high mobility team comp, right? If you're gonna be worried that you can't hit them because they're dashing away from you, then why not lock him down? It could work here, but I do wonder if there may have been like more viable options overall.
Well, Akai is one of those big, ooh, 2 picks already from Team Nightmare.
Whoa! Okay.
Benedetta.
That is interesting, man.
Did we see Benedetta so far?
No.
I think have we not seen it once?
I don't think so. Not yet.
I might be getting mixed up with MPLI, but Benedetta against a Phoveus.
Don't forget the 1-1.
It's not an impossible matchup, but with so many dashes here, it's definitely a good time for the Phoveus if he does not get shut down. That could be something that Nightmare can use, because they have a very strong jungler, man. The Fredrin.
Look how Team Falcons are organized. Mid lane, Phoveus. And you have Hulk, as I told you, on the XP lane with a Joy. And Leo got the Akai.
That's interesting right there. Now, this is not the first time we've seen Phoveus. The previous performance, he did actually win that game. So this hero performs very well in these niche situations where there's a lot of dashing. And we have that from the 1-1 and the Benedetta. Cammy already got caught out very often in game number 1. We'll see whether or not he can change our minds here. Game 2, we turn into the land of Dawn, and looks like there's gonna be a pause once again. Every single time, man. I want to make that dramatic entrance.
Yeah, it seems like the game 2 is not getting into the land of Dawn, more like getting out of the land of Dawn for a bit. For us, like to take
a pit stop.
Yeah, for a small moment right here. The Phoveus, though, in the mid lane, it looks weird, but in the past we have seen it played in the mid lane before. So, in a way, there is a precedent. And when there is a precedent, there are teams that have found a way to deal with it. Although, I'm not quite sure if Nightmare Esports have the experience to actually deal with such a niche kind of situation. I don't know if they were still expecting the Phoveus to go in the EXP lane towards the end right there.
The ultra long games combo at your service. You guys are from other regions. You don't know about this. But what happens is whenever Mars or Sif are on a desk, the games are longer, there's more technical pauses, and basically everything that could go wrong does go wrong. And when they're both on a desk, then it actually does double. This is a proven track record, and if we look over to the VM cast right there, whose faces do we see?
Well, we're looking at the best of the best. They're waving at us too, dude. Hello, what's up?
They know what they've done. Is there any sort of like trend? Like, are there like specific caster curses happening in like your respective regions?
Oh yeah, we have the Omwawa curse. Whenever it's his passive, we call it.
Okay.
Whenever he's just around in the arena, he doesn't even have to be on duty, man. If he's just around as an audience, the games go as long as possible. They're usually very, very long. They last till like 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. actually, 12 at night. And it's happening quite consistently. Along with that, there's the Mirko and OG Curse and Bless, because they respectively have their own moments to go for a full Bless or a full Curse situation.
Interesting. So we are already aware that the Mer curse is there, and it's quite similar to the Lafel curse. I didn't realize you had like a Sif Mars long game curse over in ID as well. How about in Vena?
Well, so far we didn't get the chance to have a cursed caster yet, so or like a cursed talent. So far,
Soon.
That's good.
Yeah, nothing.
Soon, bro.
Maybe
For
maybe I'll bring something back to Mena.
You bring a curse, man.
Is that the kind of thing you want to bring back to Mena?
I don't think I
dude,
want to keep that.
I got a question for you, man.
Ask.
Falcons is getting a lot of support, and in fact, Saudi wasn't the area, the region with the highest percentage of supporters for Falcons. Some of the other countries kind of outdid them when it comes to the total percentage. So why is Falcons so popular outside of MENA here? Is it the personality? Is it the fabulous beards coming in from the MENA region?
Wait, what?
We don't have those in
Yeah.
Asia, dude.
That's
Asians don't have beards.
That's rare.
Okay, so I think that Falcons are getting like a little bit of focus because, as I told you, they have a variety of members. And actually, if you are following up MENA, you will know that Team Falcons, it is their first season ever as a team. This is the first time we have something called Team Falcons. And when they showed up, they got the rookie of the previous season. They got the 2-times champion Leo as a jungler, and then they got also Lotrick and Goodnight together, and they had this combo. As I told you, there's a synergy, high synergy between Super and Hulk, so they combined an all-star team from MENA.
Well, that could explain the MENA popularity, but in Asia, dude? In America even? What is going on there?
I don't know.
It's a good question.
That is crazy.
Hopefully the fans can tell us in the comments and
Yeah,
why exactly.
All of y'all are wild. If you
Team
can,
Falcons has so much support.
if you can please tell us what appeals to you so much. I think some other teams can really, look to Falcons as an inspiration, dude, because, popularity is a big deal in esports.
Look, there's something, it's not a quote, it's something that happened and it's common, like in Egypt generally, is that when you see, it's not a quote, look, I'll just say it. When you see a team that is not known playing up against giant teams, which team do you want to win if you are not supporting the giant team from the
underdog buff?
That's why Team Falcons are getting so much support against the international scene, because they are the underdogs.
Against Nightmare, though.
I feel like some of these teams would be considered more underdogs than Falcons.
Maybe,
though.
yeah.
Or even now, there's an MPL technically for MENA, right? There is an MPL.
Yeah, man.
So, I don't think there's an MPL for Nightmare. Is there?
There's a caster
So who's the real underdog here?
Thank you very much. That is my girlfriend in the crowd right
Whoa.
there. So like I get to see
Mr.
my picture
Dodo.
up on screen, which is nice. Thank you very much to her right there. Hopefully she enjoys the game after this, just like all of you. But I think the more handsome player is actually on screen right now. I know.
Dude, they've been like
just look at
Leo
them.
on cam for a pretty long time.
They know
right
what
there.
the fans want to see.
I want to see the big man Leo.
They want to see.
He's very tall, actually.
They want to see the MENA people with beard.
Exactly.
So they combine
Look
Leo
at
and
Look
Hulk.
at this.
The beards are the
That's what I'm telling
highlight.
you. Look at the comparison of facial hair from Falcons compared to Nightmare, dude. It's like a facial hair gap.
Yeah, Leo's taking care of himself.
Definitely.
Where's your facial hair, Yasu?
That's a good question.
From Nightmare to Sweet Dream, it says. Dang.
That's nice. They're predicting the 2-0. They want the 2-0 right there. Man, definitely having a good amount of supporters overall. Hopefully we do get these difficulties solved pretty soon. The Marshall team is hard at work. Again, we apologize to everyone at home, and thank you very much for still sticking with us here at the M5 World Championship wild cards. The game will get going very soon. In the meantime, you guys get to hang out with us for just a little bit longer. Actually, this is a chance. I wanted to ask you earlier, Arashi, about like whether or not the teams you personally predicted going to M5 were still the same, now that we're like halfway through the group stage.
I feel like there were some surprises for sure. I don't know why I'm talking like this.
Yeah, why are you talking like that?
That's my pondering voice. I feel like,
You're holding back something.
Technically, I thought I was agreeing with the favorites, right? I think SMG definitely got it. They have experience, which I think is very valuable in a longer, prolonged event. If it's a best of one, for instance, we've seen a lot of teams just burst out of nowhere, get a victory, get out. But in the best of threes, right, in multiple days of competition, I think the experience will definitely make a difference. But with yesterday's performance, I must admit, I got kind of confused. Like, wow, this is the favorites? What's going on? What's happening? It almost made me feel like there's something extra going on behind the scenes,
Okay, so your predictions before wildcard started were SMG and...
What was it? I think it was SMG and... I gotta look at the list of teams, man. I'm getting old.
You've already forgotten your personal predictions from like 2 days ago.
Dude, we've been looking at like 8 different teams every day. DJY with a Mirko High next to Maro, actually. Sup, guys?
Sup? Okay.
But yes, we've been looking at teams the whole time, dude. I'm kind of like blanking out on the rest of the teams.
I'll leave you be for now. How about
let me up the hook, dude.
Same question. Who did you like? You predicted which teams did you predict again? Going to M5 before the wildcard?
Look, you mean at the round table or like right now? What do I have before?
No, like before M5.
Before M5. So, I've actually said
Falcons?
SMG.
And Falcons?
And Falcons, because I believe that they can make something special.
Is it still the same now?
Well, they are going in the right direction so far.
So basically, yes.
Yeah, basically yes.
So SMG can beat Falcon, you think? Hey,
so you take yourself out of the hook and you just like.
Yeah, it's like the bait and switch, dude. I gotta like put someone in my spot.
He's the only person here with no stakes in that matchup.
Oh yeah.
Technically, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think to me, I just appreciate a good match of Mobile Legends, man.
Right,
I mean, we all do. Winning is just a bonus, right? We're just here for the sportsmanship. Just kidding, bro. No way.
I'm here to win, man. Whenever I boot up MLBB, I'm here to win. You know?
So Malaysian of you.
Yeah, it's very
competitive, aggressive, Dodo.
Yes. That's the epitome of a Malaysian player, right?
Well,
but let's, if you're talking about
I'll actually give you that. I will answer your question.
Oh.
SMG is in their like best performance, right? Like in both teams' best cases, right? SMG will win currently.
Yeah, I think a name that pops up was Lil Gun. Actually, I was quite impressed with how they played.
Oh yeah.
Although I can't help but feel a bit discouraged because there are some moments there where they made just some really risky, borderline questionable plays there. Hey, actually here we have a player comment from Jasmine.
He says, I hope Laos will have MPL, a league, more players and more teams. Starting from wildcard, we can make a name for Nightmare at Laos and become more famous so that Laos can have its own professional league. I think a lot of teams here want to have the same sort of thing, right? Yeah. A lot of them want to show what they're capable of on the international stage so that they can create hype, create more attention, and create a league for themselves, a scene, an environment where these players can grow and thrive.
Well, there are some teams in the tournament that we have right now, the wild card, who share the same dream or like the same goal that Nightmare wants an MPL for their own region. And I would actually say, after seeing what I've witnessed yesterday, there are some teams, there are some regions, let's like for instance speak about KBG. I would actually give these guys a season or two, and I believe that they will have a spot in the M5 itself.
One season might be enough, dude, because they just require a bit more experience, especially after a wake-up call, right? Meeting the other more developed regions, it's definitely going to ignite their competitive passions. And I think it's also a great way for Mobile Legends to spread, you know? Getting your, someone from the small region into the M5 series, right? Makes anyone in that region go like, whoa, our guys on an international stage, and in turn it will rouse the popularity and interest in the game as well. So I think it's a step in the right direction if we, are going to try and fulfill our dream of an international, truly international Mobile Legends tournament.
Well, I have a question for, because we're now having discussions, right?
Yes.
The wildcard idea itself, I stand fully with it. I believe in second chances. So do you guys think that by offering this second chance, will it add something up to the M5 itself?
Oh yes, definitely. I think it's really incredible that these teams are getting second chances, that developing regions are getting an opportunity in the first place, and the fact that this is a melting pot where these teams are able to interact with one another, learn about strategies they didn't know previously existed, understand and respect the different regions is huge, and there will definitely be an impact on M5 itself, because these teams will be going into the main stage, the ones that qualify as the underdogs for sure. So what happens if they're able to create upsets, you know? That's just so dramatic. That's like such a good storyline.
Exactly, the storyline possibilities, man. Climbing out of the wildcard series and then making it to, not even, let's say they don't win, right? Making it to the semifinals. That's already such a great story that we can highlight.
Not just from the lower bracket, like from the lower bracket.
Yeah, from the lower squared bracket. The wildcard series right here. And I'm enjoying the fact that in some way, right, now that the stakes aren't immediately as high, and the teams, some teams might be underestimating the other teams because it's the lower bracket. But that's why we're seeing a lot of experimentation going on. And I think that's valuable, man. We're seeing real good potential coming in from a lot of these heroes that haven't been picked in a long time, like years even.
Yeah, it's a big plus point. And honestly, if the M5 teams watch the wildcard and realize, this hero could be quite effective in this situation, and we get to see more unique picks on the main stage, that's all already like more than enough.
Well, I really love, like, look, I'm now having a quick look at the stage itself. I'm having a quick look at everything that's happening. I'm looking also at the casters at the BM desk, and they are just like on a couch, not on their chairs anymore. They are having fun looking at the stage, and right now they're just chit-chatting and like doing the same thing as we guys are doing. And also I would like to address the viewers right now is that the technical problem, it did take a little bit of time, but that's to assure that both teams have the best experience possible, and also to make sure that the experience of the game itself for you as a viewer, for you as a fan, for you as, let's say, a lover for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang scene to be fair and to be exciting and to be equal between both teams. And so far, our marshals are doing their best, and so far, the players will also promise you that they will do their best.
You know, that's the other real big thing about the wildcard series, man. It gives us as casters, you know, another feel to try and do something, right? To try and make experiment, try and get you back at home like the best experience. And we get to meet each other, dude. Because you have no idea, as a caster, the international events working live, right, with your international co-workers. That is such a beneficial and fun experience, and I think it's so good.
Well, here I am, halfway around the world.
Exactly.
With you.
That's your first time as well, right? Like, how often have you been like out of your country?
I've just been to Emirates and Saudi Arabia for both, like MPL MENA and both MPL MENA. So this is my first time ever speaking, like even being in a country that's not in MENA.
Wait, hang on. Whoa. So your whole international experience out of Egypt is all based, it's all
MENA
from Mobile Legends.
Yes.
That is crazy, dude.
That's actually insane.
That's a dub from Mobile Legends, man. What a story. They should make like a video, like a podcast highlighting you, dude.
Maybe.
There's value in that storyline.
Yasu, the documentary.
The hope of MENA.
The man from MENA.
The man.
The man from the man.
The man bracket A.
Man. Because otherwise it would just be mana.
What's your experience so far, man? How do you feel that? How different is our, this experience compared to MPL MENA? Are you seeing a lot of differences? Do you feel like it's a more polished format, for instance?
Well, look. At first, I want to point out that it is a terrifying experiment.
Oh, absolutely. I can relate, dude.
Because this is my first time dealing fully in English in daily basis, and also and casting professionally, because right here we are on an international stage, and also I'm representing the MENA. And it's like a lot of first times to do a lot of things. It's my first time meeting you guys, my first time casting in English in a tri-cast, my first time seeing a lot of new stuff. But to be honest, I'm not just saying that because now we are on the stream, or like because I have you guys. You have been so supportive since day one. You have been so friendly since day one, and everything just went smooth. All thanks from me goes to you actually. And yeah, you've been like, you haven't been anything but generous in giving me information and in giving me experience and heading me towards the right direction. Whether I was like doing any part at the cast, whether I was like the one who was shouting and doing the team fights, even the analytical parts. It's like, literally, I've learned so much from this international experience, and also Malaysia itself was a very welcoming country.
I'm glad to hear that.
I agree, man. Malaysia has been good to us.
Really?
Nasi lemak is delicious.
Man, nasi lemak is the best.
Y'all got that.
The food is great. You guys got to try out definitely a lot more stuff while you guys have the chance to. But let's show some love in the comments for Yasu. It's his first time like being outside. I can't imagine how terrifying it is, because like last year was my first time doing an international event, and it was local.
Oh, really?
You know, it was still in Malaysia. So I can't imagine coming to a different region, doing your first international event in a different language entirely. Like, that just seems like such a huge challenge.
A different format as well, by the way, because fun fact, in MENA, they do not do a three-man cast.
Yeah.
This is Yasu's first exposure to it, so, dude, like, full credit to you. This is a very difficult situation.
I just hope that people bear up with me, like they don't get like, yeah, this guy is not doing great, but I'm really,
Dude,
I'm trying my best.
Dude,
I'm really trying my best.
I believe in our community.
You guys will behave, right, in the comments. I'm looking at you right now.
But dude,
I got my eye on you.
But Dodo, man, you know, for me, myself, this is actually my first time participating in an international event and getting flown out. Because I was part of M4, but that was in Indonesia. And I missed out on SPS due to personal reasons, scheduling conflicts. But I didn't get to come here for SPS either. So this is actually my first time flown out of the country myself.
I've never even been flown out. So I'm still waiting for that first
Soon,
chance.
brother.
Maybe one day, you know. But yeah, glad you guys are having a good time here in Malaysia. The BM cast is actually waving at us now.
And this is the cast of podcast.
It's actually a podcast.
Yeah. It's a fun podcast, though.
I mean, that's always the goal, right? On a podcast, like, you don't hold a podcast to have it be a not fun podcast.
Well, hopefully it's fun. I mean,
obviously the goal was not to have a podcast here today, but you know, when life gives you lemons, you hold a podcast.
You plant a tree.
Yeah.
You plant the tree.
No, you hold the podcast. No, it is correct. You hold the podcast.
Yeah. You talk about lemons.
Yes, indeed. It's like logical. When life gives you lemons, you have to have a podcast
About lemons.
Yeah, it makes
lemons?
sense.
Do you guys like lemons?
I mean, iced lemon tea is good.
Yeah, but like lemons on their own is a bit too sour for me.
I mean, you're not supposed to eat them on their own, though, are you?
I have a friend who does.
What's wrong with you?
And he's just like, oh, it's healthy. I'm like, I guess, but why? To
Does
find
it-
out why, maybe we can get some more info.
It doesn't sound healthy to me. I feel like you're. Anyway, let's just throw it over to the stage. You know, our podcast is done. Let's let the hosts have a moment on a screen, because they got an interview up on stage.
Energy here in Geospace is electric. Right now, it's 1-0 Nightmare Esports versus the Falcons. And you know, while the players are getting ready, how about let's talk to some of the fans. I'm gonna pick some fans, random fans in here. You know, I see, oh, okay, come on over here. Come on over here, actually, you three, oh, Maro, you're here. Come on over. While the players are getting ready to play the game, how about let's talk to these people, and maybe we'll play a little bit of a game as well. Hi, guys. Hello. Okay, you guys, you stay there. How are you doing? You're here every day. You're here every day. So I see that you're here with some people. Who are your friends?
This is DJY.
DJY?
Yeah, content creator.
I've heard about you. Tell us what you make content about.
I make content about MPLs and including M5 Wildcard as well.
Including M5 Wildcard. What kind of content about M5 Wildcard?
Some clips and also some RL content interview in the future.
Okay, how about let's give us a sample for the people in the other regions who haven't seen your content. Introduce yourselves and pretend that I'm watching your channel right now. All right? Okay? DGY in 3, 2, 1, go.
For the international fans, So basically, I clip actually a lot of MPL videos like MPL Indonesia, MPL Malaysia, MPL Philippines, and outside a lot of regions as well. So
Sample. Oh, see, you have friends in here. Okay, give us a sample of what you're doing.
Okay, like example for MPLPH, right? There's a lot of strong teams like AP Brand and Blacklist International. So basically, I clip a lot of their gameplays and make a lot of their highlights to, you know, get more exposure for the tournaments and stuff. And yeah.
Is there a chance that you'd want to be a caster?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, we're gonna pretend that you're a caster and then we're gonna pass it over to him, okay? So the crowd will know him. All right, DJY, go.
Okay, so I ask him questions.
Pretend this is a game right now and then you pass it over to him.
Okay, now we can see that Blacklist International is locking onto the base. And looks like Echo is trying his best to defend the base, but it's not happening.
Except it's the Falcons and it's Nightmare Esports. Go ahead. What is your name?
My name is Howek. It's HOWECT.
Now we know how to find you on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it that you do? I know you make some content as well. You guys are friends, right?
Well, we just only met yesterday.
You met yesterday.
Well, I'm not really a content creator. I'm just a random Mobile Legends player.
You're just a player. Okay,
Yeah.
what role do you play?
I usually play gold lane.
You usually play gold lane. What role do you play again?
Rome.
Rome, gold, Rome. What are you?
Jungler.
Jungler. Okay, I'm a roamer, Rafa. Okay, so we just need one more. Now, okay, how about who do you think? Okay, you're a content creator, so you know everything about MLBB, and you play really well. What rank?
What rank?
Yeah, what rank?
Well, right now I'm in Legend, but my highest rank is in just low mythic.
Okay, legend. All right, let's see which of you knows your hero really well. Mara, the reason why I pulled you, I just thought about this game literally this second. You're gonna be the judge to say if they're saying it right, okay? Now, we're gonna go through the heroes A to Z, A, B, C, D, all the way to Z. Once you say A, he has to say a hero that starts with B, and so on and so forth, okay? You can only have a 5-second pause. Otherwise, you will lose. And everybody in the comment section, you can play along. Put down the heroes in case they miss it. All right, we're gonna start off with the letter A. And I feel that you should go first. Okay, a hero that starts with letter A. Judge, be attentive. Hero that starts with letter A.
Arlet.
Alles.
Bauman.
Bauman.
Help. No, not Helker.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay. He just made it right on time. Chang'e. 5.
Help me, guys.
D. 5.
Dairoth.
E. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Okay, I'm sorry. Time is up. How about let's have another contender. We'll give a chance to a contender. Do you want to say a message to anybody that's watching right now?
Yeah. Hey, international fans. I mean, not really. I didn't really come up friends, but for all of you watching, I just hope that you guys will be doing so well for MLBB. Yeah.
You did so well. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. You know, it's not easy to have a mic and to talk on camera. You did so well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Okay, now you can go back to your seat. We need a contender. We need a contender who thinks, okay, come on over here. Come on over. Where are you from?
Egypt.
You're from Egypt.
Yes.
Oh, so you're Yasu's friend.
Yeah.
You're Yasu's friend. Okay. What is your name?
Rames.
I'm
actually the sub player for Falcons Esports.
Oh, shoot. He's the sub player. Okay. Now, you gotta do good on this one, all right? We're gonna start off again, so you know how the game goes. We're gonna do heroes, okay? We're gonna start off again, okay, with A this time. We'll start with you. How confident do you feel right now?
100%.
100%. He feels like he's 100%. What's your
Do.
role, by the way? What's your role?
I'm mid laner.
You're mid laner, but you know all the heroes for sure?
Yeah.
Well,
100%.
let's put a spell on him. You're gonna forget the heroes, okay? All right, we're gonna start off with A. Go ahead.
Aldous.
Almond.
Bauman.
Camilla.
Dyroth.
Esmeralda.
Franco.
Franco. Franco.
Franco.
Okay, wait, don't.
Oh my God.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him the answer. Franco. G. G. You have to say G or you're GG right now. G.
Granger.
So it's an H, yeah?
E, F, G, H. There's a black belt.
Hilda.
Yeah, okay, fine. Hilda.
Yeah, okay.
I.
Ixa.
J.
J.
There's no hero J.
J, yes. J, vroom. J, vroom.
Johnson.
Ja.
Yeah, right.
K.
Lan-
K. J, K.
Kadida.
Kadida.
Yeah.
L.
Leomord.
Leomord. M.
Oh, Mates.
Don't coach. You're the judge. Maro, you're the judge. M.
Nathan.
Nathan. N. O. Is there an O? Oh, yeah. The dance of the swan is so
Odette.
graceful and charming. Odette. LMNOP.
Yeah. Paquito.
Paquito. LMNOP. Q. You think of the next letter, okay? Q. Is there a Q?
I don't think there's a Q,
Is
guys.
there a Q? Is there a Q? There's no Q. There's no Q. Okay, you're the judge. You help me. Q. There's no Q. Q. R.
Roger.
Roger. Okay, R. S.
Silvana.
Silvana.
Yeah.
Now, okay, S. T.
Tigreal. U.
Uranus. Yeah.
V. The flying head.
Oh, Valia.
Oh, okay. U, V, W. You say the next letter. W.
Okay, 1-1.
1. My
Yeah.
darts fight. U, W, X.
Export.
Y.
Yuzong.
Yuzong.
Yeah.
Z.
Zilong.
I don't know how I'm gonna determine the winner. Thank you so much. By the way, Maro, you are supposed to be the judge, not the coach.
No, I mean...
You want him to win.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys know each other?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes, from the same region. Okay, now your team right now is up there. Everybody from Egypt is watching, the MENA region. What would you like to say to everybody online, especially those who are looking forward to seeing your teams?
Thank you for supporting us, and please continue. I hope we put out a honorable performance, and keep supporting us. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Final message to everybody.
Thank you everyone for coming here to the M5 Wildcard, and then keep supporting your favorite teams, and also shout out to Mirko in the stream.
Whoa! Shout out to Mirko. And Maro, thank you so much. We have lots of fun games happening here at Geospace Live, so be sure to always tune in and always remember to dare to be great and be better than great. See you guys in a bit.
the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall
play my role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Yeah. Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, nah, nah. I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great, great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great, great.
Yeah. Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, nah, nah. I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great, great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We
me like I might kick over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing
can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Hit me like I might geek over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great.
but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DS Cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside, it's very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab and leave.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah, making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah, making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Pag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. Championship. I'm back.
who can keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to crash. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to crash. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to crash. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab and leave.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
one seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DSQ over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. Championship. I'm back.
can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great, great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great, great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DS Cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab and leave.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shot reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DS Cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244, alright.
boing, 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 boing.
the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Play our part, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab and leave.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami. Your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi. Pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
one seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is harder. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to play. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is harder. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to play. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to play. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
grab only.
Boing, 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 boing,
Pag nag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
boing, 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 boing.
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
faceless round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the net.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the M5 World Championship wildcard stage. We are very sorry for all of the delay and very thankful to all of you who have stuck with us here. We had some technical difficulties that we had to resolve, but it is all fixed now. We're going to be able to jump into the game very soon. Due to these difficulties, we will be remaking the draft from the beginning for game number 2 as well. So just to give you guys a little bit of a heads up of what is going on. And again, we're very sorry. We will make sure that we do our best that this will not happen again. And again, thank you very much for coming back and joining us. Welcome to the M5 wildcard stage. My name is Stafa, along with Arashi as well as Yasu. It's been a long day, guys. Yasu, I think this is the first time this sort of thing has happened. You feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm actually like, I'm excited for the next game, even though we will see a completely new draft. I don't know what to actually expect, so I want to see how will the minds of the coaches and the players in a certain case, because Falcons, as we said, they don't have like currently the coach with them. So I'm excited to see what is the completely new draft.
It's a rare situation to have to remake a draft like this, and there's definitely going to be some implications in terms of strategies, but these teams are, of course, battle ready. They have returned to the stage. They've had some time to think about things, and I imagine that the approach towards the next game is going to be a little bit different than what we saw before the break here for those technical difficulties. Arashi, what do you think?
There's going to be changes for sure, but I think for Nightmare, earlier they went with a very dash-heavy approach. I think the idea is to really outmaneuver Falcons as much as possible, but it was countered by a Phoveus pick early on at least. So I think that was, in a way, it was still a balanced situation because, the Phoveus is a great addition against a dash heroes, but against a 1-1, against a Benedetta as well, there are ways that you can use, the dashes instead to ban in the Fulvius and punish him afterwards instead. So it was looking pretty balanced earlier on, but now that there's going to be a change, I kind of feel there's going to be a bit of similarities. At least for Team Nightmare, I do believe it's still going to be the same high mobility style, because otherwise they've tried the whole 5v5 collision team fight style before, and at least in game number 1 it did not really work out in their favor.
Well, without further ado here, I do believe we'll be ready to jump into the drafting phase very, very soon. And for the last time, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for bearing with us. Let us jump back into the drafting phase. Game number 2 between Team Falcons and Nightmare Esports. They will be retaining the same sides in the draft, and the bans are already commencing.
Well, Team Nightmare this time are banning that Joy, so it wouldn't be in the hands for neither Leo or Hulk, so that took it out of the equation. Do you think that something will change for Team Falcons, Arashi?
Well, they banned Mathilda and the Joy, no, Mathilda and the Nolan still. The Joy is a difference compared to the banning phase before the technical difficulty. You can read a bit into that by seeing that they're going to be a bit more assassin focused. On the other side though, for Falcons, Khalid is still banned away, and so is the Bruno. So for the most part, we're going to see if the final ban here is any different, because earlier it was the Faramis, and that's something that they don't really want to give in to Nightmare, considering it's something they use very efficiently in game 1, but they actually banned away the 1-1 instead, so the Faramis is wide open.
So a difference in response here. They see the Joy banned out, so they get rid of the 1-1 for themselves. Nightmare Esports going to be locking in that Guinevere. Pretty safe choice for a first hero pick. What's going to come up next?
Well, I've predicted that we will not see Guinevere that much, so it is worthy of being a first pick, and it's also worthy in being first, like in the first banning phase. But so far, I don't think that there is a lot of there's not like quite much surprises, because as Arashi said, some of the bans are already as they are, or like we have used to see them from these teams. Falcons on the other side, I think that taking 1-1 out, I don't know, was it effective last game so that it's banned out at a first phase?
Funny enough, it didn't seem like Kami was that comfortable on the 1-1. Wasn't able to use it to its maximum potential, using the crossbow of tanks as well. So now for Falcon, it's just looking more like the draft they had in game number 1. It's going to be a Faramis with the Martis. And if you're going with game 1 as a basis here, they had the Mathilda, they had the Yu Zhong as well as the carry. I think that's not the kind of gold they want to have. But for Nightmare, it's going to be the Tarizla as well, so already a very engage-heavy situation here against a Faramis.
Yeah, some changes here overall. The Angela actually getting led through the first phase for now here. Previously, Falcons had picked it up alongside the Joy, so it looks like without the combination, they're no longer prioritizing it quite as much. With Tarizla and Guinevere, like you mentioned, it's going to be a very strong engage-heavy lineup, but the Martis is still a pretty good solution since he would be immune to crowd control a lot of the time.
And also we have seen Leo play with Morris at game 1 actually, and he was doing really decent. As I called him the Shinigami, he was collecting souls, but Team Nightmare seems to go for that magical damage. So far they haven't got the gold lane. So do you expect to see that the gold lane will be picked by Team Falcons and then focus at the ban, especially because we have a 1-1 already in the ban list?
Well, I feel like now, I mean, they might as well hide it. There's no real reason to show it right now, especially with so many aggressive engage tools already available. I think they can very easily hide it for later. They still go for the Yu Zhong first, so it's still a very dive-heavy style. There is the black shoes from the Lilia, so they can kite back away from this. But I think they're going to require a bit more crowd control and some damage to really push back Team Falcons here if they really want to try and make it a long engagement.
Yeah, the Yu Zhong does make sense, but I also wonder if it'll really be as effective as you would like normally, because there's a lot of ways that Nightmare Esports can slow down the Black Dragon form engage to a certain extent. But we know that Hulk is quite comfortable with the hero overall, so don't think we would be too concerned, as now Team Falcon's gonna start banning out these counter-engage heroes. The Mentor is gone.
Well, so far I think that Team Falcons, I'm not going to say it's the same first phase because I cannot actually recall, but aren't these the same picks we have seen in game 1?
The picks are quite similar. Well, in the draft that didn't count, right? For Nightmare, they had 1-1 Novaria Guinevere, Fredrian, and Benedetta.
Okay.
Actually, so the Lilia is a new addition, changing well, replacing the Novaria. They had the Guinevere, but now they have that Terizla. So they're not going with the Benedetta.
I mean the Falcons draft.
Oh, for Falcon,
base.
they had Joy, they have Angela, Claude, Akai, and Phobius.
No, the first game.
First game, my bad.
Yeah. Because Paramis touched the base.
Getting it mixed up with the previous
It's alright.
fucking
It's
draft.
alright. So Paramis was touching the base, and I remember that Leo was playing the Mortis because I said he collects
recall
souls,
that, yeah.
and there was the Yuzong. I believe. I cannot quite recall that.
I remember the Martis and the Faramis. The Yuzong's a bit blurry to me, but I wouldn't doubt it. It's very Falcon style.
Game 1?
Yeah, game 1.
Game 1.
It was Mathilda, Faramis, Yuzong, Martis, and Curry.
You're correct.
Yeah,
then.
there you go.
Okay, and the carry is a possibility. Yeah, that looks like Nightmare Esports remembers that as well. That's why they banned it for themselves.
Yep, no thanks.
Falcons ban out the Claude, so some focus towards those late game gold laners. And Team Falcons will lock in the Beatrix. A pretty safe choice for Lotric as of right now.
Well, for Lotric, playing the Beatrix here with so much dive, you can follow up with the runner's apathy to just supplement the pick-off and the dive, potential, the burst damage. But in a prolonged team fight here, it still seems to really favor the side of Nightmare. So if they can survive the initial collision, then they can abuse the Lilia, because we've seen what the Lilia can do in a prolonged fight. With the Akai though, this was in the game that didn't count. It was picked up by Falcons. Nightmare will be trying to use it for themselves.
Interesting choice. Definitely not a bad one as well. On paper, the Akai is a good counter towards that Nether Realm. You push people out of the zone, you no longer benefit from that extra HP. And the Brody will allow Cammy to hold his own pretty well against Lotric in the gold lane. The last pick now going to be going to Team Falcons. Unless this Faramis is going to be flexed, they're going to be looking for a roamer.
Yeah, they might look for a roamer. Might be Diggy. I don't know. I'm just like maybe a Diggy because there's a tons of crowd control, but nope, it is a. Okay, so I wanted to say that Lotric's first appearance at Amena was actually with the Beatrix, and this guy plays Beatrix really good, and also Super. He concluded Mena by using that Edith.
Okay. So some comfort picks happening here for Team Falcons. As for the side of Nightmare Esports, what are your thoughts, Arashi?
For Nightmare, it's a lot of dive, but it's also with the Akai though, so I don't get why the Terizla is picked alongside with the Akai. I feel like it's a pretty weird combination. But if the idea is to use the rest of the crowd control, the penalty zone and the special migration as a deterrent, and then while doing so, using the heavy spin to secure the neutral objective, then it's a very good neutral objective centered take. But the problem is that's only going to be useful to secure the objective. Afterwards, they can't really escape from all the chase and dive coming in from the side of Falcons.
It's a tricky combination to have to pull off. We'll see whether or not Nightmare Esports can live up to the hype, because right now they're going to be one game down as we enter into the land of Dawn. Game number 2. Team Falcons one step away from another clean sweep. Will they be able to do so? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
The long-awaited second game finally underway right here. And already a big difference here, but Good Night.
Good Night is about to sleep. Look at Good Night, he's still trying to get that damage, but he goes back in a really strange way. He had to use his flicker, right?
Not a bad choice, though. I feel like, yes, it's a very aggressive. Oh, Hulk?
Yeah, almost. Almost
he's
gone.
fine.
It's not like after a long break, everyone's just eager to get some action.
Oh,
and now,
they do get some action. Hulk is out. Hulk is out. He just signs out. He knows that he's down. That's first blood for Team Nightmare.
That is something that's so dangerous, man. The Guinevere gang potential. Now Cammy here, he might, something might be up right here. It seems like Team Falcons, they're putting their attention on the other side of the map. Usually we see him play around Hulk, but now, knowing, I guess, that Lotric's on his signature hero, they want to make sure that he gets a dominant, decisive laning phase.
Yeah, it's an understandable concern here, especially considering the stakes. Right now, Team he's
trying to jump in, but he jumps in the air in another way. Super saves Lotric.
Nice response right there. Being able to outplay that is pretty solid from Lotric there. He definitely sensed that something was coming, dashed away. They don't have enough damage yet to finish off Jasmine, but it's still pretty nice.
Yeah, he's getting now some passive, and Hulk is trying to get that kill. He forces Joviana to use his flicker, so he goes back, and he will not be able to use the penalty zone with the flicker at the turtle time.
Great play by Hulk there to get engaged when there's no minions around, so Juviana can't really regen from the Festival of Blood that he has. But here's where the draft really makes sense for Nightmare Esports. Can they secure the first turtle and put Leo behind?
Well, we'll see right now because the spark is on and there's a Leo with the second skill tries, and he did secure that turtle. First turtle goes to the side of Team Falcons. Everything's safe, everyone is alive, and things are going a little bit. Yeah, it's Sai, right? Yeah, that was not going toward anyone.
That was a clean defense there. Super going for the aggressive engage to try and lock down too easy for Lexi before the heavy spin can come out. Allow them to secure
the
that.
penalty zone. Hulk is trying to escape, and there's so much pressure. Hulk is still alive, but he's just one touch away. One touch away. He manipulates death, and he's back alive for a skill. Oh, flicker here. Here he is with that first skill. Leo is going deep. Leo is going so deep. He wants Juviana, and he gets Juviana. Look at Hulk. Look at Falcons. Look at Falcons. They are flying.
Plays all over the map right there, man. On the top, on the bottom, everywhere. A display of mechanics and dominance on the map. What a draft and what a game plan so far, but with that advantage, will they just try and circle around Nightmare Esports and suffocate them? Because they have the tools to do so.
Yeah, they definitely do. They do still have to respect somewhat because Jasmine and Juliana, if they're able to get a good engage right now, the net worth difference isn't enough.
Oh, he's jumping in the air. He's jumping in the air, and he gets what he wants. Low trick is down. Kami gets that kill. Oh, he just assists, but Team Nightmare seems to fight back.
What a gank there. That's the Guinevere ganking potential we've been always hyping up about. That's exactly why Yasu felt that it won't really make an appearance. It's just so dynamic, and it happens so fast, and it actually covers so much more distance compared to a lot of other engage tools. So for now, with the turtle coming up, I think the favor still lies on Team Falcons, but look at this.
Jasmine's trying to play it so risky, but he knows what he was about to witness. It was a kill for Team Falcons.
Turtle going to be taunted now, pulled over to the Team Falcon side. All 5 players on both teams going to be in the area as Juviana's pulled back.
Juviana is in a really bad place. He's alone. He's trapped alone. Leo is trying to dance with that turtle. They are leaving Juviana because they know that the turtle is more important. And Akai goes in. Too easy for Lexi. It is too easy for Lexi. He wins that retribution battle.
Good for him, man. Finally making the Akai pick work in his favor. That was a massive fight, though. Nightmare Esports, they actually dove towards Goodnight and made sure that the Nether Realm can't be used efficiently there. Even with the Black Dragon form used by Hawk, it's still they're unable to actually stave up the aggression and get Goodnight in position for a good turtle fight. That could be the winning condition, the winning strategy they can use again and again.
It was a good attempt to zone by Team Falcons, but here they go again.
Super wants, he's going in, he wants to take that kill. He's not going down alone. Juviana doesn't even go down, but they will punish him. It is inevitable. You have 4 members down, and Falcons take Juviana down.
A little bit of vengeance there for the previous kill in the mid lane. Hulk going to be defending, but the tier 1 tower does fall on Nightmare Esports, taking advantage of Team Falcon's over-rotation to the bot lane.
They're just trading kills, trading objectives. They're just eager to really get some action going on in this game right here. Without a turtle around for another 40 seconds, both teams are just rotating around. But for the most part, if they want to go for this skirmish-heavy playstyle, I think Nightmare Esports can come out on top, man. Team Falcons, they want to be together in order for Leo to take advantage of the movement speed boost from the decimation.
That is true, and if Team Falcons are playing too close together, Nightmare Esports, they're just going to look for that opportunity. And speaking of,
Lotric is going to a really bad place, but now he sees that Team Nightmare are coming and they want that bot lane turret. He manages to pull up a defense here. I thought they will take the turret easily.
They're waiting for the wave right here, and once it does collide, Cammy can just one-tap this turret. But with 3 members defending, can Lexi find the pin?
Oh, too easy for Lexi or what? Lodric now being alive, still held alive by Goodnight, but the Black Dragon is here into the land of Dawn. He will cause chaos. He is already causing mayhem, but Joey Viana in the back line holding that Goodnight, wishing him not wishing him a good night. Joey Viana is down, but Leo goes down along with him. It is incredible at the bot lane.
I will say that this game, Nightmare Esports' rotations feel a lot cleaner than what we've seen of them previously. The time that they've taken to discuss and figure out how they want to outplay Team Falcons seems to have been quite valuable here. Because right now, even though Team Falcons are still playing the same old way and honestly are finding some good chances, the amount of tools that Nightmare Esports has is making it very difficult when combined with their newfound aggression.
They just have to set up more properly, right? For Nightmare Esports, a lot of the heroes, like I said, are self-sufficient, right? There's a lot of like independent skills built in there. Sustain, for example, from the Guinevere and the Terizla, wave clear, crowd control. They have a lot of ways they can really go for like a 2v2. Whereas for Team Falcons, the whole idea of this comp, including the presence of the Faramis, is to work together as 5 in a big team fight. So when Nightmare Esports push the tempo and go for fights when Team Falcons aren't quite ready yet, that's where they can get an advantage. That's why they have to try and push the tempo even more. High speed is the name of the game right here for Team Nightmare.
Yeah, up until now, Nightmare Esports hasn't really shown a capability to be able to out-tempo a team with the experience of Team Falcons, but they're really demonstrating it here. Looking at the itemization, though, the marksmen are still pretty even, so the late game for Falcons is still there.
Look at the items from the side of Nightmare Esports, dude. They're stacking a lot of physical defense, knowing that the Faramis has damage, but that's later on, right? People think that Faramis maybe is, you need a slow amount of items to be relevant on the Faramis, but no, actually, if you want to do damage, you require a lot more items than you would imagine. So now with a Enchanted Talisman and maybe an NOD build up, or building towards an NOD, it's not enough damage right here to be a real threat. So they're stacking physical defense. They're going in.
They are stacking defense, but they are also stacking Leo. They are trying to get that Leo pinned to the wall, and he is pinned to the wall. Hulk is going in. He wants to again cause some mayhem, but he goes back to penalty zone. Now they have to pay the penalty. Team Falcons are now in the sky, but not in the way they want to be. Look at Team Nightmare. They are now shredding everyone apart, shredding everything apart, taking all the turrets and taking all the kills.
We were wondering if the combination of turrets... Oh my goodness, Goodnight nearly dying as well. We wondered if the combination of Terizla and Akai would really work well together, because on paper it feels like an anti-synergy, but Nightmare Esports are just layering their crowd control, constantly picking off the members of Team Falcons who are trying their best to reposition, but it's so difficult.
The fact that Team Falcons are just flustered and just scrambling to get into these fights instead of going for a proper setup, I think it's partially why Nightmare Esports are having so much success. Now again, you can see that Nightmare Esports are in position and 2 members from Team Falcons are just now exiting the base. So for Team Falcons, they gotta slow the tempo down a bit. And if they have to give up a few objectives, I think they should. With a Faramis and with a Beatrix, they can quite reliably clear the waves before Nightmare Esports can siege and take down turrets. Of course, there's the Brody that becomes a problem there. But it's so much better for them to slow the tempo down instead of just going in a more like a 50-50 style, because this really benefits Nightmare Esports, the more aggressive team with the more aggressive skirmish composition.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Slowing it down would be quite beneficial for Falcons, but they don't have a lot of resources left to be able to trade comfortably against their opponents. And although the net worth difference isn't that big just yet, Nightmare Esports are really putting on the pressure.
Oh, they are putting on pressure, and they are now getting Leo away from that Lord, and they already take that Lord, but look at the damage coming from the Juiviana. Goodnight is trying his best to make his team survive, but now they are pinned to the wall. They are pinned to the wall. Too easy for Lexi. It is too easy for Nightmare to take and ace that team fight. Goodnight comes back once again. And Lodric, where is he going?
will actually finish that recall, able to get a tier 1 mid at the very least, but without his damage, Team Falcons really fell apart there to Nightmare.
Because they weren't really planning on going for a fight. Nightmare Esports just found a chance to cut them off. This is just story right here. For Team Falcons, they should stop and make use of the Beatrix and the Paramis to just clear the waves as much as possible. With the ultimate from a Beatrix, they can really defend for a prolonged amount of time. And if Nightmare dive carelessly, Falcons definitely can punish back.
We've already seen it repeated many times in history before. This is going to be a very sensitive timing for Nightmare Esports because a lot of teams are the most comfortable when they are able to play together within their own base. But 12 minutes in, the Lord is going to be crashing down bot tower pretty soon.
Yeah, the bot lane, there was a flicker second skill coming from the Guinevere, but she couldn't land it on Lotrix. So I was about to say, we have old spells already, but Team Nightmare seems to lose that spell second skills there, and also second skill from the other side. Leo manages to escape, but the turret doesn't manage to escape the damage coming from that Brody, and Team Nightmare just gets one inhibitor turret with that Lord.
Well, the shoe's on the other foot right now with an 8k gold lead. Nightmare Esports can do a lot right here. It can go for farm, you can go for pickups on Team Falcons, but it seems like Team Falcons, they're looking for an opportunity right here. I think they need some more levels on top of gold as well to ensure that their skills do level up and do a lot more for them in these fights. Cammy secures the Rose Gold Meteor here, so once Goodnight has some items, like we see right here, the Lightning Truncheon, Cammy already has a solution for it, so he's building preemptively, which is what you need to be doing against a team that really knows how to play around their power spikes.
In fact, looking at the items, Cammy's only one item away from being full build already. So that's a big problem for Team Falcons here, especially when you consider that they don't have all that much defense, just the Antique and the double dominance on their side. It may not be enough here, not to mention only a single Radiant armor against a hero like the Guinevere and Lilia.
Well, I guess the Guinevere and Lilia, the Radiant armor will do okay, but you know, after I still want to protect you from the initial big burst. If they really layer down all their spells right there, maybe they can really consider going for a bit more magical defense. But for now, Nightmare Esports are content just taking over the jungle. Now it's going to be a Lord fight. The Lord does more damage right here, so I think for Nightmare Esports, it's a great opportunity, but also a great risk. But once they see Logic on the bottom side of the map, they are definitely going to go and try to at least force Team Falcons to engage them without their marksman.
Now, the big question to pose is, what is Team Falcons willing to give up right here? Do they want to give up pressure? Team fight DPS, the Lord, hold on.
Oh, hold on indeed, because Leo is pushed away and he is getting melted down by that Lilia. He cannot escape. He cannot escape. He doesn't have that second skill. Lilia is still dealing so much damage. Chui Vigatna comes in and he manages with that bounty zone to take Leo out just before that Lord fight, just before that Lord engage. And good night, good night, good night to you, good night. You're out, but you are back in again. I don't know. Was it like a second until he came back?
Faram's passive, very valuable in the situations, but there's no Netherrealm. How can Falcons defend?
Oh, Falcons can defend using every weapon that the Beatrix have, but Viviana too easy for Lexi, lose too much HP than they can afford. Hulk right now is trying to zone Team Nightmare away, and I think that this will be a successful defense.
But for how long, though? You can see how much of a problem. So,
whoa! So lives.
The black shoe is just in time. This Lilia is a massive problem to Team Falcons. Hasn't died yet this game. And the amount of damage coming out with only a single Radiant armor is really evident at this point, considering even Leo wasn't able to get away from him. Lord's coming in. The base is naked. Can Falcons survive again?
The Lord is even untouched. He's going in with full HP. He's going in while Team Falcons are trying to survive that final push. Penalty zone by Viviana. Hole goes down and the base is exposed. The base is exposed. Team Nightmare have sent Team Falcons to sleep at this game, and they will have that nightmare.
Against all the odds, Nightmare Esports from Laos are able to overcome their dominators in game number 1 and even things out once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another game 3 on the menu.
Wow, man. Such a... Oh, that's a redeem code right here. For those of you at home, move fast. Because Nightmare just did, and they take out Team Falcons. It's going to be... It's going to be a very serious match, game after this, knowing that it's going to be a back and forth endeavor. If it's going to be a messy game just like that, I think Nightmare Esports definitely have a chance.
Can we say that Team Nightmare has brought Team Falcons from the sky?
Perhaps so. They thought they'd be able to play, and a lot of their heroes were within comfort. It seemed like a lineup that would be very Team Falcons, but Nightmare Esports seems to have figured something out right here. And now all cards are actually on the table, which is very surprising. I went into this expecting Falcons to be the shoe-in victor, but goes to show that anything is possible on the wildcard stage as long as these teams are able to figure things out and adapt to the situation. Let us go ahead and award our MVP for game number 2, and it is of course going to be Soul coming in from Nightmare Esports.
0 deaths right here. Of course, the Purify plays a part in that, but 82% kill participation, nothing to sneeze at. And looking at his item builds, he was able to be chased down the Martis, who has that card control immunity with the Ice Queen's one slow. And even afterwards, going with the Brute Force Breastplate, understanding there's a limited amount of magical damage threat coming in from the side of Team Falcons here. That's a great item that allows him to move forwards aggressively a lot better, but also defensively when he's kiting back. So the fact that he is now a lot more mobile and still doing a lot more damage is just something that Team Falcon can't really deal with right now.
Yeah, I think that the most annoying thing for Team Falcons was the slowdown effect, and also each time that Guinevere was jumping on Leo especially, I think the most problem that Team Falcons had was zoning out of the neutral objectives.
I feel like in this game, it was even kind of even in the beginning, because it was a bit of a back and forth kind of situation, and usually it would really benefit the Martis. But afterwards, after Leo got some of the plays here, after the top lane also falls, it seems like they thought it was, it's their time to shine. But then they started losing in objective trades. They went for the dive right here. That it worked out, but afterwards, they don't really play together. And once Nightmare Esports was able to separate them like this, by sending Terizla to get between the backliners and the frontliners, then Leo is going in alone, and Goodnight is in the back unprotected. And if you don't fight S5 with this composition from Team Falcons, it's just not its maximum strength in the situation.
Yeah, I don't think they were prepared here, because this is probably the most coordinated we have seen Nightmare Esports ever since the beginning of the wildcard. I don't know if they figured something out, but we do need to see more of it from this team, because right now this is a huge evolution. The way they've been able to pressure out Team Falcons entirely, the way they chase them down. Unfortunately, I think too much pressure was put into the side lanes, and Soul was ignored for a little bit too long.
Can't really ignore him, especially in the mid lane. He's working with Too Easy for Lexi, and on the Akai, losing the first turtle was a bit of a setback, but afterwards, he's using the heavy spin aggressively, knowing that the rest of his team has the more aggressive, the more punishing card control tools that can use to really counter-engage after everyone has used a lot of their spells to really get away or get out of the way from that heavy spin.
Yeah, it was a rough game here for Team Falcons, and despite their best efforts, they were not able to bring things back together. So Nightmare Esports now looking to be pretty solid. Do you think this momentum will be enough for them to cause quite the upset?
Well, Team Nightmare, if I'm not like speaking about Team Nightmare, I think that Juiviana should take most of the credit. I know that Suso actually had the MVP, but every time Juiviana entered with that penalty zone, he was just like shaking Team Falcons around. He was like making them unable to coordinate between each other. So if there's an MVP that I could give, I would give it to Juiviana.
Well, Juliana definitely was the big problem in the middle of the big fights. But even initially, I would say that I think Jasmine was also a huge portion why Team Falcons were having so much of a difficulty. They were looking out for the heavy spin engagement. They're looking for the penalty zone to avoid it. Before you know it, the spatial migration lands, showing again why it's so good. And the fact that you can actually land that spell out of a bush, by the way, during a lane gank, is just such a long distance. And that's something that it's hard to really play around with.
it catches you so off guard. And that's why Guinevere as a hero is so powerful right now. The fact that she can reflect into so many different positions is so valuable during the drafting phase. And the length of time that you're crowd controlled when you're caught by that spatial migration combo is deceptively long. So it's understandable that it would be difficult to have to deal with it, especially in that early game when they're putting so much pressure onto Hulk's lane specifically. Nightmare Esports was able to convert that pressure and use the tools at their disposal to completely split up these fights from Team Falcon.
Unfortunately for Team Falcon, just in this game, they didn't have the staying power to just stay in front of Nightmare Esports because they were already so behind in gold. If you look at the cards right here, Juviana is actually the rich guy. So in the EXP lane, he was just clearing and picking up a lot of kills and assists when it's possible. The carry is still so-so, of course, with the late game Lilia, but Super, you gotta give him credit as well for just absorbing so much damage in this game that has a lot of action.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very difficult for Super to do a lot in this game on that Edith. He has to pick a specific hero on the side of Nightmare Esports to actually grab. And if that happens to be the wrong one, like for example, Sosol in the late game, then he just black shoes out of it, and there's no longer a safe engage for Team Falcon, since at that point, Hulk and Leo are a little bit too behind. They're not going to be able to tank the damage coming out of their opponents. So it's a rough situation to be in. So,
yeah.
Like, I don't really know, like, what should they have done?
Well, Team Falcons at the early game, I think they had not a bad early game. Actually, they were a bit in like, let's say, in the driver's seat. But when it got further, when we started to see things happen and shift after that second turtle, Team Falcons just vanished from the Land of Dawn.
I think they just started spreading apart because when they were playing around Leo, we saw the double come in. We saw that around the map, they were able to make plays.
Yeah.
It's almost as if they noticed, like, hey, we just got a big play on the bottom side of the map. We just got another pickoff on the top side of the map. We don't have to stick together. We're strong enough to really make plays happen everywhere at once, which is great if you can pull it off. But afterwards, once Nightmare Esports just grouped together, it seems like they just were late to the party, right? They keep getting cut off in the middle, and a lot of their members are not present in the beginning of the fight. They come in after, and that's just not the way to go with this composition, right? Wanting to play around the Netherrealm and the combos coming in from the Beatrix as well.
The thing is, I'm not sure if they could have helped it very much, right? I feel like this was a very smart draft by Nightmare Esports, understanding that Team Falcons are a squad that likes to play together. And that goes doubly so when they have that fair miss to play around the Netherrealm. So they pick up heroes that are able to split the fight apart, that's able to completely separate the map. And they also know that Team Falcons aren't going to have the best split pushing potential, right? So there's no reason for them to pay too much attention to that regard in terms of their draft. Just go for the fight, go for the counter, engage, and they were able to pick all of the steps necessary for a recipe to success.
Actually, there's something also I want to add on. I think there was a big miscommunication happening at Team Falcons, and when it appeared the most was at the time where I was like surprisingly seeing that Beatrix at mid lane pushing while they were trying to defend on that top lane. He was just like taking a first tier in mid lane while his team was getting demolished.
Yeah, he tried, like Lotric tried to do whatever he could because he knew if he could scale, he could create some space, then maybe his team has a chance of coming back into it. But for now, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. We're going into a game 3, but before then, we're going to take a short break for these players to refresh their bodies and minds. Make sure you guys join us then for the conclusion of this battle.
And you floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our burden, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our burden, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I